Hey guys, welcome back tonight. We're traveling all the way back to the year 1683, to a quiet corner of colonial America, where endless forests stretched beyond the horizon, tiny wooden villages rested beside peaceful rivers, and every evening ended beneath the soft glow of candlelight. But before we begin, let me ask you something. If you suddenly woke up in America more than 300 years ago, with no electricity, no running water, no cars, no phones, and no supermarkets, would you survive for even one ordinary week? It sounds simple, but the truth is, the slow, peaceful life of colonial America demanded more patience than most of us could imagine. Tonight, you'll quietly experience that forgotten world through the eyes of an ordinary man whose life was anything but famous, yet whose journey would reveal the gentle rhythm of an America that history rarely talks about. So, get comfortable, relax your shoulders, let your breathing slow, and allow the busy world to quietly fade away. Our story begins on a cool spring morning in the year 1683. The Atlantic Ocean was unusually calm. Gentle waves rolled beneath the heavy wooden merchant ship as it drifted toward the shoreline of colonial Virginia. After nearly 3 months at sea, the voyage was finally coming to an end. The sailors moved without rushing. There was no celebration, no loud shouting, only quiet footsteps across weathered wooden planks, the soft creaking of ropes, and the steady flap of white sails catching the morning breeze. Standing near the bow was Thomas Ashcombe. At 34 years old, Thomas had never considered himself adventurous. He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't a merchant. He wasn't searching for treasure or glory. He was simply a map maker. For nearly 15 years, he had spent his days measuring rivers, sketching hills, marking forgotten roads, and carefully recording places that most people would never notice. His greatest talent was patience. He believed every road deserved to be remembered. Every river deserved a name. Every small village deserved a place on a map. That quiet belief had carried him across the Atlantic. As the first rays of sunlight spread across the water, the coastline slowly emerged from the morning mist. Towering pine trees lined the shore. Thin columns of smoke drifted lazily from distant chimneys. Small wooden homes rested peacefully beside open fields where fresh spring grass swayed gently in the wind. It looked nothing like London. There were no towering stone buildings, no crowded streets, no endless noise. Instead, everything seemed to breathe a little slower. Thomas rested both hands upon the wooden rail. He closed his eyes for a brief moment. The cool ocean breeze carried the scent of salt, pine, damp earth, and burning firewood. It was the smell of a new beginning. Far above, several seagulls circled quietly before disappearing toward the shore. Even they seemed in no particular hurry. The captain approached, adjusting his worn leather hat against the wind. "We'll reach the dock within the hour," he said calmly. Thomas nodded. "Waited 3 months." He smiled softly. "Suppose I can wait 1 hour more." Captain chuckled before returning to his crew. Patience. It was something every traveler learned upon the sea. Some lessons could never be hurried. As the ship entered the narrow harbor, life along the shoreline slowly awakened. A fisherman untied his small wooden boat. 2 young boys carried empty baskets toward the docks. A baker opened the shutters of his tiny shop as warm bread began filling the morning air with its comforting aroma. Somewhere nearby, church bells rang gently across the settlement. Not loudly, not urgently, simply enough to welcome another peaceful day. Thomas watched every detail with quiet fascination. This was exactly why he loved making maps. Maps were never only about rivers or roads. They were about people, about ordinary lives unfolding one calm morning after another. When the ship finally touched the dock, thick ropes were secured around sturdy wooden posts. No one rushed to leave. Passengers patiently gathered their belongings one piece at a time. Thomas lifted his worn leather satchel onto his shoulder. Inside rested everything he truly needed: several rolled maps, 2 leather journals, a polished brass compass, fresh bottles of ink, a handful of sharpened quills, a folding ruler carved from walnut, and a small pocket watch that had belonged to his father. It no longer kept perfect time, but Thomas carried it anyway. Some things remained valuable even after they stopped working perfectly. Stepping onto solid ground felt strangely unfamiliar. The earth seemed almost too still after months of gentle movement beneath his feet. He paused for a moment, took one slow breath, then another. Above him, tall oak trees swayed quietly beneath the spring sky. The journey had finally begun. Not a journey toward fame, not toward fortune, but toward something far quieter. A forgotten America that existed long before crowded cities, railroads, factories, or electric lights. A land where every sunset truly marked the end of the day's work, where darkness meant rest, where silence was never something to fear. It was simply part of everyday life. And Thomas Ashcombe was about to spend the next several months walking through that peaceful world, one slow mile at a time. The dock slowly disappeared behind Thomas as he followed the narrow dirt road leading into the settlement. Every step felt strangely quiet. There were no wagons racing past him, no shouting merchants trying to sell their goods, no clouds of smoke pouring from factories. Only the steady crunch of his leather boots against packed earth. The village was small enough that nearly everyone seemed to know one another. An elderly woman carrying a basket of freshly gathered eggs smiled politely as she passed. A young carpenter carefully sanded the leg of a wooden chair beneath the shade of a large oak tree. Two children chased each other around a rain barrel, laughing before their mother gently reminded them not to disturb the chickens wandering freely through the yard. Life moved at its own gentle rhythm. Thomas couldn't help noticing something unusual. Nobody appeared to be in a hurry. Even the conversations were slow. People paused between sentences. They looked one another in the eye. They listened. Back in London, silence often felt uncomfortable. Here, silence belonged everywhere. A weathered wooden sign hanging above a modest building read, "The King's Rest in the paint had faded beneath years of sun and rain, yet the carved letters remained proud." Thomas stepped inside. Warmth greeted him immediately. A large stone fireplace crackled softly despite the cool spring morning. The room smelled of fresh bread, roasted oats, cedar wood, and dried herbs hanging from the ceiling beams. Behind the counter stood a cheerful woman with silver beginning to appear in her dark hair. "You must be the gentleman arriving from England." Thomas smiled. "Suppose the ship gave me away?" She laughed quietly. "It usually does. My name is Margaret Ellis. My husband built this in 20 years ago. Says travelers always arrive hungry before they arrive tired." Thomas removed his hat. "I believe your husband may be correct." Within minutes she placed a simple breakfast before him. A thick slice of fresh brown bread, creamy butter made only yesterday, warm oat porridge sweetened with a little honey, a baked apple sprinkled with cinnamon, and a steaming mug of cider gently warmed over the fire. There was nothing extravagant about the meal, yet every bite tasted rich with care. Thomas ate slowly. Nobody hurried him. No one expected the table to be free in 5 minutes. Outside the windows, the village continued waking at its peaceful pace. A farmer guided 2 oxen toward freshly turned fields. Several women hung damp linen that fluttered softly in the morning breeze. Smoke curled lazily from dozens of chimneys into the bright blue sky. The world seemed perfectly content with moving 1 hour at a time. After breakfast, Margaret handed Thomas a folded letter sealed with dark green wax. "Governor's clerk asked me to give you this." Thomas carefully broke the seal. Inside was a short message written in neat handwriting. "Master Ashcombe, there is no urgency in your assignment. The colonies have waited many years for proper maps. They can wait 1 day more. Please enjoy the village, rest from your voyage, and visit my office whenever you feel ready. Samuel Carter." Thomas read the letter twice. He smiled. It was perhaps the first official document he had ever received that encouraged him not to rush. He folded the letter carefully and slipped it into his journal. Outside, the gentle warmth of late morning filled the streets. Instead of heading directly to the governor's office, Thomas allowed curiosity to guide him. He wandered without any destination. Sometimes the finest discoveries appeared only when no one was searching for them. He passed a cooper shaping oak barrels with slow, rhythmic strikes. Each movement was patient, measured, almost musical. Nearby, a blacksmith worked without shouting or sparks flying wildly into the air. His hammer rose and fell with a calm, steady rhythm that echoed gently through the village. Clang. A brief pause. Clang. Another pause. The sound blended naturally with birds singing high among the branches. Farther along the road, Thomas noticed a small garden enclosed by a hand-woven fence. rows of cabbage, onions, carrots, beans climbing rough wooden poles. A young girl knelt beside tiny herbs, carefully removing weeds one by one. She looked no older than 10, yet she worked with the quiet confidence of someone who had repeated the same task every spring since she could remember. Thomas paused beside the fence. "Your garden is beautiful." Girl smiled shyly. "My grandmother says plants grow better when someone speaks kindly to them." Thomas looked over the neat rows of green leaves dancing gently in the breeze. "Then perhaps your grandmother is wiser than most scholars." The little girl giggled. Her grandmother, sitting nearby beneath the porch, nodded approvingly without saying a word. Thomas continued walking. The farther he wandered, the more he realized something extraordinary. People here measured wealth differently, not by grand houses, not by expensive clothing, but by full woodpiles before winter, healthy children, good harvests, strong roofs, and neighbors willing to help one another when storms arrived. It was a slower kind of prosperity, one that rarely appeared on maps, yet perhaps it mattered most of all. As the afternoon sun climbed higher into the clear colonial sky, Thomas reached the edge of the settlement. Before him stretched an endless forest of towering pines and ancient oaks. The trees seemed to whisper softly as the wind moved through their branches. Somewhere beyond those woods waited forgotten roads, hidden rivers, small frontier cabins, and quiet stories that had never been written down. Thomas rested one hand upon the leather satchel hanging from his shoulder. Tomorrow, he would leave the comfort of the village behind. Tomorrow, his true journey across colonial America would begin. The first light of dawn slipped quietly through the small window of Thomas's room. For a few peaceful moments, he simply listened. A rooster crowed somewhere beyond the village. Birds greeted the morning from the branches of towering oak trees. A gentle breeze brushed against the wooden walls of the inn, carrying the comforting scent of damp earth and fresh pine. There were no carriage wheels rattling over stone streets, no factory whistles, no distant engines, only the slow sounds of a world waking exactly as it had for countless generations. Thomas dressed carefully. His linen shirt had been washed the evening before and now smelled faintly of lavender soap. He fastened the brass buttons on his wool coat, slipped his father's pocket watch into its small pocket, and gently rolled his maps into a leather case. Every movement followed a familiar routine. He had learned long ago that beginning the day slowly often meant ending it peacefully. Downstairs, Margaret was already preparing breakfast over the open hearth. The fire glowed softly beneath an iron pot filled with oatmeal. Fresh bread rested on a wooden board beside a crock of butter. The comforting smell filled every corner of the little inn. "Leaving today?" Margaret said with a warm smile. "I believe so." She poured him a cup of warm cider. "My husband always says the forest welcomes people who are willing to walk slowly." Thomas smiled. "Then I hope the forest finds me polite." Margaret laughed quietly. "It probably will." After breakfast, Thomas stepped outside into the crisp spring air. The village looked almost unchanged from the day before. A farmer was already leading 2 horses toward the fields. Smoke drifted peacefully from stone chimneys. Children carried wooden buckets to the village well before lessons began. Nothing seemed hurried, everything simply continued. Near the edge of the settlement stood Samuel Carter, the governor's clerk, waiting beside a sturdy brown horse. "I thought you might appreciate a guide for the first few miles," Samuel said. Thomas nodded gratefully. "I would appreciate the company." 2 men began walking rather than riding. Neither seemed eager to rush ahead. The narrow road wound gently between open meadows where morning dew sparkled across the tall grass like thousands of tiny crystals. Wildflowers nodded softly beneath the breeze. Blue, white, yellow, purple. Thomas paused several times simply to admire them. "You truly notice everything," Samuel observed. Thomas smiled. "A mapmaker must. If you fail to notice the small things, you eventually lose the large ones." Samuel considered those words for a moment before quietly agreeing. Suppose the same could be said about life. After nearly an hour, they reached an old wooden bridge crossing a slow-moving river. The water was so clear that smooth stones could be seen resting on the riverbed below. Tiny fish drifted lazily with the gentle current. Samuel rested one hand upon the bridge railing. This bridge was built nearly 30 years ago. No one remembers the carpenter's name. Every traveler remembers the bridge. Thomas looked carefully at the weathered timbers. Some boards had been replaced over the years. Others still carried the original tool marks left by hands long gone. "It deserves a place on the map," he said quietly. Samuel smiled. "I hoped you would say that." Thomas removed his journal and carefully wrote, "Old timber bridge across the eastern creek. Strong construction, clear water, worth preserving." Every note measured distance. Some simply preserved memory. By late morning, they reached a crossroads marked by nothing more than a rough wooden post. One path continued north. Another disappeared west into an endless sea of towering trees. Samuel stopped walking. "My journey ends here." Thomas looked toward the forest. The sunlight barely reached the ground beneath its enormous branches. It wasn't frightening, only quiet, wonderfully quiet. Samuel handed him a folded piece of parchment. "A list of settlements that rarely receive visitors." Thomas tucked it safely inside his satchel. "If fortune is kind," Samuel said, "perhaps we'll meet again before winter." Thomas offered his hand. "I hope so." Two men shook hands like old friends, despite having known each other for less than 2 days. Then Samuel turned back toward the village. Thomas remained standing at the crossroads until the clerk disappeared beyond the rolling hills. For the first time since arriving in America, he was completely alone. Ahead stretched hundreds of miles of forests, rivers, quiet cabins, forgotten roads, and scattered settlements waiting to be discovered. He adjusted the strap across his shoulder, took one slow breath, then another. The forest welcomed him with silence. Above, sunlight filtered gently through fresh green leaves. A squirrel darted across a fallen log before disappearing into the undergrowth. Somewhere deeper among the trees, a woodpecker tapped patiently against an ancient oak. Tap, tap, tap. The steady rhythm echoed softly through the woods. Thomas followed the narrow trail beneath the towering pines. With every step, the sounds of the village faded farther behind him. Soon, only nature remained. The forest smelled of moss, cedar, damp soil, and last autumn's leaves slowly returning to the earth. The air felt cooler beneath the shade, peaceful, timeless. As though this place had been quietly waiting for someone willing to walk without haste, Thomas smiled to himself. His real journey through colonial America had finally begun, and somewhere beyond the next bend in the trail, another forgotten story was waiting to be found. The narrow forest trail curved gently beneath a canopy of towering white pines and ancient oaks. Sunlight slipped through the branches in long golden ribbons, dancing across the forest floor with every passing breeze. Thomas walked without hurry. There was no schedule waiting for him, no deadline to meet. Only miles of quiet wilderness and the simple purpose of observing it carefully. Every few hundred yards he stopped, sometimes to sketch the shape of a creek, sometimes to note the direction of the trail, sometimes for no reason at all except to listen. The forest had its own language, the soft rustling of leaves, the distant tapping of a woodpecker, the whisper of wind high above the trees. Even silence seemed full of gentle conversation. After nearly 2 hours, Thomas reached a small clearing where a narrow stream crossed the path. The water flowed so slowly that the reflection of the clouds remained almost perfectly still. He knelt beside the bank. Removing his tin cup, he dipped it carefully into the cool water. It was fresh, cold, clear enough to see tiny pebbles resting beneath the surface. As he drank, a pair of white-tailed deer stepped quietly from between the trees on the opposite side of the stream. Neither animal seemed frightened. They simply watched him with calm curiosity. Thomas remained perfectly still. One of the deer lowered its head to drink. The other lifted its ears toward the distant sound of birds singing overhead. For several peaceful minutes, man and animals shared the quiet morning without disturbing one another. Eventually, the deer disappeared back into the forest as silently as they had arrived. Thomas smiled. There was no need to write about that moment in his journal. Some memories deserved to remain exactly where they had happened. He continued walking. The trail gradually climbed a gentle hill. From the top, the forest stretched endlessly in every direction. Waves of green rolled across the landscape like an ocean made of trees. Here and there, thin columns of smoke rose above the canopy, marking the distant locations of isolated farms and lonely cabins. Human life seemed wonderfully small against such vast wilderness. Thomas removed his compass. He carefully checked the direction of the trail before making a small mark on his map. Only a few careful lines, a tiny note. Another blank space slowly becoming known. By midday, warm sunlight filled the forest. He found a fallen oak beside the trail and decided it was the perfect place for lunch. His meal was simple, a piece of brown bread, a wedge of hard cheese, a handful of dried apples, and cool water collected from the stream below. There was no table, no chair. Only the smooth trunk of a tree that had likely stood for centuries before finally returning to the earth. As he ate, Thomas noticed something carved into the old wood beside him. The carving was worn with age, barely visible, 2 initials. M between them, a small heart. He gently brushed away a little moss with his fingertips. Someone had stood here many years before, perhaps a young couple, perhaps newly married, perhaps preparing to begin a life together somewhere along this very trail. He would never know. Yet somehow, those faded letters made the forest feel less empty. They reminded him that every quiet place had once belonged to someone else's ordinary day. He smiled softly. History was rarely made only by governors and kings. Sometimes, history was simply 2 people carving their initials into a tree before walking home together. The afternoon passed peacefully. Thomas crossed 2 small creeks using simple log bridges built by careful hands. He measured the width of one river, sketched the outline of a rocky hill, recorded the location of an abandoned hunting cabin whose roof had long since collapsed beneath years of snow and rain. Nature had already begun reclaiming it. Wildflowers grew through the floorboards. Young saplings reached toward the sunlight where a chimney once stood. The forest was patient, given enough time. It quietly welcomed everything back. As the sun slowly drifted toward the western sky, Thomas noticed smoke rising through the trees not far ahead. Not the thin smoke of a campfire, this was thicker, steadier, the kind that came from a stone chimney used every evening. He followed the scent of burning oak until the trees slowly opened into another clearing. There, resting beside a gently flowing creek, stood a small log cabin. Its walls were weathered silver by years of wind and rain. A tiny vegetable garden stretched beside the house. Beans climbed wooden poles, pumpkins spread across the ground. Several rows of onions stood neatly beside patches of cabbage and herbs. A split-rail fence enclosed a handful of chickens pecking peacefully at the earth. An old brown horse grazed lazily beneath a large maple tree. Everything about the place spoke of patience. Nothing seemed wasted, nothing seemed hurried. As Thomas approached the wooden gate, the front door slowly opened. An elderly man stepped outside. His gray beard reached nearly to the middle of his chest. His broad-brimmed hat had clearly seen many seasons. Despite his age, his posture remained strong. He studied Thomas for a long moment before offering a warm smile. "Come a long way, traveler." Thomas tipped his hat politely. "Suppose I have." The old man chuckled. "Then perhaps supper should come before introductions." Thomas smiled. "I believe that sounds like excellent wisdom." The old man opened the gate. "Come inside. My wife always cooks enough for one unexpected guest." Somehow, he looked toward the quiet forest surrounding his home. Forest always seems to send us one. Thomas stepped through the small wooden gate, carefully closing it behind him. The old man led him along a narrow stone path that wound through the garden. Rows of vegetables stretched neatly across the rich, dark soil. Bundles of rosemary, sage, and thyme hung from a wooden beam beneath the porch roof, drying slowly in the afternoon sun. A sleepy orange cat opened one eye as Thomas passed before deciding he wasn't interesting enough to interrupt its nap. The old man noticed Thomas smiling. "That fellow has guarded this house for nearly 12 years. Thomas looked at the cat again. "He seems to take his duties quite seriously." "Does," the old man replied with a quiet laugh, "but only when he feels like it." Inside, the cabin was warm and inviting. Sunlight filtered through small glass windows, casting soft golden squares across the wide wooden floor. Everything had its place. A spinning wheel rested quietly in one corner. Shelves held neatly stacked clay bowls and pewter plates. Bundles of dried herbs filled the air with the comforting scent of mint, lavender, and chamomile. Near the fireplace, a woman with gentle eyes stirred a large iron pot. She turned as they entered. "So," she said with a warm smile, "the forest has sent us another traveler. It has, the old man answered, and I believe he's hungry. Woman wiped her hands on her apron before extending one toward Thomas. I'm a leaner. My husband is William. We've lived here for 27 years. Thomas shook her hand gently. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I'm traveling through the colonies making maps. Alina nodded. Then you've chosen a fine place to stop. The forest doesn't care much for people who rush. She returned to the fireplace and lifted the lid from the iron pot. A rich aroma immediately filled the room: vegetable stew, fresh herbs, slow-cooked onions, carrots, barley. The smell was simple but deeply comforting. Thomas realized he hadn't eaten a proper supper since leaving England. William hung his hat beside the door before settling into a sturdy wooden chair. We don't often receive visitors, he said. The nearest settlement is nearly half a day's walk. Thomas looked around the cabin. Weren't you ever lonely? William smiled thoughtfully, at first. After a while, he glanced toward the open window where birds sang from the maple tree. You begin to realize you're never truly alone. The wind keeps you company. Birds announce every morning. The seasons visit without fail. After enough years, he chuckled softly. You even begin talking to your garden. Alina laughed from the hearth. And sometimes the garden answers with better vegetables. All three shared a quiet laugh. The laughter faded naturally into comfortable silence. Thomas noticed something remarkable. Neither William nor Alina seemed afraid of silence. They welcomed it, as though silence itself were another guest sitting at the table. Soon, supper was ready. Alina placed 3 bowls of steaming stew on the table. Beside each sat a thick slice of fresh bread still warm from the oven. A small crock of butter rested in the center. Nothing extravagant, nothing unnecessary. Only food prepared with patience. Thomas tasted the stew. The vegetables were tender. The broth was rich without being heavy. Every spoonful carried the warmth of a meal slowly prepared over many hours. This is wonderful, he said. Alina smiled. The recipe belonged to my mother. Her mother before that. Never written it down. Thomas looked surprised. You remember it all, she nodded. Some things belong in memory rather than on paper. After supper, William carefully lit 2 beeswax candles. Outside, daylight slowly surrendered to evening. The forest changed almost without notice. Birdsong faded. Crickets began their steady chorus. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called once before falling silent again. Thomas stepped onto the porch carrying a warm mug of chamomile tea Alina had prepared from herbs grown beside the cabin. The air had turned cool. Above him, the first stars appeared one by one across the clear colonial sky. Without electric lights, the heavens seemed endless. Thousands upon thousands of stars shimmered overhead. The pale band of the Milky Way stretched from one horizon to the other. Thomas had never seen the night sky so brilliantly alive. William joined him a few moments later. He leaned comfortably against the porch railing. Beautiful, isn't it? Thomas nodded without taking his eyes from the sky. Never seen so many stars. William smiled. When I was young, I thought every star represented a place I might one day visit. Now? Thomas asked. The old man looked peacefully across the dark forest. Now I think they're simply reminders. Reminders of what? William took a slow breath before answering. That the world has always been much larger than our worries. Thomas remained quiet. The words settled gently in his mind. For several minutes, neither man spoke. There was no need. The crackling fire behind them, the distant chirping of crickets, the cool evening breeze. The countless stars overhead. Together, they formed a kind of conversation that required no words at all. At last, Alina opened the cabin door, made up the spare bed. You've had a long day, Thomas. He thanked both of them sincerely. As he climbed the narrow wooden stairs to the small loft above the cabin, he paused beside the tiny window overlooking the forest. Moonlight bathed the clearing in soft silver light. The garden rested peacefully. The old horse slept beneath the maple tree. Even the chickens had tucked themselves quietly into their coop. Thomas opened his journal. Instead of measuring rivers or recording distances, he wrote only a single sentence. Today I found a home where time seems to move as gently as the wind through the trees. He closed the journal, blew out the candle, and within moments, surrounded by the quiet heart of colonial America, he drifted into the deepest, most peaceful sleep he had known in many years. Long before the first light touched the tops of the pine trees, Thomas slowly opened his eyes. For a moment he wasn't quite sure where he was. Then he heard it, the gentle crackle of a dying fire below, the distant hoot of an owl returning to its hollow, the soft whisper of leaves moving in the early morning breeze. He remembered the little cabin, William, Eleanor, the warm supper, the endless stars. A peaceful smile crossed his face. He climbed quietly down the narrow wooden stairs, careful not to wake anyone. The cabin was still wrapped in the soft blue light that comes just before sunrise. The fire in the hearth had faded into glowing embers. Outside, a light mist floated over the nearby creek like a thin white blanket. Thomas stepped onto the porch carrying only his journal. The air was cool enough that every breath became visible for a moment before disappearing. The world seemed suspended between night and day. Not a single voice could be heard. No wagons, no footsteps. Only nature slowly preparing for another morning. As the eastern sky began turning pale gold, the forest awakened one sound at a time. First came a single robin, then another. Soon dozens of birds filled the trees with quiet songs, each one joining the next as though they had rehearsed the performance together for centuries. Thomas sat on the porch steps and simply listened. Back in England, mornings usually began with bells, carts, shouting, and busy streets. Here, morning began with patience. A few minutes later, William stepped outside carrying 2 steaming mugs. "I thought you might already be awake." Thomas accepted one gratefully. The warm drink smelled faintly of roasted barley and wild honey. "You wake early," William said. "So do you," the old man smiled. "Watched the sunrise almost every day for 27 years. Thomas looked toward the glowing horizon. "Doesn't it become ordinary?" William slowly shook his head. "No, the sunrise is always familiar. Never exactly the same." They sat together in comfortable silence. The golden light slowly spread across the meadow. Tiny drops of dew sparkled on every blade of grass. A rabbit cautiously emerged from beneath a blackberry bush before disappearing again into the tall grass. William finally spoke. "People in the towns often ask me why I never moved closer to the settlements." Thomas turned toward him. "And what do you tell them?" William chuckled quietly. "Tell them I've never been far away." Thomas looked puzzled. The nearest village was many miles behind them. William pointed toward the forest. "My neighbors are the deer, the foxes, the birds, the creek, the old maple tree. I simply happen to live in a different kind of neighborhood." Thomas couldn't help smiling. There was something deeply comforting about the old man's way of seeing the world. Soon Eleanor appeared with a woven basket resting on one arm. Inside were thick slices of bread, smoked cheese, dried apples, and a small cloth pouch filled with roasted walnuts. "Need these," she said. "The next settlement is farther away than most travelers expect." Thomas accepted the basket with genuine gratitude. "Already given me more kindness than I could repay." Eleanor smiled warmly. "Then someday," she adjusted the cloth covering the basket, "offer the same kindness to another traveler. That will be enough." After breakfast, Thomas carefully packed his belongings. He rolled his blanket, checked his compass, tucked away his journal, folded the hand-drawn map he had been slowly improving since arriving in Virginia. Before leaving, he stood for one final moment at the wooden gate. The little cabin looked even more peaceful beneath the bright morning sun. Smoke rose gently from its chimney. The vegetable garden shimmered with fresh dew. The orange cat had already claimed its favorite sunny spot on the porch. Everything looked exactly as though it belonged there. Perhaps it always had. William extended his hand. "Safe travels, Thomas." "I hope your maps become useful," Thomas smiled. "I hope they become beautiful." The old man nodded approvingly. "A beautiful map lasts longer." With one final wave, Thomas stepped back onto the narrow forest trail. The cabin gradually disappeared behind towering pines until only the thin ribbon of chimney smoke remained visible through the trees. Then, even that was gone. The forest welcomed him once again. The trail wound gently through moss-covered rocks and towering oaks whose branches had stretched toward the sky for generations. Sunlight filtered softly through the leaves. The air smelled of pine needles, damp earth, and wildflowers hidden beneath the undergrowth. Hours passed almost unnoticed. Thomas stopped often. He measured the width of a quiet stream, sketched the outline of an unusually shaped hill, recorded the location of an old beaver pond where sunlight danced across perfectly still water. Near midday, the trail crossed a broad meadow unlike anything he had yet seen. Hundreds of wildflowers covered the open field: blue lupins, golden black-eyed Susans, purple asters, white daisies. A gentle breeze swept across them like waves moving across the sea. Thomas stood completely still. There was nothing to measure, nothing to calculate, nothing to record. Some places asked only to be admired. He removed his hat, closed his eyes, and listened to the quiet hum of bees drifting lazily from flower to flower beneath the warm spring sun. For just a few peaceful moments, the entire world seemed perfectly content to move at the slow, gentle pace it had always known. Thomas remained in the meadow far longer than he had intended, not because he had lost his way, but because there seemed to be no reason to hurry away from such a peaceful place. The gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers across the open field. Butterflies floated lazily from blossom to blossom. A pair of bluebirds landed on a weathered fence post before disappearing into the tall grass once again. It was the kind of afternoon that asked for nothing: no decisions, no urgency, only quiet appreciation. Eventually, Thomas continued along the narrow trail that curved around the edge of the meadow. The path gradually became older, less traveled. Grass had begun growing between the wagon tracks, suggesting that very few people had passed this way during recent months. He preferred roads like this, the forgotten ones. They often led to the most interesting places. By early afternoon, the forest began changing. The towering pines slowly gave way to enormous chestnut trees whose broad branches formed a cool green ceiling overhead. The sunlight became softer, golden, almost dreamlike. Thomas slowed his pace even more. Every few minutes he stopped to examine something that most travelers would have walked straight past: a smooth stone worn round by countless seasons of rain, tiny mushrooms growing from the side of a fallen log, fresh animal tracks pressed gently into the damp earth beside a creek. Each small discovery reminded him that nature never rushed its work. Everything happened exactly when it was supposed to. Several miles later, he reached a quiet hill overlooking a wide river. Unlike the smaller streams he had crossed earlier, this river moved with calm confidence. Its surface reflected the afternoon sky so perfectly that it was difficult to tell where the water ended and the heavens began. Thomas removed his compass and journal. He carefully measured the river's direction before making a neat sketch of its gentle curve. As he worked, he noticed something unusual on the opposite bank: a tiny wooden dock, weathered with age. Tied beside it was a simple flat-bottomed boat, no larger than a fishing skiff. There were no voices, no smoke, no sign of nearby houses, only the boat rocking gently against the dock. Thomas studied it for several moments. Whoever owned it had clearly cared for it. The ropes looked new. The wood had been repaired recently. Someone still used it. He quietly wrote another note: small ferry landing on the western bank. Well maintained. Owner unknown. Sometimes a map contained mysteries as well as answers. The afternoon sun drifted lower across the sky. Long shadows stretched beneath the trees. The forest slowly became quieter. Even the birds seemed to sing more softly as the day approached its end. Thomas decided it was time to begin searching for a suitable place to spend the night. He wasn't worried. William had explained that travelers throughout the colonies often found shelter wherever kind people happened to live. Hospitality was as common as fresh water, not because it was expected, but because everyone understood that someday they might become travelers themselves. After another hour of walking, Thomas noticed thin smoke rising beyond a small ridge. Unlike the cabin he had visited the previous evening, this smoke came from several chimneys. Curious, he climbed the gentle slope. At the top, he stopped. Below lay a tiny settlement unlike any he had seen before. Perhaps a dozen log cabins rested around a wide, grassy common. A modest wooden meeting house stood near the center. Children played quietly beneath a large elm tree. Several women tended vegetable gardens while talking in calm voices. A farmer slowly guided 2 oxen through a nearby field. Nothing about the village seemed remarkable, and perhaps that was exactly what made it beautiful. It was simply ordinary, a place where people woke with the sunrise, worked with steady hands, shared simple meals, and rested when darkness arrived. Thomas smiled to himself. He had crossed an ocean searching for places worthy of being drawn on a map. Yet the places he loved most were never grand cities or magnificent forts. They were quiet villages like this, places where life moved gently enough that a traveler could hear the wind in the trees, the laughter of children, and the evening church bell all at the same time. He adjusted the strap of his satchel and began walking down the hill. As he approached the first cabin, an elderly gentleman sitting on a wooden bench looked up from carving a small piece of maple wood. The old man smiled kindly. "You've arrived just in time." Thomas removed his hat politely. "In time for what?" The old man looked toward the center of the village, where warm light was beginning to glow inside the meeting house. "For supper," he chuckled softly. And afterward, the oldest storyteller in the colony is going to tell us a tale that his grandfather heard when he was only a boy. Thomas's eyes brightened with quiet curiosity. A mapmaker collected roads, but he also collected stories, and somehow, the oldest storyteller in the village seemed like exactly the sort of person he had been hoping to meet. The old man slowly rose from the wooden bench, setting aside the small maple carving he had been shaping. It was a tiny bird, simple, smooth. Its wings had not yet been carved, but somehow it already looked ready to fly. Thomas admired the craftsmanship. "You have very steady hands." The old man smiled. "They've had nearly 70 years to practice." He dusted a few wood shavings from his trousers before extending his hand. "My name is Benjamin Reed." Thomas accepted it warmly. "Thomas Ashcombe, mapmaker from England." Benjamin nodded as though that explained everything. "I thought so." "Mapmakers always look at the ground before they look at people." Thomas laughed quietly. "I hope that's not considered rude." "No," Benjamin chuckled. "It simply means you're paying attention." Two men walked slowly toward the center of the village. The evening air carried the comforting smell of fresh bread drifting from nearby ovens. A young boy hurried past carrying an armful of firewood nearly as tall as himself. Near the well, two women filled wooden buckets while talking softly about the coming wheat harvest. Several dogs wandered lazily across the common, stopping occasionally to greet familiar faces before continuing on their slow evening patrol. No one seemed surprised by the arrival of a stranger. Instead, they greeted Thomas with quiet smiles and polite nods. It was the sort of welcome that expected nothing in return. The meeting house stood at the heart of the village. It was plain, built from hand-hewn timber. Its windows were small, its bell tower modest. Yet it carried a quiet dignity that grand stone buildings often lacked. Inside, long wooden tables had been arranged in neat rows. Oil lamps cast a warm amber glow across the room. Families gradually gathered, bringing baskets filled with bread, roasted vegetables, smoked fish, cheese, preserves, and fresh butter. There was no single grand feast. Instead, each family shared a little of what they had. Before long, the tables held more food than any one household could have prepared alone. Benjamin noticed Thomas watching. "We've always eaten this way." Reminds us that a village stays strong when no one eats alone. Thomas thought that was one of the finest customs he had ever witnessed. As everyone settled into their places, a gray-haired woman stood and offered a brief prayer of gratitude. The room fell peacefully silent. Then conversation returned little by little, not loud, not hurried. Just the gentle sound of neighbors enjoying another ordinary evening together. Thomas found himself seated between Benjamin and a young cooper named Daniel, who spent most of the meal describing the challenge of making perfectly round barrels without wasting good oak. It was hardly dramatic conversation, yet Thomas found it oddly fascinating. Ordinary work, he realized, often contained extraordinary skill. After supper, the dishes were quietly cleared away. Several children gathered near the fireplace, sitting cross-legged upon woven rugs. The adults pulled their chairs into a loose circle. No one seemed eager to leave. Outside, darkness settled gently over the village. The soft chirping of crickets drifted through the open windows. Benjamin leaned toward Thomas. "He's coming." Storyteller. At that moment, an elderly man entered through the side door. He moved slowly, leaning lightly upon a polished walking stick. His white hair rested neatly beneath a broad felt hat. His face carried countless wrinkles, yet his eyes remained bright and curious. The entire room greeted him with warm smiles. Children immediately scooted closer. No one had asked them to. They simply wanted to hear him better. Benjamin whispered. His name is Elias Turner. He's 84 years old, according to nearly everyone in this county. Remembers more stories than anyone else alive. Elias removed his hat and carefully settled into a wooden rocking chair beside the fire. For a few moments he said nothing. He simply watched the flames dancing across the logs. The room grew perfectly still. Even the youngest children waited patiently. Finally, Elias smiled. You know, his voice was soft but clear. When I was a little boy, my grandfather used to tell me that every road has two stories. Children leaned forward. The first story belongs to the people who walk upon it. The second, he looked slowly around the room, belongs to the road itself. Thomas immediately opened his journal, not to interrupt, only to remember. Elias continued. People think roads are only dirt. Roads remember footsteps. They remember wagon wheels. They remember horses. They remember laughter. They remember tears. If a road could speak, it would tell stories no history book could ever hold. Fire crackled gently. Outside, the wind stirred the leaves of the great elm tree standing in the center of the village. Thomas forgot entirely about making maps. For the first time since arriving in America, he realized that perhaps he had been searching for the wrong thing. He had come hopping to measure rivers, to draw forests, to mark forgotten trails, but perhaps the true map of this land was not made of roads and rivers at all. Perhaps it was made from quiet evenings, shared meals, friendly strangers, gentle voices around warm fires, and stories patiently passed from one generation to the next. As Elias looked around the circle once more, a peaceful smile appeared on his weathered face. Now then, he adjusted his old hat upon his knee. Me tell you about the traveler who once spent an entire autumn following a road that appeared on no map. The room fell completely silent. Even the fire seemed to burn more softly. And Thomas, without realizing it, leaned forward just a little, ready to hear a story that had already traveled through nearly a century before finally reaching his ears. Elias rested both hands upon the curved handle of his walking stick. The firelight danced gently across his weathered face, casting long, soft shadows against the timber walls of the meeting house. For a little while, he simply watched the flames. No one interrupted the silence. It was the kind of silence that belonged to old friends in familiar places. Finally, the old storyteller began. My grandfather was born in this colony before there were proper roads connecting the settlements. Those days, most travelers followed rivers, animal trails, or the stars. Every autumn, he smiled faintly. A stranger appeared. Children leaned forward. He was never in a hurry, carried no wagon, no servants, no guards, only a walking stick, a leather satchel, and a small kettle hanging from his pack. No one knew exactly where he came from. Every year arrived from a different direction. Thomas quietly dipped his quill into the ink, not because he wished to copy every word, but because he sensed that some stories deserved to be remembered. Elias continued. My grandfather once asked the traveler where he was going. The old man simply smiled. Nowhere in particular, he answered. Then why keep walking? My grandfather asked. The traveler looked up at the trees before replying. Because every day the road becomes someone else's memory. The room remained perfectly still. Outside, the wind brushed softly against the walls of the meeting house. A log shifted gently in the fireplace. Tiny sparks floated upward before disappearing into the chimney. My grandfather never forgot those words. Elias said quietly. Neither did I. He paused just long enough for everyone to hear the crackling fire. Traveler refused to sleep in large towns, preferred lonely cabins, quiet farms, small villages where children still waved at strangers. Believed the smallest places always held the biggest stories. Thomas smiled almost without realizing it. The old traveler sounded strangely familiar, almost like someone else sitting quietly among the listeners. Elias slowly turned his gaze toward Thomas. As I grow older, begun believing he may have been right. The old storyteller smiled warmly before continuing. One cold October evening, the traveler reached a farmhouse standing alone beside a wide river. The farmer invited him inside. They shared bread, vegetable soup, warm apple cider. After supper, the farmer apologized. I'm afraid I have nothing exciting to tell you, the traveler laughed. That's exactly why I've stopped here. Several people around the room smiled. Elias nodded gently. He told the farmer, People spend their lives chasing exciting stories. Yet when they're old, they remember peaceful evenings far more often. The old storyteller looked slowly around the room. His voice grew even softer. Tell me, when you think about your happiest memories, do you remember noisy days or quiet ones? No one answered aloud. No one needed to. Many simply smiled. A few looked toward their families sitting beside them. Thomas stared thoughtfully into the fire. He thought of long evenings beside his father's desk, while maps were carefully rolled and tied with ribbon. He remembered rainy afternoons listening to the gentle scratching of quills against parchment. He remembered walking beside his mother through quiet English gardens many years before. None of those memories had seemed important at the time, yet now they felt priceless. Elias leaned back comfortably in his rocking chair. My grandfather lived to be 91. The end of his life. I asked him whether the traveler had ever returned. The old storyteller smiled to himself. My grandfather looked out the window for a very long time. Then he said, I don't believe he ever truly left. Every slow traveler who stops to admire a sunrise, every stranger who accepts supper with grateful hands, every person who listens more than they speak, carries a little of that old traveler forward. A deep, peaceful silence filled the meeting house. Outside, the moon had risen above the elm tree. Its pale light rested gently upon the rooftops of the sleeping village. The evening had grown wonderfully still. Elias slowly stood with the help of his walking stick. Spoken enough for one night. The rest of the story, he smiled at the children, can wait until another evening. A few children sighed with playful disappointment. Their parents laughed softly. Benjamin leaned toward Thomas. You see why no one ever hurries home after supper? Thomas nodded. I do. He closed his journal carefully, although dozens of pages remained empty. He felt as though he had filled them all. Some journeys measured distance, others measured wisdom, and tonight, without walking a single mile, Thomas had traveled farther than he ever expected. The villagers lingered for a little while after Elias finished speaking. No one rushed toward the door. There was something almost sacred about allowing a story to settle before returning to ordinary life. One by one, families wished each other good night. Children, now growing sleepy, leaned against their parents' shoulders as they stepped out beneath the moonlit sky. The meeting house gradually grew quiet. Thomas remained seated beside the fireplace, watching the last glowing embers shift beneath the burning logs. Benjamin walked over carrying 2 small clay mugs filled with warm cider. I thought you might like one before bed. Thomas accepted it gratefully. Thank you. The old woodcarver sat beside him. You wrote quite a bit tonight, Thomas smiled. I expected to spend this journey drawing rivers and roads, Benjamin chuckled. And instead you've been collecting people. Thomas looked down at his journal. I suppose I have. Benjamin nodded. The finest maps do exactly that. For several moments, neither man spoke. The warm cider filled the silence with the comforting aroma of apples and cinnamon. Outside, the wind gently brushed through the branches of the great elm tree standing in the center of the village. Finally, Benjamin spoke again. When I was a young man, I wanted to see the whole world. Thomas looked toward him. Did you? The old man smiled. I traveled nearly 200 miles. Thomas laughed softly. And was it everything you imagined? Benjamin leaned back in his chair. I discovered something curious. What was that? The farther I traveled, more every village reminded me of home. Thomas considered those words carefully. Every place had its own fields, its own river, its own church bell, its own families, yet kindness seemed to sound the same wherever he went. The fire had almost burned down when Benjamin finally stood. Be staying with my family tonight. My wife has already prepared the guest room. Thomas rose as well. All shown remarkable generosity. Benjamin smiled. In these parts, a traveler is simply tomorrow's neighbor arriving a little early. They stepped outside. The cool night air wrapped gently around them. Above, the stars stretched from one end of the sky to the other. Without lanterns lining the streets, the heavens appeared brighter than Thomas had ever seen. The Milky Way formed a pale river flowing silently across the darkness. Benjamin noticed Thomas looking upward. I still count them sometimes. The stars? Thomas asked. Benjamin nodded. I always fall asleep before I get very far. They both laughed quietly. The little village rested peacefully beneath the moon. A single lantern glowed inside the blacksmith's workshop. Somewhere in the distance, A horse shifted gently inside its stable. An owl called once from the forest beyond the fields. Everything else remained wonderfully still. Benjamin's cottage stood only a short walk from the meeting house. It was small but beautifully cared for. Climbing roses covered one side of the porch. A wooden swing hung beneath the roof where 2 quilts had been folded neatly for the coming autumn. Inside, Benjamin's wife, Martha, was placing another log onto the fireplace. She greeted Thomas with the same warm smile everyone in the village seemed to share. Left a candle upstairs. There's fresh water beside the bed. I hope you'll sleep well. I already know I will, Thomas replied. The guest room overlooked the eastern meadow. Its single window stood slightly open, allowing the cool spring breeze to drift gently inside. A handmade quilt rested across the bed. Beside it stood a small oak table holding a beeswax candle, a clay pitcher of water, and a tiny vase containing freshly picked wildflowers. Thomas unpacked only his journal. He sat beside the window while the candle flickered softly. Instead of drawing another map, he opened to a blank page and began writing. Today I learned that roads do more than connect places. They connect people. Every mile carries someone toward a stranger who may soon become a friend. He paused, outside. Clouds slowly drifted across the moon before moving quietly away again. The meadow shimmered beneath the silver light. Far away, he could hear the gentle murmur of the river flowing through the valley. The same river had been flowing long before anyone built this village. It would continue flowing long after everyone living here had become part of history. Thomas found that thought strangely comforting. Human lives were brief, but kindness seemed capable of traveling much farther than any road ever could. He closed the journal, blew out the candle. Darkness filled the room. Yet it wasn't empty. It was peaceful. The breeze continued drifting through the open window. The crickets kept their steady evening song. And somewhere beyond the quiet village, the forests of Colonial America waited patiently for another sunrise, another traveler, and another gentle story waiting to be discovered. The village awoke slowly, as though no one wished to disturb the quiet peace of the morning. Before the sun had fully climbed above the distant hills, Thomas was already outside. The grass was cool beneath his boots. Tiny drops of dew sparkled like scattered crystals, disappearing one by one as the first warm rays of sunlight reached the meadow. From somewhere beyond the cottages came the steady rhythm of an axe splitting firewood, not hurried, not loud, just a patient, familiar sound. Benjamin soon appeared carrying a small wooden bucket. "Come with me," he said. "I'd like to show you something before you continue your journey." Thomas adjusted the strap of his satchel and followed. They walked beyond the last cottage, across a narrow footbridge, and into a quiet apple orchard. The trees were old, their trunks twisted with age, their branches stretching outward like welcoming arms. Some of them looked as though they had stood there long before the village itself existed. Benjamin stopped beside the oldest tree. "My father planted this one." Thomas rested a hand gently against its rough bark. "It must be very old," Benjamin nodded. "Almost 60 years. My father always believed a man should plant trees whose fruit he may never live to taste." Thomas looked thoughtfully at the branches overhead. Small green apples were already beginning to appear among the leaves. "For the next generation," Benjamin continued softly, "that's how most important things are. The roads we build, the houses we raise, the stories we tell, maps you draw. They're all gifts for people we'll probably never meet." Thomas stood quietly for a long moment. He had never considered his work in quite that way. Every line of ink he carefully placed upon parchment. Every river he measured. Every forgotten path he recorded. Might one day help someone he would never know. It was a comforting thought. The two men continued deeper into the orchard until they reached a simple wooden bench overlooking a gentle valley. Mist still rested between the distant hills. The river shimmered quietly beneath the morning sun. Birds drifted lazily above the fields. Benjamin sat down. "My grandfather used to bring me here every spring." Thomas joined him. "What did he teach you?" Benjamin smiled. "Mostly how to sit still." Thomas laughed. "That doesn't sound very difficult." "Is for young boys." Benjamin's eyes twinkled. "My grandfather would say, you sit quietly long enough, the world will introduce itself." Thomas looked out across the valley. At first, he heard almost nothing. Then, little by little, the valley began speaking. the breeze moving gently through the orchard, the distant murmur of flowing water, the buzzing of bees gathering nectar, the cheerful songs of robins hidden among the branches, the soft rustling of leaves overhead. Benjamin was right. The world introduced itself slowly. It simply refused to shout. After nearly half an hour, they returned to the village. Martha had packed a small cloth bundle for Thomas. Inside were fresh biscuits, smoked ham, dried pears, and a little jar of blackberry preserves wrapped carefully in linen. "The road," she said warmly. Thomas thanked her sincerely. "Treated me like family." Martha smiled. "In villages like ours, we don't always know the difference." Soon, several villagers gathered to wish him safe travels. Daniel the cooper shook his hand. The blacksmith offered him a newly forged iron hook to replace the worn one on his satchel. A young girl quietly slipped a tiny woven ribbon into his hand. "It's so you'll remember our village." Thomas carefully tucked it inside his journal. "I don't think I could ever forget." Benjamin walked with him to the edge of the road. For a while, neither man spoke. There seemed to be no need. Finally, Benjamin pointed toward the distant hills. "If you keep following the river east, you'll eventually reach an old trading post. It isn't marked on many maps. The people there are good." Thomas nodded. "Find it." Benjamin smiled. "I believe you will." Two men shook hands one final time. Then Thomas adjusted his satchel, tipped his hat, and began walking once again. He did not look back immediately. Instead, he listened. Behind him came the faint sounds of the village beginning another ordinary day. A hammer striking wood, children laughing, a rooster calling across the fields, the creak of a well bucket rising slowly toward the surface. They were ordinary sounds, yet somehow, they already felt like memories. After several hundred yards, Thomas finally turned around. The little village looked peaceful beneath the bright morning sky. Smoke drifted lazily from its chimneys. The church bell rang once. Benjamin raised a hand in farewell. Thomas returned the gesture. Then the winding road curved gently into the forest. Within moments, the village disappeared behind the trees. Only birdsong remained. Only the whispering pines. Only the endless road stretching quietly ahead, and somewhere beyond the next hill. Another forgotten corner of 17th century America waited patiently to welcome a traveler who had learned that the greatest journeys were never measured by miles, but by the quiet moments collected along the way. The forest welcomed Thomas once again. The winding road disappeared beneath a canopy of towering chestnut trees, whose broad branches filtered the afternoon sunlight into soft patches of gold. A cool breeze carried the earthy scent of moss, damp leaves, and pine resin. The farther he walked, the quieter the world became. Even his own footsteps seemed to grow softer. Hours passed without Thomas seeing another traveler. He did not mind. Solitude had never frightened him. In fact, he often believed the best conversations happened when no one was speaking. Around midday, he noticed something unusual beside the road. An old wooden sign leaned slightly to one side. Time had almost erased the painted letters. Thomas brushed away a layer of moss with the sleeve of his coat. Only a few words remained visible. River Market 4 miles. The bottom half of the sign had completely disappeared. He smiled. Someone had carefully carved those words many years ago, hopping to guide strangers safely along the road. Even though the paint had faded, the kindness behind it remained. Thomas made a careful sketch of the sign in his journal before continuing. The road gradually descended into a wide valley. Soon, he could hear the gentle sound of flowing water, not the narrow creeks he had crossed before, but a broad river moving steadily through the countryside. The sunlight shimmered across its surface like thousands of tiny pieces of polished silver. Several ducks drifted peacefully with the current. Farther downstream, a fisherman quietly repaired his nets while sitting beneath the shade of a willow tree. He looked up as Thomas approached. "Afternoon," the fisherman said warmly. "Good afternoon. Heading toward the trading post?" "I believe so." Fisherman nodded. "Keep following the river. You can't miss it." Then, after a thoughtful pause, he added, "Though I wouldn't rush." Thomas smiled. "I rarely do," the fisherman laughed. "I can see that." Thomas continued beside the river for nearly another hour. The trail remained easy to follow. Every now and then he stopped simply to watch the water. He noticed how every fallen leaf floated at its own pace. Some drifted quickly, others lingered near the riverbank. Yet every one eventually found its way downstream. Life, he thought, might be much the same. different journeys. The same river. By late afternoon, the forest slowly opened into another broad clearing. There, resting beside the riverbank, stood a small trading post surrounded by a handful of wooden buildings. Unlike the villages Thomas had visited, this place was always quietly busy, not crowded, simply active. A wagon loaded with barrels stood beside a warehouse. Bundles of animal pelts hung neatly beneath a covered porch. Several horses rested near a split-rail fence, lazily swishing their tails at the occasional fly. Men unloaded sacks of grain, while others carefully stacked wooden crates beneath an awning. No one shouted. Everyone worked with calm, practiced movements. The trading post felt peaceful despite its activity. Thomas noticed a weathered wooden sign hanging above the largest building. Hawthorne Trading House. The building itself was simple but well cared for. Its wide porch overlooked the river, where two flat-bottomed boats rested quietly against a sturdy dock. As Thomas stepped onto the porch, the front door opened. A tall gentleman with neatly combed gray hair greeted him with an easy smile. "You look like a man who's walked a long road." Thomas removed his hat. "Suppose I have." Gentleman extended his hand. "Jonathan Hawthorne. My family has operated this trading post for almost 30 years. Thomas Ashcombe, a mapmaker." Jonathan's smile widened. "A mapmaker? Then you've come to exactly the right place." Thomas looked surprised. "Have?" Jonathan nodded toward the walls inside the trading house. "You'll understand once you see my office." Thomas followed him indoors. The room was larger than he expected. Shelves reached almost to the ceiling. Some held ledgers. Others held compasses, surveying tools, rolled charts, old journals, and weathered maps gathered over many years. One entire wall was covered with hand-drawn maps of rivers, settlements, mountain trails, and trading routes. Some were faded, some unfinished, some beautifully detailed. Thomas stood silently. He felt as though he had walked into another mapmaker's dream. Jonathan noticed the expression on his face. "Collecting maps since I was a boy." Thomas stepped closer to one particularly old parchment. Its edges had become brittle with age. "This one," Jonathan said proudly, "was drawn nearly 50 years ago." Thomas studied it carefully. Many rivers were inaccurate, entire forests had been left blank, several villages no longer existed, yet he found it beautiful, not because it was perfect, but because someone had once believed it was the best map they could create. Jonathan folded his arms. "Every map tells two stories." Thomas smiled. "Land, the person who drew it." Jonathan nodded approvingly. "I believe we're going to get along very well." Sighed, the afternoon sun slowly began its descent toward the western hills. The river continued its quiet journey, just as it had for centuries. And Thomas had the comforting feeling that this peaceful trading post held many more stories than could ever fit upon a single map. Jonathan carefully removed one of the oldest maps from the wall. The parchment was so fragile that he held it with both hands as though it were made of autumn leaves. "Come closer," he said. Thomas stepped beside the large oak table. At first glance, the map seemed ordinary, a winding river, a few scattered settlements, several hills drawn with careful strokes of brown ink. But something immediately caught his attention. There were dozens of tiny handwritten notes around the edges, not measurements, not direction, little observations. "Good fishing in early spring." "Apple trees bloom here before anywhere else." "Family of excellent bakers lives beside this crossing." "Place to watch the sunrise." Thomas smiled. "Never seen a map like this." Jonathan's eyes brightened. "My grandfather made it. Believed travelers needed more than directions. They needed reasons to stop." Thomas gently traced one finger above the faded notes without touching the parchment. "So every note is part of someone's memory." Jonathan nodded. "Exactly." For years, merchants laughed at him. They said maps should only show roads. Grandfather would always answer, "A road without stories is only dirt." Thomas quietly laughed. "I think I would have liked your grandfather." "So do I." Jonathan carefully rolled the old map again before placing it back on its shelf. Outside, the sound of the river drifted through the open windows. A bell rang softly near the dock. One of the trading boats had just arrived. Jonathan looked toward the doorway. "Would you like to walk down to the river?" The afternoon deliveries are never very exciting. They're always interesting. Thomas happily agreed. The two men crossed the yard together. A flat-bottomed boat had just tied itself to the wooden dock. Its cargo was simple: barrels of flour, bundles of wool, clay jars filled with honey, several baskets overflowing with dried herbs. There were no precious jewels, no piles of gold, only ordinary things that helped ordinary people live comfortable lives. The boatman climbed onto the dock carrying a heavy sack over one shoulder. He tipped his hat. "Afternoon, Jonathan." "Afternoon, Isaac." Jonathan introduced the two men. "Isaac has been traveling this river for nearly 20 years. Thomas shook his hand. "You must know every bend." Isaac smiled. "I know most of them. The river still surprises me now and then." As workers quietly unloaded the boat, Thomas watched the steady rhythm of their work. No shouting, no rushing. Each crate was lifted carefully. Each barrel rolled slowly into place. One man checked every rope before setting it aside. Another swept the dock even before the work was finished. Everything happened with calm precision. Jonathan noticed Thomas observing them. "Most people think peaceful places are lazy." Thomas looked at him. "But they're not." Jonathan nodded. "They simply understand that careful work rarely needs to be hurried." The afternoon slowly drifted toward evening. Golden sunlight reflected across the river, turning the water into flowing amber. Several swallows skimmed low across the surface before climbing gracefully into the sky. Nearby, an elderly woman sat on the end of the dock knitting a wool blanket. Every few minutes she paused to watch the river. Then she continued knitting without the slightest hurry. Thomas found himself smiling again. Nearly every person he had met in America seemed to understand something the busy cities of Europe had forgotten. There was value in moving slowly, not because time was endless, but because each ordinary moment deserved to be noticed. As the last barrel was carried into the warehouse, Jonathan pointed toward a gentle hill overlooking the trading post. "I usually end my day up there. The view is worth the climb." Two men followed a narrow footpath lined with wildflowers. The hill was not steep, but Jonathan stopped once along the way, not because he was tired. Simply to admire the evening light filtering through the tall pine trees. "You know," he said quietly, "my father once told me something I'll never forget." Thomas looked toward him. "What was it?" Jonathan smiled. He said, "Never trust a man who is too busy to watch a sunset." Thomas laughed softly. "Met a great many men like that." "So have I." When they reached the top of the hill, both men stopped. The view stretched for miles. The trading post rested peacefully below. The river curved through the valley like a shining ribbon. Beyond it, endless forests rolled toward the distant blue hills. Smoke rose gently from a handful of chimneys. The boats rested quietly against the dock. Everything seemed smaller from above, calmer, almost timeless. Neither man spoke. There was nothing that needed saying. The sun slowly touched the horizon. The sky became a gentle painting of gold, soft orange, pale pink, and deep blue. For several long minutes they simply watched, as though the sunset itself were telling one final story before the stars arrived. And somewhere in the growing evening silence, Thomas realized he was no longer simply making a map of colonial America. Little by little, he was allowing colonial America to quietly redraw the map inside his own heart. The last glow of the sunset slowly faded beyond the western hills. One by one, the colors disappeared from the sky until only a deep shade of blue remained. The first evening star appeared above the river, then another. Soon, hundreds of tiny lights quietly filled the heavens. Thomas and Jonathan remained standing on the hill for several peaceful moments. Neither wished to interrupt the silence. Finally, Jonathan smiled. "My father always believed that every sunset deserved a few minutes of gratitude." Thomas glanced toward him. "For what?" Jonathan looked across the valley. "For another ordinary day." He folded his hands behind his back. Most people spend their lives waiting for extraordinary moments. They forget that ordinary days are the ones that quietly become treasured memories. Thomas thought about the journey that had brought him here. A quiet breakfast at a small inn, an old bridge crossing a peaceful creek, William and Alina's cabin hidden among the trees, Benjamin's apple orchard, the storyteller beside the fire. None of those moments had been extraordinary, yet together they had become unforgettable. The two men slowly made their way back down the hill. Lanterns now glowed warmly along the porch of the trading house. Their gentle light reflected across the calm river, creating long golden paths that shimmered softly upon the water. Inside, the warehouse had fallen quiet. The day's work was finished. Only the comforting smell of pine timber, leather, and dried herbs remained in the air. Jonathan unlocked a small wooden cabinet beside his desk. From it, he carefully removed a thick leather-bound journal. Its edges were worn smooth from decades of use. He placed it gently on the table. My father began this journal, continued it. Thomas looked at the heavy volume with curiosity. It isn't a ledger, Jonathan shook his head. No. Contains the names of every traveler who has ever spent a night here. Thomas slowly opened the first page. The ink had faded to a soft brown. The earliest entry was nearly 30 years old. Each visitor had written only a few lines. Some offered thanks, others described the weather. One simply wrote, "The river is quieter than my own thoughts." Thomas smiled. Another entry read, "May every weary traveler find this porch before sunset." A third simply said, "Kindness is remembered longer than directions." Thomas gently turned another page. There were hundreds of names: farmers, boatmen, teachers, blacksmiths, carpenters, widows, ministers, families traveling west, young apprentices beginning new lives. Every page carried quiet evidence that countless ordinary people had crossed paths in this peaceful place. Jonathan handed him a quill. "If you'd like, you may add your own." Thomas dipped the quill into the ink. He paused for a long moment before writing slowly. "I arrived searching for roads. Discovered that the finest journeys are measured by the kindness of those who welcome strangers. Every traveler who follows finds the same gentle peace." He carefully signed beneath the words, "Thomas Ashcombe, Spring, 1683." Jonathan read the entry with a quiet smile. My father would have liked that. Journal was returned safely to the cabinet. Jonathan locked it once more. "Perhaps," he said thoughtfully, "someone will read your words 50 years from now." Thomas looked toward the window where moonlight rested upon the river. "I hope they enjoy the view first." Jonathan laughed softly. "So do I." Later that evening, after a simple supper of fresh bread, roasted vegetables, and river trout, Thomas stepped outside one final time before bed. The trading post had become wonderfully still. Only the gentle current of the river continued its endless journey toward the sea. A small wooden bench overlooked the dock. Thomas sat there quietly. The night air carried the scent of cedar wood and cool water. Somewhere far across the valley, a lone whippoorwill called into the darkness. Then everything became silent once again. Thomas rested his journal on his lap but did not open it. Not every beautiful moment needed to be written down. Some deserved to remain exactly where they belonged, in memory. Above him, the stars stretched endlessly across the colonial sky. Below, the river reflected their light like scattered diamonds drifting with the current. For a long while, Thomas simply breathed, slowly, peacefully, without thinking about tomorrow's road, without wondering how many miles remained. Tonight, this quiet place beside the river was enough, and somewhere beyond the dark forests that surrounded the valley, another sunrise was already waiting patiently for a traveler who had finally learned that the greatest discoveries were never hidden at the end of a journey. They were quietly waiting beside the road all along. A faint silver mist floated above the river when Thomas awoke the next morning. The trading post was still asleep. Only the gentle murmur of flowing water and the distant call of a morning dove drifted through the cool air. For a few quiet moments, Thomas remained standing on the porch, wrapped in his wool coat, watching the first light of dawn slowly brighten the eastern sky. He had always believed that mornings revealed the true character of a place. Anyone could appear welcoming in the warmth of afternoon. But dawn belonged only to those who loved quiet things. A few minutes later, Jonathan stepped outside carrying 2 steaming mugs. "I thought I'd find you here." Thomas accepted one with a grateful smile. "What time do you usually begin the day?" Jonathan looked toward the river. "Never really thought about the hour. Simply wake when the birds do." Thomas laughed softly. "That seems to be the custom in these colonies." Jonathan nodded. "Birds have never once been late." They stood together in comfortable silence. The mist drifted slowly across the water, revealing and hiding the opposite bank like a gentle curtain. A family of ducks glided downstream without creating more than a few tiny ripples. Near the dock, a fisherman untied his boat, moving so quietly that even the river seemed unwilling to disturb him. Jonathan finally spoke. "My father used to say that every river carries 2 things." Thomas looked at him. "What are they?" "Water." Jonathan smiled. "And time." Thomas considered those words. The river before them had been flowing long before the first English settlers arrived, long before anyone built this trading post, long before anyone thought to draw a map, and it would continue flowing long after every building around them had disappeared. There was something strangely comforting about that thought. After breakfast, Jonathan disappeared into the warehouse and returned carrying a small bundle wrapped in linen. "I'd like you to have this." Thomas carefully unfolded the cloth. Inside was a beautifully crafted brass compass. Its polished surface reflected the morning sunlight. The needle moved smoothly before settling toward the north. Thomas looked surprised. "It's beautiful. Belonged to my grandfather," Jonathan said. "He taught me that a compass does more than show direction. It reminds us that no matter how far we wander, there is always a way forward." Thomas hesitated. "I couldn't possibly accept something so valuable." Jonathan smiled kindly. "You can. My grandfather believed useful things should continue traveling. They were never meant to spend their lives inside cabinets." Thomas gently closed the compass in his hand. "Carry it with great care." "I know you will." By mid-morning, it was time to continue the journey. Jonathan walked with Thomas as far as the old stone well standing at the edge of the trading post. Beyond it, the narrow road disappeared into rolling hills covered with towering oak trees. "There are fewer settlements beyond this point," Jonathan explained. "Sometimes you'll walk an entire day without seeing another house." Thomas looked toward the distant hills. "I don't mind." Begun enjoying the quiet, Jonathan laughed softly. "Then America is beginning to understand you." They shook hands warmly. "No doubt our paths will cross again," Jonathan said. "I hope so." Thomas adjusted the strap of his satchel. Inside, beside his journals and carefully rolled maps, rested the brass compass, a simple gift. Yet somehow it felt like carrying a small piece of the trading post itself. He tipped his hat one final time and continued along the winding road. The morning sun climbed steadily higher. The forest grew denser with every mile. Great oaks stretched their branches high overhead. The ground beneath them was covered with soft moss and fallen leaves that muffled every footstep. By early afternoon, Thomas noticed something unexpected. The road became smoother, straighter. Stone markers appeared every few hundred yards. Someone had clearly taken great care maintaining this route. Curious, he knelt beside one of the markers. The stone had been carved many years earlier. Although weather had softened the edges, the inscription could still be read. "To Ashford Mill 3 miles." Thomas smiled. Another forgotten place waiting to be found. He carefully copied the inscription into his journal before standing once again. The road continued through a peaceful valley where tall grass swayed gently beneath the summer breeze. Wild rabbits darted across the path. A hawk circled lazily overhead, far in the distance, just beyond a line of ancient sycamore trees. Thomas thought he heard something. At first it was almost impossible to recognize. Then it became clearer, a slow, steady, rhythmic sound, not voices, not horses, not wagons, a great wooden wheel, turning patiently, again and again. And again, Thomas paused. Somewhere ahead, hidden among the trees, an old watermill was quietly doing the same work it had done every day for years, without hurry, without complaint, powered only by the gentle current of a colonial stream. Smiling to himself, Thomas resumed walking. Whatever waited beside that old mill, he had a feeling it would have another quiet story worth remembering. The steady rhythm of the water wheel grew clearer with every step. Clack, splash, clack, splash. It was a slow, comforting sound, as though the valley itself had found a heartbeat. Thomas followed the road until the trees gradually opened into another peaceful clearing. There it stood. Ashford Mill. It was larger than he had imagined. Built from sturdy oak beams darkened by decades of rain, sunshine, and winter snow. Beside it, a broad stream curved gently through the valley before disappearing beneath the great wooden wheel. The wheel turned without hurry. Every slow rotation lifted sparkling water into the morning light before letting it fall back into the stream. Thomas stopped for a long moment simply to watch it. He had seen mills before, many of them, but none had seemed quite as peaceful as this one. The entire valley moved to the quiet rhythm of the wheel. Nearby, a small orchard stretched across the hillside. Apple trees swayed gently in the breeze. Beyond them stood a whitewashed farmhouse with blue shutters and a stone chimney, releasing a thin ribbon of smoke into the clear afternoon sky. Several chickens wandered freely through the yard. A sleepy sheepdog lay beneath the porch, barely opening one eye as Thomas approached. It gave a single lazy wag of its tail before deciding that any visitor walking this slowly could hardly be a threat. Thomas smiled. Suppose we've reached an understanding. Dog seemed perfectly satisfied with that arrangement. As he crossed the little wooden bridge leading to the mill, the heavy door slowly opened. A broad-shouldered man, perhaps in his early 50s, stepped outside. His linen shirt was dusted lightly with flour, and his hands carried the rough strength of someone who had spent many years working with wood and stone. He noticed Thomas immediately. "Good afternoon." His voice was calm and welcoming. "Come a long way." Thomas tipped his hat. "I believe I have. I'm Thomas Ashcombe, a mapmaker." Miller smiled warmly. "Samuel Ashford. My grandfather built this mill in 1649. Thomas looked toward the slowly turning wheel. "It's beautiful." Samuel glanced back at it with quiet pride. "She has turned almost every day for 34 years. Thomas laughed softly. "You speak of the mill as though she's part of the family." Samuel nodded without hesitation. "She is." Thomas found that answer strangely comforting. Samuel invited him inside. The cool stone building smelled of fresh flour, oak timber, and grain. Sunlight streamed through narrow windows, illuminating tiny clouds of flour drifting gently through the air like soft white snow. Huge wooden gears rotated with remarkable patience. Each tooth fit perfectly into the next. Nothing rushed, nothing struggled, everything moved exactly as it had been designed to move. Thomas stood silently, fascinated. Samuel noticed. People often think the wheel does all the work. He rested one hand on one of the great wooden gears. But every piece matters. If one small peg breaks, the entire mill must stop. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Rather like a village." Samuel smiled. "Exactly. No family survives alone. Mill turns alone." Two men climbed a narrow staircase leading to the upper floor where sacks of grain rested neatly in long rows. From a small window, the entire valley could be seen. The stream shimmered below, wildflowers danced beside its banks. The water wheel continued turning with its slow, endless rhythm. Samuel leaned against the window frame. "When I was a boy, I asked my grandfather why he never built a larger mill." Thomas looked at him with curiosity. "What did he say?" Samuel chuckled. "He told me, a mill should always be small enough that the miller still knows everyone's name." Thomas smiled. "Wise advice." "I think so too." Samuel looked toward the distant fields where a farmer slowly guided a horse across the land. He believed life becomes noisy when it grows faster than the heart can follow. Several peaceful moments, neither man spoke. The only sounds were the steady turning of the gears below and the gentle rush of water beneath the wheel. Thomas removed his journal. Instead of measuring the size of the mill or sketching the machinery, he wrote something much simpler. "Ashford Mill does not hurry the river. It simply works beside it." He looked at those words for a moment before closing the journal. Outside, a gentle breeze stirred the apple trees. Somewhere nearby, church bells drifted faintly across the valley. The afternoon was quietly passing, just as countless afternoons had passed here before. And Thomas had the unmistakable feeling that the old mill beside the stream still held many peaceful stories, waiting patiently for someone willing to listen. Thomas remained at the upstairs window long after he had finished writing in his journal. Below him, the great water wheel continued its endless circle round and round, never faster, never slower. The gentle rhythm seemed almost hypnotic. Samuel noticed Thomas watching it. "My grandfather used to tell me that the wheel teaches patience better than any preacher." Thomas smiled. "So?" Samuel folded his arms against the window frame. "When the river is high, the wheel doesn't become proud. When the river is low, it doesn't become discouraged. It simply keeps turning." Thomas looked back toward the stream. The lesson was wonderfully simple. Nature never hurried. Nature never worried. It simply continued. The two men walked back downstairs, where sacks of freshly milled flour rested neatly against the stone walls. A young apprentice, no older than 16, carefully swept every trace of flour from the wooden floor. His movements were slow and deliberate. Samuel nodded toward the boy. "That's Nathan. He's been learning the mill for almost 3 years." Thomas watched the apprentice work. "He seems very careful." Samuel smiled. Never asked him to work quickly, only asked him to work well. Nathan overheard the conversation and smiled shyly before returning to his broom. A few moments later, a farmer arrived with a small wagon loaded with grain. He climbed down slowly, stretching his back before greeting Samuel with a warm handshake. "No rush today," the farmer said. Samuel laughed. "Never is." Together they unloaded the grain one sack at a time. Thomas quietly joined them. The work was unhurried. Every sack was lifted carefully, every rope neatly coiled afterward. When the final sack had been stacked inside the mill, the farmer removed his hat. "Thank you, friends." Samuel shook his head gently. "Neighbors don't thank neighbors for ordinary things." Farmer smiled. "Perhaps that's why this valley has stayed peaceful." After the wagon disappeared down the road, Samuel looked toward the sun. "We still have a little daylight. Would you care to see something very few travelers notice?" Thomas's curiosity immediately returned. "I would." Samuel led him behind the mill. A narrow footpath disappeared beneath towering maple trees. Wildflowers lined both sides of the trail. The only sound was the quiet murmur of the stream following beside them. After several minutes, the trees opened into a small clearing. At its center stood a single enormous white oak. Its trunk was so wide that 3 grown men could barely have reached around it together. Its branches stretched across the sky like the roof of a great cathedral. Sunlight filtered softly through thousands of green leaves. Beneath the tree rested a simple wooden bench, old, weathered, smooth from many years of use. Samuel sat down. "My grandfather built this bench." Thomas joined him. "He come here often." Samuel nodded. "Almost every evening." Said the tree reminded him how slowly the best things in life grow. They sat together without speaking. A squirrel darted along one of the lower branches before disappearing high into the leaves. Somewhere above them, a robin began its evening song. The breeze moved gently through the great oak, filling the clearing with a soft whisper that sounded almost like distant waves upon the sea. Thomas closed his eyes for the first time in many days. He wasn't thinking about maps or measurements or the road ahead. He was simply present, listening, breathing, resting. After a while, Samuel spoke so quietly that his words almost blended with the wind. "My grandfather is buried just beyond those trees." He pointed toward a small hill where several simple wooden markers stood beneath the afternoon sun. He asked for no large monument, no grand stone, only this tree nearby. Thomas looked toward the peaceful hillside. "Why?" Samuel smiled gently. He said, "Stone remembers a name, but a tree remembers a life." Thomas felt those words settle gently in his heart. Neither man said anything else for a long time. The afternoon slowly drifted toward evening. Golden light slipped through the branches. The old oak stood silently above them, just as it had for generations, patient, steady, unhurried. And Thomas quietly wondered how many travelers had rested beneath these same branches over the years, listening to the same breeze, watching the same sunlight dance across the grass, and leaving with hearts just a little lighter than when they had arrived. The sun slipped lower behind the western hills, covering the valley in a warm amber glow. Thomas and Samuel remained beneath the great white oak until the long shadows stretched across the grass. Finally, Samuel stood and brushed a few fallen leaves from his coat. "Imagine you'll want to continue tomorrow." Thomas nodded. "Learned that every mile in these colonies deserves an entire day." Samuel smiled. "My grandfather would have liked hearing that." They slowly followed the narrow footpath back toward the mill. The evening air had grown cooler. The smell of freshly cut hay drifted from nearby fields. A flock of swallows skimmed low over the stream before settling beneath the roof of the mill for the night. The great water wheel still turned with its familiar rhythm. Clack, splash, clack, splash. It seemed as though the mill never truly slept. Inside the farmhouse, Samuel's wife, Rebecca, was preparing the evening meal. A large iron kettle rested above the fire. The comforting aroma of vegetable stew filled the room. Fresh bread cooled upon a wooden rack beside the window, while a blackberry pie rested on the table beneath a clean linen cloth. Rebecca greeted Thomas with the same gentle kindness he had found everywhere since arriving in America. "I hope you've been keeping Samuel out of too much trouble." Thomas smiled. "I believe he's been teaching me more than I've been teaching him." Samuel laughed quietly. "That sounds fair." Soon, the 3 of them gathered around the sturdy oak table. The meal was simple. Stew made with potatoes, carrots, onions, and herbs from the garden. Warm bread spread with fresh butter, slices of sharp cheese. Cool spring water drawn only an hour earlier. No one hurried through supper. Between each conversation came comfortable silence, the kind that needed no explanation. After they finished eating, Rebecca poured 3 cups of warm peppermint tea. The scent filled the little kitchen. She noticed Thomas looking toward the old clock standing in the corner. It was a tall grandfather clock with a polished walnut case. Its pendulum swung gently from side to side, tick, tock, tick, tock. My father built that clock, Rebecca said. It's older than I am. Thomas listened carefully. It keeps wonderful time, Rebecca smiled. It loses a few minutes every week. I've never had the heart to change it. Thomas looked surprised. You don't mind? She gently shook her head. Learned that perfect time isn't nearly as important as peaceful time. Thomas quietly repeated those words to himself. Peaceful time. He wasn't sure he had ever heard a better description of the days he had spent in the colonies. As darkness settled outside, Samuel lit 2 beeswax candles. Their soft golden light filled the room with a warm, gentle glow. There were no bright lamps, no harsh light, only the quiet flicker of candle flames dancing against the timber walls. Rebecca reached for a small basket resting beside her chair. Inside were balls of soft wool in shades of cream, gray, and brown. She began knitting with calm, practiced movements. The wooden needles clicked together softly, click, click, click. The sound blended perfectly with the ticking clock and the distant turning of the water wheel. Thomas found himself simply listening. No one spoke for several minutes, yet the room felt wonderfully alive. Samuel noticed Thomas smiling. What is it? Thomas looked around the little kitchen. Quiet. Samuel nodded. It surprises most visitors. Thomas leaned back comfortably in his chair. In England, people often think silence means nothing is happening. Here, Samuel asked. Thomas smiled. Here, feels like everything important is happening. Rebecca looked up from her knitting and smiled. My grandmother used to say that a peaceful home should sound exactly like this. Fire, the clock, the kettle. People who are comfortable enough not to fill every moment with words. Outside, the first stars appeared above the valley. The stream reflected tiny points of silver light as it flowed beneath the old mill. Somewhere in the distance, an owl greeted the coming night. Thomas knew he would continue his journey in the morning. There were still forgotten roads to walk, quiet villages to discover, gentle rivers to sketch, and kind strangers waiting just beyond the next hill. But tonight, there was nowhere else he wished to be. Only this warm farmhouse, this slowly turning mill, this peaceful valley, and the quiet understanding that sometimes the richest days of a journey are the ones in which almost nothing remarkable happens at all. Before the first hint of dawn reached the valley, Thomas awoke to a sound he had almost forgotten. Rain, not a fierce storm, not the crashing thunder of summer, just a gentle, steady rain tapping softly against the small window beside his bed. Tap, tap, tap. He remained beneath the warm quilt, listening. There was something wonderfully comforting about rain when there was nowhere one needed to be. The scent of damp earth drifted through the slightly open window. Outside, the stream beside the mill seemed fuller now, its cheerful murmur blending with the soft rhythm of falling raindrops. For several quiet minutes, Thomas simply listened. He thought about the many mornings he had hurried through in England. Mornings spent racing from one appointment to another, checking lists, watching clocks, planning the next destination before fully appreciating the present one. Here, the rain seemed to suggest another way of living, a slower one. Downstairs, he found Samuel already awake. The miller stood beside the fireplace, carefully placing another log onto the glowing embers. "Good morning," Samuel whispered. "I didn't wish to wake anyone," Thomas smiled. "I think the rain woke us both." Samuel nodded toward the window. "The valley has been hopping for this." Rebecca soon entered the kitchen carrying a woven basket. Inside were fresh eggs gathered before the rain had become heavier. "I always enjoy rainy mornings," she said as she placed the basket upon the table. "They give everyone permission to slow down." Thomas looked out the window. The orchard shimmered beneath thousands of tiny droplets. Each apple leaf held a small crystal of rain that caught the growing morning light. The old water wheel turned a little faster now, fed by the swollen stream. Yet even its quicker rhythm felt peaceful. Breakfast was wonderfully simple. warm oat porridge sweetened with a spoonful of honey, fresh bread, creamy butter, a pot of black tea gently steaming in the center of the table. No one hurried through the meal. Outside, the rain continued its patient conversation with the valley. After breakfast, Samuel opened the front door. Cool, fresh air flowed into the farmhouse. "You were planning to leave today," Thomas nodded. "I was." Samuel smiled gently. "Road will still be there tomorrow." Thomas looked toward the rain-covered fields. The thought of walking many miles suddenly seemed far less appealing than spending another quiet day beside the mill. "I believe," he laughed softly, "the road can afford to wait." Samuel laughed as well. "I thought you might say that." Instead of traveling, the morning unfolded gently. Thomas helped stack neatly split firewood beneath the porch roof where it would remain dry. Nathan swept the mill floor while softly humming an old tune his grandfather had taught him. Rebecca prepared jars of blackberry preserves for the coming winter, carefully tying each cloth cover with a length of twine. Everything happened without urgency. Each task received exactly the amount of time it deserved. Near midday, the rain eased into a light mist. Thomas wandered outside carrying only his journal. The valley had changed. The grass glowed a deeper shade of green. The stream sparkled beneath the gray sky. Tiny drops of water clung to every fern, every wildflower, every blade of grass. He walked slowly toward the great white oak where he and Samuel had rested the previous afternoon. The old tree looked magnificent in the rain. Its enormous branches sheltered a wide circle of dry ground beneath its leaves. Thomas sat upon the weathered bench. The valley was wonderfully quiet. No wind, no wagons, only the soft sound of raindrops falling from leaf to leaf before finally reaching the earth. He opened his journal for a long while. He simply watched, then slowly he wrote, "A rainy day asks for nothing. It does not expect great accomplishments. It asks only that we notice the sound of water, the scent of fresh earth, and the comfort of having a place to rest." Thomas closed the journal. He leaned back against the bench. Somewhere beyond the mist, the old mill wheel continued turning with its familiar rhythm. The valley breathed quietly around him, and for the first time in many years, Thomas felt no desire to know what tomorrow would bring today. This peaceful rainy morning in the heart of colonial America was already more than enough. By early afternoon, the rain had become little more than a fine mist. Sunlight slowly broke through the gray clouds, sending gentle beams of light across the valley. Every raindrop resting on the leaves of the great white oak shimmered like polished glass. Thomas remained on the old wooden bench, breathing in the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth. The entire countryside seemed newly washed, cleaner, quieter, almost as though the rain had gently polished the world while everyone rested. Before long, he heard familiar footsteps approaching along the narrow path. It was Samuel. He carried a small wicker basket covered with a folded linen cloth. "I thought you might still be here," Thomas smiled. "I wasn't quite ready to leave." Samuel sat beside him. "I understand." He lifted the cloth from the basket. Inside were 2 thick slices of warm apple cake and a small stone bottle of fresh cider. "My grandmother always believed rainy afternoons deserved something sweet." Thomas accepted a slice with a grateful smile. The cake was still slightly warm, soft apples, a touch of cinnamon. Just enough honey to sweeten it without hiding the flavor of the fruit. Neither man hurried. Even eating seemed slower beneath the shelter of the old tree. For several minutes they simply watched the valley. Thin ribbons of mist drifted lazily above the stream. A pair of deer cautiously stepped from the edge of the forest to drink from the clear water. One lifted its head for a moment, studying the 2 quiet men beneath the oak. Finding no reason for concern, it returned peacefully to the stream. Samuel smiled. "They visit nearly every afternoon. They trust this place." Thomas watched quietly. "I think I do as well," the miller nodded. "Places remember how they've been treated." Thomas looked toward him. "What do you mean?" Samuel rested one hand on the weathered bench. "My father used to say, if you care for a place long enough, it begins caring for you. The orchard gives fruit. The stream gives water. The trees give shade. The fields give grain. In return, simply look after them." Thomas let those words settle gently in his mind. He had spent years drawing rivers, forests, and roads. Yet until this journey, he had rarely considered that people could belong to the land just as deeply as the land belonged to them. The afternoon drifted quietly onward. The clouds slowly separated, revealing patches of clear blue sky. Sunlight warmed the valley once again. Tiny birds emerged from the branches above them, shaking droplets of rain from their feathers before filling the air with cheerful songs. It felt as though the whole countryside had awakened from a peaceful nap. Samuel stood and brushed a few leaves from his coat. "Come, like to show you one last place before tomorrow." Two men followed a barely visible footpath leading beyond the orchard. It climbed gently toward a grassy ridge overlooking the valley. At the very top stood a simple wooden fence. Beyond it stretched rolling fields, quiet forests, winding streams, and distant blue hills fading into the afternoon haze. The view seemed endless. Samuel rested both hands upon the fence. "My grandfather came here whenever he needed to make an important decision." Thomas admired the landscape. "I can understand why," Samuel smiled. He said the world always appears simpler from a little higher up. A cool breeze swept across the ridge, carrying the scent of pine, fresh grass, and damp earth. Below them, Ashford Mill looked wonderfully small. The great water wheel continued turning. The farmhouse chimney released a thin ribbon of smoke. The orchard glowed beneath the afternoon sun. Everything moved with the same gentle rhythm Thomas had come to love. He reached into his satchel and removed Jonathan's brass compass. The needle settled quietly toward the north. Thomas closed the lid with a soft click. For the first time since leaving England, he realized he hadn't looked at the compass because he was lost. He had looked at it simply because he enjoyed carrying it. The road ahead no longer felt uncertain. It felt welcoming. Samuel glanced toward him. "What are you smiling about?" Thomas slipped the compass safely back into his satchel. "I think," he said softly, finally learning how to travel. Two men stood together in peaceful silence as the afternoon breeze wandered across the hills. Below them, the old mill wheel continued its endless turning. Above them, white clouds drifted lazily across the vast colonial sky. And somewhere beyond the next distant ridge, another quiet village, another welcoming porch, another gentle story, was already waiting with patient kindness for a traveler who had learned that the greatest adventures were never the loudest ones, but the quiet moments that stayed in the heart long after the journey was over. The following morning arrived wrapped in a veil of pale golden light. The rain had passed during the night, leaving the valley fresh and sparkling. Tiny beads of water rested upon every blade of grass. The old white oak stood quietly in the morning mist, its broad branches catching the first rays of sunlight. Thomas stepped outside before anyone else had awakened. The only sound was the steady turning of the mill wheel, clack, splash, clack, splash. It had become as familiar as the beating of his own heart. He walked slowly to the wooden bridge crossing the stream. The water flowed crystal clear beneath him. Small trout drifted lazily between smooth stones while dragonflies hovered just above the surface, their delicate wings flashing silver in the early light. Thomas rested both hands upon the railing. The bridge was old. Its wooden planks creaked gently beneath his boots. He wondered how many travelers had paused here over the years, how many had stood exactly where he stood now, listening to the same stream, perhaps hundreds, perhaps thousands. Yet every person had carried a different story. Soon, Samuel joined him, carrying 2 small mugs of warm tea. "I thought I might find you here." Thomas accepted one gratefully. "Believe this bridge has become my favorite place." Samuel smiled. "My grandfather built it himself. Said every good bridge should invite people to stop, not simply cross." Thomas looked down at the flowing water. I think he succeeded. For a while they watched the stream together. A kingfisher suddenly darted across the water before disappearing into the trees. Its bright blue feathers caught the morning sunlight for only a brief moment. Then it was gone. Samuel pointed toward the bird's path. "They always know where the fish are." Thomas laughed softly. "And I still struggle to find the best roads." Samuel shook his head. "No. I think you've begun finding exactly the right ones." After breakfast, the time had finally come to continue the journey. Rebecca packed a fresh loaf of bread, a small wheel of cheese, and several crisp apples into Thomas's satchel. Nathan tightened the leather straps around his travel pack and carefully polished Jonathan's brass compass before handing it back with a shy smile. "I thought it deserved to shine." Thomas smiled warmly. "So do I." Samuel walked with him as far as the stone marker at the edge of the valley. The road beyond climbed gently through rolling hills covered with tall chestnut trees. Before saying goodbye, Samuel reached into his coat pocket and removed a tiny object wrapped in linen. Nearly forgot. Thomas unfolded the cloth. Inside rested a small wooden carving of a water wheel, no larger than the palm of his hand. Its details were beautifully crafted. "My grandfather carved that during the winter he finished building the mill," Samuel said quietly. He believed every traveler should carry something that reminded them to slow down. Thomas turned the little carving over in his hand. The wood had grown wonderfully smooth after decades of careful handling. "Treasure it." "I know you will." Two men shook hands. Neither wished to make the farewell longer than necessary. Some goodbyes carried enough meaning without many words. Thomas adjusted his satchel. Inside were maps, his journal, Jonathan's brass compass, Rebecca's bread, and now a tiny wooden water wheel that seemed to carry the peaceful spirit of the valley itself. He tipped his hat one final time before setting off along the winding road. The valley slowly disappeared behind him. The familiar sound of the mill wheel grew softer, then softer still, until it blended completely with the songs of birds hidden among the trees. The road climbed steadily upward. By late morning, Thomas reached the crest of a gentle hill. From there he could see mile after mile of untouched countryside, golden fields, dark forests, silver rivers winding through distant meadows far beyond them, faint against the horizon. He noticed something unexpected: the slender stone tower of an old colonial church, standing alone among the hills. There were no houses nearby, no village, only the church. Its weathered bell tower rising quietly above the trees, as though it had been patiently watching over the countryside for generations. Thomas paused. He smiled to himself. Every road seemed to offer another quiet mystery. Adjusting his satchel once more, he began walking toward the lonely church, wondering who built it, who still cared for it, and what peaceful stories its old stone walls had been silently keeping for all these years. The lonely church remained on the horizon for most of the morning. No matter how many gentle hills Thomas crossed, its weathered stone bell tower continued to rise above the treetops like a quiet lighthouse guiding travelers through the countryside. There was something comforting about it, not because it was grand, but because it had stood faithfully in the same place while the seasons came and went. By midday, Thomas reached a narrow lane lined with towering sycamore trees. Their broad branches met high overhead, forming a cool green tunnel that sheltered the road from the summer sun. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, filling the air with a peaceful whisper. At the end of the lane stood the church. It was modest, built from gray fieldstone gathered from the nearby hills. Time had softened the edges of every stone. Bright green ivy climbed gently across one side of the building, and wild roses bloomed beside the small wooden door. The bell tower was simple. Its bronze bell hung quietly beneath heavy oak beams, waiting for the next Sunday morning. Thomas rested one hand against the cool stone wall. The church felt wonderfully calm. It did not seem lonely. It seemed content, as though it had learned long ago that silence could be its own kind of companion. Nearby, an elderly man was carefully sweeping the stone pathway leading to the entrance. His silver hair caught the sunlight as he worked. Each sweep of the broom was slow and deliberate. He noticed Thomas and smiled warmly. "Good afternoon." "Afternoon," Thomas replied. "I'm Thomas Ashcombe. I'm traveling through the colonies." The old man leaned the broom against the wall. "My name is Reverend Caleb Whitmore. Cared for this little church for nearly 30 years. Thomas looked around. "I didn't expect to find a church so far from any village." Caleb nodded gently. "Do most travelers?" He looked toward the distant hills. "But every Sunday, families walk from farms scattered across these valleys. Some travel 3 hours, some even longer." Thomas imagined dozens of families quietly crossing fields at sunrise simply to gather here. There was something deeply moving about that picture. Caleb unlocked the heavy oak door. "Would you care to come inside?" Thomas accepted with quiet gratitude. The church was even simpler than its exterior. Long wooden pews faced a small pulpit. Sunlight streamed through clear glass windows, painting soft rectangles of light across the polished pine floor. There were no grand decorations, no golden ornaments. Only clean timber, stone walls, and peaceful silence. Thomas slowly walked to the front. Every footstep echoed gently through the empty room. It feels. He searched for the right word. Peaceful, Caleb smiled. Always hoped it would. He rested a hand upon one of the pews. My father built these benches. Said people should leave a church feeling lighter than when they entered. Thomas sat quietly for a moment. The silence inside the building felt different from the silence of the forest. The forest spoke through birds, wind, and flowing streams here. The silence seemed to invite quiet reflection. Neither was better, both were beautiful. After a while, Caleb climbed the narrow staircase leading into the bell tower. Would you like to see the view? Thomas followed. The wooden steps creaked gently beneath their weight. At the top, the countryside stretched endlessly in every direction. Rolling meadows shimmered beneath the afternoon sun. Narrow rivers wound through forests of oak and maple. Small farms rested peacefully among the fields, their chimneys sending thin ribbons of smoke into the blue sky. The old bronze bell hung only a few feet away. Its surface had darkened with age. Thomas reached out, resting his fingertips lightly against the cool metal. It has a beautiful sound, Caleb said softly. But I ring it only once each Sunday. Thomas looked surprised. Only once, the Reverend nodded. My grandfather taught me. A bell should never become ordinary if people hear it every day. They stopped listening. Thomas smiled. Wise advice. Caleb looked toward the distant horizon. The same is true of kindness. More carefully we offer it, the more deeply it is remembered. A gentle breeze drifted through the open tower windows. Far below, swallows circled gracefully above the churchyard. The afternoon sun warmed the old stones beneath their feet. Thomas quietly realized that every person he had met since arriving in America had shared a different kind of wisdom. William had taught him to notice the stars. Benjamin had taught him to sit still. Jonathan had taught him that maps could carry memories. Samuel had taught him to move at the pace of the river. And now, standing high in the bell tower of a forgotten colonial church, Caleb was teaching him that some of life's most meaningful sounds, like church bells, like kind words, like peaceful silence, were beautiful precisely because they were never wasted. Thomas closed his eyes for just a moment, letting the cool breeze wash across his face. When he opened them again, the countryside seemed even wider than before, and somewhere beyond those distant hills, another quiet road, another welcoming home, another gentle story, was patiently waiting for a traveler who had finally learned that every ordinary day carried the possibility of becoming an unforgettable memory. Thomas and Reverend Caleb remained in the bell tower until the afternoon light began to soften. The breeze carried the gentle fragrance of wild lavender growing along the old stone walls below. Far across the countryside, fields of wheat shimmered like waves beneath the slow-moving wind. Neither man felt any need to hurry. Finally, Caleb rested one hand upon the weathered bronze bell. My father used to ring this bell, my grandfather before him. One day, he smiled quietly. Someone else will. Thomas looked thoughtfully at the bell. It must be difficult watching the years pass. Caleb gently shook his head. No, the years don't really pass. They simply become part of this place. He looked out over the hills. Trees remember. The stones remember. People remember. When memories are shared, they never truly disappear. Thomas stood silently. He had spent years believing maps preserved places. Now he wondered whether stories preserved them even better. Together, they descended the narrow staircase. The church was still filled with soft afternoon light. Golden beams stretched across the wooden floor, making the old pine boards glow warmly. Near the entrance stood a small oak table. Upon it rested a large leather-bound Bible and a simple wooden box. Thomas noticed several folded letters inside. Caleb smiled when he saw him looking. Those aren't donations. They're messages. Thomas looked curious. Messages, the Reverend nodded. Travelers leave notes. Sometimes they're words of gratitude. Sometimes advice for whoever arrives next. Thomas unfolded one carefully. The handwriting had faded with age. If you find yourself here on a summer afternoon, beneath the maple tree before continuing your journey, the shade is worth the delay. Thomas smiled. Another note read, the well behind the church draws the sweetest water for 20 miles. A third simply said, may every traveler leave this place a little kinder than they arrived. Thomas carefully returned each letter to the box. What a beautiful tradition, Caleb nodded. It reminds us that strangers often care for one another without ever meeting. They stepped outside once again. Behind the church stood an enormous maple tree whose branches spread across nearly the entire churchyard. Its leaves whispered softly in the afternoon breeze. Beneath it rested a circular stone bench. The shade was wonderfully cool. Thomas sat there, while Caleb disappeared briefly into the small cottage beside the church. A few minutes later he returned carrying a woven basket. Inside were slices of fresh brown bread, goat cheese, ripe pears, and a small jar of honey gathered from hives hidden among the nearby hills. "I thought we might share a simple meal." Thomas accepted with quiet gratitude. The two men ate slowly beneath the maple tree. Above them, leaves danced gently against the blue sky. A pair of swallows had built their nest beneath the church roof. Every few minutes they swooped gracefully across the churchyard before returning to feed their tiny chicks. Thomas watched them for a while. "They always come back," Caleb smiled. "They know where home is." Thomas looked down at his satchel. Inside rested his maps, his journal, Jonathan's compass, and Samuel's little wooden water wheel. For a moment he wondered where home truly was, England. Or perhaps not a place at all. Maybe home was every quiet porch where he had been welcomed, every shared meal, every peaceful conversation. Caleb seemed to sense his thoughts. "My grandfather once told me something I've carried all my life." Thomas looked toward him. "What was it?" The Reverend smiled gently. He said, "A traveler has many homes, some for a lifetime, some for a single evening. Both are equally precious." Thomas slowly nodded. Those words settled deep within him. As the afternoon drifted toward evening, long shadows stretched across the churchyard. The old maple tree sheltered them both from the fatting sun. Somewhere in the distance, a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of fresh hay across the hills. The countryside had become wonderfully still, not empty, simply peaceful. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment. He listened to the rustling leaves, the soft songs of birds, the distant murmur of a small stream hidden beyond the meadow, and the comforting silence that seemed to wrap itself around the little colonial church. It was another ordinary afternoon. No great adventure, no dramatic discovery. Only two travelers from different generations sharing bread beneath an old tree. Yet Thomas quietly suspected this would be one of the days he would remember most clearly for the rest of his life. As evening settled over the little stone church, the western sky slowly transformed into gentle shades of amber, rose, and deep violet. Thomas and Reverend Caleb remained beneath the old maple tree until the first cool breeze of dusk drifted across the hills. Finally, Caleb stood and looked toward the small bell tower. "Would you mind helping me with one last task before supper?" Thomas smiled. "Be honored." Together they walked to the churchyard gate. A narrow stone path led toward a tiny garden surrounded by a low wooden fence. It was unlike any garden Thomas had seen before. There were no perfectly trimmed hedges, no elaborate flower beds. Instead, rows of lavender, rosemary, sage, mint, and chamomile grew peacefully beside clusters of white daisies and wild roses. Honeybees floated lazily from blossom to blossom. The entire garden hummed with quiet life. "My mother planted this garden nearly 40 years ago," Caleb said. "She believed every church should smell as peaceful as it feels." Thomas gently brushed his fingers across a sprig of lavender. Its fragrance immediately filled the cool evening air. "It's beautiful." Caleb nodded. "Every Saturday evening I gather a few fresh herbs. Sunday morning, the church smells like the hills themselves." Thomas thought that was one of the loveliest traditions he had ever heard. As they watered the flowers together using old wooden buckets drawn from the nearby well, neither man spoke very much. The gentle splash of water, the soft buzzing of bees returning to their hive, the distant songs of blackbirds preparing for the night, everything blended into a peaceful rhythm. When the last flower had been watered, Caleb placed the empty bucket beside the fence. "My father always finished his work before sunset." Thomas looked toward the glowing horizon. "Why?" Caleb smiled softly. "He believed evenings belonged to gratitude, labor." Thomas quietly repeated those words. Evenings belonged to gratitude. How many evenings, he wondered, had he hurried through without noticing them? They returned to the church just as the sun disappeared behind the distant hills. The first lantern inside the small cottage glowed warmly through its window. Caleb's sister, Margaret, welcomed Thomas with a kind smile. She had silver hair tied neatly beneath a linen bonnet and gentle hands that moved with calm confidence. "Prepared a simple supper," she said. "I hope you're hungry." Meal was modest: fresh vegetable soup, brown bread still warm from the oven, soft goat cheese, roasted chestnuts gathered from the nearby woods, and for dessert, stewed apples with a touch of cinnamon. Thomas had eaten many meals during his journey, yet everyone seemed to carry the same secret ingredient: care. After supper, Margaret cleared the table while Caleb placed another log upon the fire. The flames crackled softly. Outside, the countryside grew wonderfully still. Thomas noticed a small wooden shelf above the fireplace. Resting upon it were dozens of tiny objects: a smooth river stone, a carved wooden bird, an old brass button, a feather. A dried maple leaf pressed carefully between two pieces of glass. He looked toward Caleb. "Are those souvenirs?" Caleb smiled. "In a way. They're gifts from travelers." Thomas stepped closer. "Each one tells a story." "Exactly." He picked up the smooth stone. "A sailor carried this from the coast nearly 20 years ago. Then the wooden bird. A schoolteacher carved this while staying here one winter." Finally, he lifted the pressed maple leaf. "A little girl gave me that after Sunday service. Said, 'When winter comes, you can look at this and remember that spring always returns.'" Thomas smiled warmly. It was remarkable how ordinary objects could become extraordinary when attached to kindness. Caleb carefully returned each treasure to its place. "You don't need expensive things to remember beautiful days." Thomas nodded. "No, you only need something that carries the memory." Later, before retiring for the night, Thomas opened his journal beside the cottage window. The moon had risen above the hills, bathing the old churchyard in soft silver light. The bell tower stood quietly against the stars. He dipped his quill into the ink and wrote slowly. Some places ask to be photographed. Others ask only to be remembered. This little church belongs to the second kind. He closed the journal with a peaceful smile. Outside, the wind whispered gently through the maple leaves. Inside, the fire glowed warmly upon the stone walls. And as Thomas settled beneath a thick wool blanket, he felt grateful that another ordinary day, filled with quiet conversations, shared meals, and gentle wisdom, had become another unforgettable page in the long journey across colonial America. The church bell had not yet rung when Thomas awoke. A pale blue dawn rested gently over the countryside, and the world seemed suspended in that quiet moment between night and morning. He opened the cottage window. Cool air drifted inside, carrying the scent of wet grass, pine trees, and fresh bread baking somewhere nearby. The sky above the eastern hills slowly brightened. A single lark rose into the air, its cheerful song floating across the peaceful valley. Thomas leaned against the windowsill. He had begun to notice something about these quiet mornings. No two were ever exactly alike. One morning arrived with mist, another with rain, another with brilliant sunshine. Yet everyone invited the same simple thing: to pause, to notice, to be grateful. A gentle knock came at the door. "Come in," Thomas called softly. It was Margaret. She carried a small tray holding warm tea, fresh biscuits, and a little pot of blackberry jam. "I thought you might enjoy breakfast before everyone else wakes." Thomas smiled warmly. "Thank you." Margaret placed the tray beside the window. "My mother always believed the first meal of the day should never be rushed." She looked outside. "Birds certainly don't hurry." Thomas laughed quietly. "No, they seem to know exactly how long a morning should last." After breakfast, Thomas stepped into the churchyard. Tiny pearls of dew covered every flower in the herb garden. The lavender swayed gently in the breeze. Honeybees had not yet begun their work. Everything still belonged to the early morning silence. Near the old maple tree, Reverend Caleb was carefully polishing the bronze church bell rope. "Good morning," he said. "I hope you slept well." "I did. Better than I have in many months." Caleb smiled. Peaceful places have a way of lending their peace to those who stay a while. Thomas helped him sweep a few fallen leaves from the stone pathway. Neither man hurried. The work was finished before either of them realized it. Soon, families began arriving from the surrounding farms. Some came on foot. Others arrived in simple horse-drawn wagons. Children skipped happily through the churchyard while their parents greeted neighbors with warm smiles and gentle handshakes. No one seemed concerned about the hour. Everyone had arrived with time to spare. Thomas noticed an elderly couple walking very slowly toward the church. The husband carried a small basket. The wife held his arm. Their pace was unhurried, yet there was something graceful about it. Caleb noticed Thomas watching them. Walked here together every Sunday for nearly 40 years. Thomas smiled. They must know every stone on this path, Caleb nodded. And every season. Inside the church, sunlight streamed through the clear windows, filling the room with a soft golden glow. People spoke in quiet voices. Children whispered. Friends greeted one another with warm smiles. The room felt less like a gathering of strangers, and more like a family returning home. When everyone had taken their seats, Caleb gently pulled the bell rope. The old bell answered with a single deep note. Its rich sound drifted across the hills, not loud, not urgent, just clear, steady, peaceful. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment as the sound slowly faded into the distance. He imagined it traveling across forests, rivers, orchards, and quiet farms. Perhaps another traveler many miles away might hear it and pause for just a moment. After the service, no one hurried away. Families gathered beneath the maple tree, sharing bread, cheese, apples, and laughter. Children chased butterflies through the grass while older neighbors exchanged stories about gardens, harvests, and changing seasons. Thomas sat quietly beneath the shade, watching life unfold around him. It struck him that no one here seemed to measure wealth by possessions. Instead, they measured it by peaceful mornings, faithful friendships, shared meals, and ordinary Sundays spent together. As the afternoon breeze wandered gently through the churchyard, Thomas opened his journal one more time. He wrote only a single sentence. Happiest places are often the quietest ones, where people have learned that time shared with others is life's greatest treasure. He closed the journal. The breeze turned another page by itself before gently settling it again. Thomas smiled. It almost felt as though the journey itself wished to keep writing the story. And somewhere beyond the next gentle hill, beyond another winding road, another quiet corner of 17th century America waited patiently, ready to welcome one more traveler with another peaceful day that would never make the history books, yet would never be forgotten. Monday morning arrived with a gentle blanket of mist resting across the hills. The little stone church stood quietly beneath the pale sky, its bell tower rising above the white fog like a patient guardian that had watched countless seasons come and go. Thomas lingered for a few moments beside the maple tree before preparing to leave. The churchyard, so lively the day before, had returned to peaceful silence. Only birds greeted the new morning. Only the wind moved gently through the tall grass. Reverend Caleb approached carrying a small cloth bundle. "I thought you might need this for the road." Thomas accepted it with a grateful smile. Inside were slices of fresh bread, smoked cheese, dried apples, and a tiny jar of lavender honey. "Already given me so much," Caleb smiled. "Kindness isn't something we run out of. It's something we pass along." Thomas carefully tucked the bundle into his satchel beside his journal. "I'll remember that." "I hope you do." Two men walked together until they reached the old stone gate marking the edge of the church grounds. Beyond it, the narrow road disappeared into gently rolling countryside. Caleb rested one hand upon the weathered gatepost. "My grandfather always stood here whenever travelers departed." Thomas looked toward him. "He always say goodbye?" Caleb shook his head with a gentle smile. "No, preferred another phrase." "What was it?" Caleb looked toward the winding road. "May the road be kind to you." Thomas repeated the words softly. "May the road be kind to you." There was something beautifully simple about them. No promises, no certainty, only hope. The two men shook hands. Thomas adjusted his satchel, tipped his hat, and began walking once more. The road curved through wide meadows sparkling with morning dew. Wildflowers nodded gently in the cool breeze. Bluebirds fluttered from fence post to fence post, seemingly escorting him out of the valley. After nearly 2 hours of peaceful walking, Thomas reached the crest of another hill. He paused. Below stretched a broad valley unlike any he had yet seen. A narrow river wound gracefully through green fields divided by old stone fences. Scattered farmhouses rested among groves of oak and maple. Thin trails of chimney smoke curled lazily into the clear morning sky. Near the center of the valley stood something unexpected. A small covered bridge crossed the river. Its wooden roof had darkened with age. Flower boxes overflowed with bright red geraniums beneath each window. The bridge looked less like a crossing, and more like a welcoming home stretched across the water. Thomas smiled to himself. Every place in these colonies seemed to possess its own quiet character. He slowly descended the hill. As he approached the bridge, he noticed an elderly gentleman sitting comfortably on a wooden bench nearby. A fishing rod rested beside him. Although the line disappeared into the slow-moving river below, the old man seemed far more interested in watching the clouds than catching fish. Thomas tipped his hat. "Good morning." The fisherman smiled warmly. "Good morning. Fine day for walking." "Certainly is." Thomas glanced toward the still fishing line. "Luck today," the old man chuckled. "Perhaps." Thomas looked into the nearly empty basket. "I don't see any fish." The fisherman laughed softly. "I stopped trying to catch them nearly an hour ago." Thomas looked puzzled. "Then why stay?" The old man leaned back comfortably against the bench. "Because the river doesn't mind whether I catch anything. It seems happy simply to keep me company." Thomas laughed quietly. "I believe I'm beginning to understand people like you." The fisherman smiled knowingly. "No, I think you're becoming one of us." Together they sat in peaceful silence. The river flowed beneath the covered bridge with its familiar gentle murmur. Sunlight danced upon the water. Swallows skimmed gracefully beneath the bridge before disappearing into the bright summer sky. Thomas reached into his satchel and rested his hand upon Jonathan's brass compass. Then he smiled. He did not open it for the first time since arriving in the colonies. He already knew exactly where he was meant to be, not because of a map, not because of a compass, but because every quiet road, every welcoming porch, every shared meal, and every kind stranger had slowly taught him that sometimes the truest direction in life is simply to keep walking gently, noticing the beauty waiting beside the road. And with that peaceful thought, the old covered bridge welcomed another traveler, another conversation, and another quiet chapter in a journey that seemed to grow richer with every unhurried mile. Thomas and the old fisherman remained beside the covered bridge for quite some time. Neither seemed concerned by the passing hours. The river flowed gently beneath the heavy timber beams, carrying fallen leaves, tiny twigs, and the reflections of drifting white clouds. Finally, the fisherman slowly reeled in his line. The hook came out of the water empty. He smiled as though that had been expected all along. "No fish today?" Thomas asked with a quiet laugh. "Does that disappoint you?" The old man carefully wound the line around the wooden reel. "Really? I came here for the river. The fish were simply a pleasant possibility." Thomas found himself smiling. It seemed everyone he met carried wisdom as naturally as breathing. The fisherman stood, stretching his back. "My name is Henry Collins. Lived beside this bridge for 42 years. Thomas introduced himself. "I'm Thomas Ashcombe, a mapmaker." Henry nodded thoughtfully. "Then you've probably noticed something." Thomas tilted his head. "What is that?" Henry pointed toward the bridge. "Most people believe bridges connect two pieces of land." He smiled gently. "Always believe they connect people." Thomas looked across the wooden bridge. Children were crossing from the opposite bank carrying baskets filled with wild berries. A young couple walked hand in hand toward the nearby fields. An elderly woman paused halfway across simply to admire the river below. Henry was right. The bridge wasn't merely helping people cross water, it was quietly bringing lives together. "Would you like to see inside?" Henry asked. Thomas looked surprised. "You can go inside the bridge," Henry chuckled. "Of course. They built it strong enough for wagons. It's certainly strong enough for two curious travelers." Together they stepped beneath the long wooden roof. The air inside felt wonderfully cool. Heavy oak beams stretched overhead like the ribs of a great wooden ship. Sunlight entered through small openings along the sides, creating soft stripes of golden light across the old plank floor. Thomas paused. Every board beneath his feet carried the marks of countless journeys: horse hooves, wagon wheels, children running. Travelers resting. Generations had crossed here. Henry rested one hand against a thick support beam. "My grandfather helped raise this bridge," said every hammer strike echoed across the valley. Thomas gently touched the smooth timber. "It's beautiful work." Henry nodded. "They built things to last." For a few peaceful moments they simply listened. The quiet murmur of the river echoed beneath the bridge. Wood creaked softly as a light breeze drifted through. A swallow darted inside, circled once beneath the rafters, then disappeared into the bright afternoon. Thomas opened his journal. Instead of drawing the bridge immediately, he stood silently. Henry noticed. Sketching today, Thomas smiled, learning something. What is it? Sometimes, the best way to understand a place is to stand quietly inside it first. Henry laughed warmly. I believe you'll become an excellent map maker. Eventually, Thomas sat upon one of the wide wooden benches built into the side of the bridge. From there, he watched the river flowing beneath small gaps between the floorboards. The current never argued with the stones. It simply curved gently around them. Henry sat beside him. When I was a boy, I asked my father why rivers never travel in straight lines. Thomas listened carefully. What did he tell you? Henry smiled toward the water. He said, straight roads are made by people. Gentle curves are made by patience. Thomas watched the river for a long while. Its slow bend seemed almost graceful, never wasted, never hurried, just quietly following the shape of the land. Outside, the afternoon sunlight softened into the warm colors of early evening. The fields beyond the bridge shimmered beneath the golden light. A wagon crossed slowly overhead, its wooden wheels rumbling gently across the planks. The sound faded into the distance almost as soon as it had arrived. Thomas finally took out his pencil. On a fresh page of his journal, he carefully sketched the covered bridge. But this time, he added something he had never included on any previous map. Beside the drawing, in small, neat handwriting, he wrote, a peaceful place where strangers become friends, and where the river quietly reminds every traveler that life's most beautiful journeys are rarely the straightest ones. He closed the journal with a contented smile. The road beyond the bridge still waited. The forest still stretched toward distant horizons. Many gentle stories remained undiscovered. But for this quiet afternoon, the old bridge beside the slow-moving river was exactly where Thomas was meant to be. As the afternoon slowly drifted toward evening, a cool breeze wandered through the covered bridge. The scent of pine forests mixed with the fresh fragrance of the river below. Thomas closed his journal and looked toward Henry. I suppose I should continue before sunset. Henry smiled, though there was no sadness in his expression. Every traveler must. Remember, the bridge will still be here if your road ever brings you back. Thomas nodded. I believe I'd like that. Before leaving, Henry reached into a small wooden box resting beneath the bench. Inside were dozens of tiny pebbles, each one perfectly smooth from years in the river. He picked up one no larger than a walnut. Its surface was gray with a thin white line running across the center. My granddaughter collects these. He placed it gently into Thomas's hand. She says every traveler should carry one. Thomas turned the stone over in his fingers. It isn't valuable. Henry laughed softly. Exactly. Best gifts rarely are. They're reminders of places, people, of peaceful afternoons. Thomas slipped the little river stone into the same pocket as the tiny wooden water wheel Samuel had carved. His satchel was becoming heavier, not with possessions, but with memories. They shook hands warmly. Henry returned to his favorite bench while Thomas stepped out of the cool shade of the bridge and onto the sunlit road. The afternoon light painted the surrounding fields in soft shades of gold. A narrow dirt lane followed the river for nearly a mile before gently climbing toward another wooded hillside. Thomas walked slowly. There was no destination pressing upon him, no deadline waiting at the end of the road, only curiosity. As he rounded a gentle bend, he noticed smoke rising from the chimney of a small cottage tucked among a grove of chestnut trees. The cottage was surrounded by rows of colorful flowers, lavender, foxgloves, white daisies, bright yellow marigolds. A stone path curved through the garden toward a tiny front gate. Near the gate sat an elderly woman in a wooden rocking chair. A woven basket rested beside her. She was carefully weaving another basket from long strips of willow. Her hands moved with remarkable patience. Over, under, around, again, each movement was slow, graceful, and practiced. She looked up as Thomas approached. Good afternoon. Her voice was gentle enough to match the quiet garden. Thomas removed his hat. Good afternoon. I hope I'm not disturbing you, she smiled warmly. My dear. A peaceful afternoon is only improved by good company. Thomas introduced himself. Thomas Ashcombe. Woman nodded kindly. My name is Eleanor Brooks. Lived in this cottage since I was a little girl." Thomas admired the baskets arranged neatly on the porch. There were large ones for apples, small ones for bread, round ones for sewing, tall ones for gathering herbs. Every basket looked slightly different. "Made all of these," Alina smiled proudly. "Made thousands." Thomas looked surprised. "Thousands," she laughed softly. "When you've been weaving for 60 years, you stop counting." She invited Thomas to sit on the neighboring rocking chair. The chairs creaked gently as they rocked back and forth in the cooling evening air. The sound blended perfectly with the rustling flowers and the distant song of a meadowlark. Thomas watched Alina's hands. She never hurried. Every willow strip found its place with calm precision. "Taught you?" Thomas asked. "My mother." Her mother before her. She paused for a moment. "She used to tell me, a basket isn't made by fast hands. It's made by patient ones." Thomas smiled. "It seems everyone I meet carries a lesson." Alina looked toward the flower garden. Perhaps, or perhaps, the road only teaches those who are finally willing to listen. For a moment, neither of them spoke. A butterfly drifted lazily from one patch of lavender to another. Bees hummed quietly among the blossoms. The rocking chairs continued their gentle rhythm. Creak, pause, creak, pause. Thomas realized he could scarcely remember the last time he had simply sat on a porch without feeling the need to be somewhere else. Here, even time itself seemed content to slow down. He opened his journal once again. Instead of writing immediately, he watched Alina finish another basket. Only when she tied the final willow strand into place did he dip his quill into the ink. On the fresh page he wrote, "Some people build great cities. Others build quiet lives. Sometimes the quiet lives leave the deepest impression upon the hearts of those who pass by." As the last light of day settled softly across the flower garden, Thomas knew he had discovered yet another peaceful corner of 17th century America. Another place where ordinary kindness quietly became an unforgettable story. The evening settled gently over Alina Brooks' cottage. The last rays of sunlight rested softly upon the flower garden, turning every lavender blossom into a faint shade of silver. The rocking chairs continued their slow rhythm. Creak, pause, creak, pause. Thomas watched Alina finish the basket resting in her lap. When the final willow strand was carefully tucked into place, she turned the basket upside down, gently pressed along its rim, and smiled with quiet satisfaction. "There, another one ready." Thomas admired the careful workmanship. "It looks perfect." Alina laughed softly. "Oh no," she ran one finger along a tiny bend in the handle. "That." Thomas leaned closer. "Hardly notice it." "Notice it," she smiled. "My mother always told me. Leave one little imperfection." Thomas looked puzzled. "Why?" "So the next basket has something to teach you." Thomas found himself smiling. Every lesson in the colonies seemed wonderfully gentle. No one spoke of greatness, only patience, only kindness, only learning. A cool breeze wandered through the garden, carrying the fragrance of rosemary and freshly watered earth. Several robins settled among the branches of a nearby apple tree, quietly preparing for the night. Alina carefully placed the finished basket on a wooden shelf beside the porch. There were dozens already waiting, some large, some small, everyone slightly different. Thomas noticed something unusual. Tiny handwritten labels were tied to several baskets. He stepped closer. One read, "For Mrs. Harper's first grandchild." Another, "For Samuel's autumn apples." A third, "Wedding gift for Anna and Joseph." Thomas turned toward Alina. "You remember who every basket belongs to," she smiled. "Remember every person. The baskets simply help." Thomas gently touched one of the labels. "Woven more than baskets." Alina nodded. "Woven memories." The words lingered peacefully between them. As twilight deepened, Alina disappeared inside the cottage and returned carrying a small oil lantern. Its warm golden light spilled gently across the porch. She hung it from an iron hook beside the front door. "Lit this lantern every evening for as long as I can remember." Thomas looked toward the quiet road beyond the garden gate. "For travelers," she nodded. "My father began the tradition. Believed no road should ever end in darkness." Thomas imagined weary travelers seeing the lantern from far away. A single light, a simple welcome, sometimes that was all anyone needed. A horse and wagon rolled slowly along the road. The driver tipped his hat as he passed. Without a word, Alina raised one hand in greeting. He comes this way every Tuesday evening, she said. He always waves. Thomas smiled. You know, everyone had many years to learn. Silence returned, not an empty silence, a comfortable one, the kind shared by people who no longer felt the need to fill every moment with conversation. From somewhere behind the cottage came the gentle sound of flowing water. Thomas listened carefully. Is there another stream nearby? There is. Alina stood. Would you like to see it before nightfall? I would. They followed a narrow stone path behind the cottage. Tall ferns brushed softly against their boots. The path curved beneath ancient chestnut trees before opening into a tiny clearing. There, no wider than a few steps across, flowed the smallest brook Thomas had ever seen. Its crystal-clear water slipped quietly over smooth stones, creating a gentle melody that blended perfectly with the evening birdsong. Across the brook stood a tiny wooden footbridge. Its handrails were polished smooth by countless hands. Alina crossed first. Halfway across she stopped. My husband built this bridge. Thomas joined her. It has lasted well. She smiled toward the water. He always said, if something is worth building, build it carefully enough that someone you will never meet may still use it one day. Thomas rested both hands upon the weathered railing. The little bridge overlooked nothing grand, no mighty river, no dramatic waterfall, only a quiet brook flowing faithfully through the woods. Yet somehow, it felt every bit as beautiful. Fireflies began appearing among the trees, one tiny light, then another. Soon dozens floated gently above the grass like drifting stars that had quietly descended from the evening sky. Thomas watched them in silent wonder. Never seen so many. Alina smiled. They visit every summer. My grandchildren call them little lantern keepers. They believe each one carries a tiny piece of daylight through the night. Thomas laughed softly. That's a lovely thought. Children often notice truths adults forgot. The first stars slowly appeared overhead. Their reflections shimmered faintly upon the little brook beneath the bridge. Thomas reached into his satchel and removed his journal. For several long moments he simply watched the fireflies dancing through the warm evening air. Finally he wrote, every bridge crosses a great river. Cross only a quiet stream. Even the smallest bridge can carry countless footsteps, kind conversations, and peaceful memories from one day into the next. He closed the journal gently. The lantern on Alina's porch glowed warmly through the trees. The brook continued its soft conversation with the stones. The fireflies drifted silently beneath the branches. And Thomas quietly realized that the smallest places, the ones most travelers might pass without noticing, often held the gentlest stories of all. Night settled softly around Alina's little cottage. The lantern by the front door glowed with a warm amber light, casting gentle shadows across the flower garden. Beyond the garden fence, the quiet country road disappeared into the darkness, while the stars above grew brighter with every passing minute. Thomas and Alina slowly walked back from the little footbridge. The fireflies continued their silent dance among the wildflowers, rising and falling like tiny floating candles. When they reached the porch, Alina placed another small log into the stone fireplace that warmed the sitting room. The flames crackled gently. Their soft light mixed with the glow of the lantern, making the cottage feel wonderfully welcoming. There is one more thing I'd like to show you, Alina said. She crossed the room and opened a narrow cupboard built into the wall. From the highest shelf, she carefully lifted an old wooden box. It was made of cedar, its polished surface worn smooth by many years of careful hands. She carried it to the table and slowly opened the lid. Inside were dozens of folded letters, each tied neatly with faded ribbon. Thomas looked at them curiously. Are these family letters? Alina smiled. Some are. Many came from travelers. She unfolded one of the oldest. The paper had turned a soft golden color with age. A young carpenter wrote this nearly 30 years ago. She handed it to Thomas. The careful handwriting read, "Thank you for the warm bread, the quiet porch, and the lantern that welcomed me through the rain. I arrived tired. I left hopeful." Thomas folded the letter carefully and returned it. Alina selected another. This one came from a sailor. Thomas smiled as he read, "Sea is loud. Your garden reminded me that the world also knows how to whisper." A long moment neither of them spoke. The letters were simple, Yet everyone carried gratitude, not for grand adventures, not for riches, only for ordinary kindness. Alina gently closed the cedar box, never thrown a single one away. Thomas asked quietly, "You read them often?" She nodded. "Every winter, when the nights grow long. They remind me that even small acts of kindness travel farther than we ever imagine." The words settled peacefully into the room. Outside, an owl called softly from somewhere beyond the chestnut trees. The sound echoed once across the quiet fields before fading into the night. A kettle resting above the fire began to sing gently. Alina poured 2 cups of warm chamomile tea. Its delicate fragrance filled the cottage. My mother believed every evening should end with tea. Thomas accepted the cup with both hands. "I believe your mother understood evenings very well." Alina laughed quietly. "I think she did." Fire burned lower. Its golden glow danced across the wooden floor. Thomas looked toward the bookshelf beside the window. Unlike the grand libraries of England, it held only a handful of well-loved books. A family Bible, a collection of poems, several journals, a book of pressed flowers, and a thick leather notebook. "What is that one?" Thomas asked. Alina reached for it with great care. "My husband's nature journal." She opened it slowly. Instead of long paragraphs, every page held quiet observations. "First robin returned today. The apple tree bloomed 3 days earlier than last spring. Tonight the moon reflected perfectly in the brook." Thomas smiled. He noticed everything. Tried to. Alina gently turned another page. There, carefully pressed between 2 sheets of paper, rested a single maple leaf. "It fell on the day we celebrated our 50th harvest together." She smiled at the memory. He said, "We pay attention long enough. Even ordinary seasons become extraordinary stories." Thomas closed the journal gently. He was beginning to understand. History was not only made by kings, generals, or famous explorers. It was also written quietly, by millers who greeted every traveler, by ministers who rang the church bell only once each week, by fishermen who sat beside peaceful rivers, by basket weavers who remembered every neighbor, and by families who noticed the changing seasons year after year. Before retiring for the night, Thomas stepped outside one final time. The cottage lantern still burned steadily. The flower garden rested beneath a blanket of silver moonlight. The little brook behind the house murmured softly through the darkness. Above him stretched an endless sky filled with brilliant stars. He took a slow, deep breath, then another. The cool night air carried the scent of lavender, cedar, and distant pine forests. He reached into his satchel and touched the small treasures he had gathered along his journey: Jonathan's brass compass, Samuel's carved water wheel, Henry's smooth river stone. Each object was simple, yet each carried the memory of someone kind. Thomas smiled to himself. Perhaps, he thought, the finest souvenirs were never bought. They were quietly given, by people who expected nothing in return. With that peaceful thought warming his heart, he returned to the little cottage where the fire still glowed softly, and another restful colonial night welcomed him with the gentle promise of tomorrow's quiet road. Long before the first light touched the eastern sky, Thomas awoke to perfect stillness. For a few moments, he remained beneath the thick wool blanket, listening. No rain, no wind. Only the faint crackle of dying embers in the fireplace downstairs. Then, from somewhere beyond the cottage, a rooster greeted the coming dawn. Another answered from a distant farm. Soon the quiet countryside awakened one gentle sound at a time. Thomas dressed slowly and stepped onto the porch. The world was covered in a delicate silver mist. Every flower in Alina's garden carried tiny drops of dew that sparkled like glass beads. The lantern hanging beside the door had finally gone dark. Its work was finished until another evening arrived. Thomas smiled. Even a lantern, he thought, deserved its rest. A few moments later, Alina opened the front door carrying a small watering can. "Always watered the flowers before sunrise," she said. "They seem happiest before the day grows warm." Thomas offered to help. Together they moved quietly through the garden. The lavender released its calming fragrance into the cool morning air. The rosemary brushed gently against their sleeves. Bees had not yet begun their daily work, leaving the garden wonderfully peaceful. As they finished watering the last row of flowers, Alina paused beside a tiny white rose bush. She gently removed a faded blossom. "My husband planted this the year we were married." Thomas admired the healthy plant. It has grown beautifully, she nodded. It blooms every summer. Because anyone tells it to. Because that's simply what roses do. Thomas looked thoughtfully at the flower. So many things in nature. They never hurry. Eleanor smiled. And yet they are never late. The words stayed with Thomas as they walked back toward the porch. Breakfast was waiting inside. Fresh oat bread, cream, wildflower honey, stewed pears, and warm herbal tea gathered from the very garden they had just tended. No meal on his journey had ever been extravagant, yet each one seemed to carry a quiet abundance, not of luxury, but of care. After breakfast, Thomas knew it was finally time to continue. He carefully folded his blanket, thanked Eleanor for her hospitality, and placed his journal safely inside his satchel. Before he reached the garden gate, Eleanor called softly, "Thomas." He turned. She held a tiny cloth pouch tied with blue ribbon. Almost forgot. Inside were a handful of lavender buds. "Keep your clothes fresh," she smiled gently. "And perhaps they'll remind you of this little cottage whenever you open your satchel." Thomas accepted the gift with both hands. "I don't think I'll ever forget this place." "I hope not." They walked together to the small wooden gate. The morning mist was beginning to lift, revealing rolling green meadows stretching toward the distant hills. Before saying goodbye, Eleanor rested one hand upon the gate. "My grandmother used to tell every traveler the same thing." Thomas waited quietly. "Leave every place a little happier than you found it." Thomas looked back toward the flower garden. "I hope I have." Eleanor laughed softly. "You already did." "You listened." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Sometimes gratitude needed no more words. Thomas tipped his hat. Then he stepped once again onto the quiet Colonial road. The lane wound gently between stone walls covered with soft green moss. Bluebirds fluttered from fence posts. A family of rabbits disappeared into tall grass as he approached. The morning sun slowly burned away the last of the mist. Everything felt fresh, new, full of quiet promise. After several peaceful miles, Thomas noticed something unusual. The road widened. Fresh wagon tracks crossed the dirt. The scent of salt drifted faintly upon the breeze. He stopped. Salt. He looked toward the horizon, far beyond the rolling hills. He thought he saw a thin line of shimmering blue. Could it be the sea? He climbed a gentle rise to be certain. And there it was, the Atlantic Ocean, stretching farther than the eye could see. Its calm blue waters sparkled beneath the morning sun. White sails drifted peacefully in the distance like tiny birds resting upon the waves. Thomas stood perfectly still. He had crossed forests, quiet rivers, peaceful valleys, friendly villages, and now, for the first time since arriving in the colonies, the endless ocean welcomed him with its calm, steady breath. Somewhere along that distant coastline, fishing boats were returning with the morning tide. Lighthouse keepers were extinguishing their lamps after another safe night. Seagulls circled above weathered wooden piers. And another quiet chapter of his journey was patiently waiting, where the gentle rhythm of the sea would soon replace the peaceful songs of rivers and streams. Thomas remained on the hill for several quiet minutes, watching the Atlantic shimmer beneath the morning sun. He had seen the sea before, but never like this. The coastline of Colonial America felt wonderfully peaceful. There were no crowded harbors, no endless rows of ships, only a scattering of white sails moving slowly across the calm water. The breeze carried the clean scent of salt and sea grass. It was different from the forest he had come to know, different from the rivers and quiet valleys. Yet it possessed the same gentle spirit. Thomas adjusted his satchel and continued toward the coast. The road descended through rolling dunes covered with tall beach grass that swayed lazily in the wind. Small wildflowers peeked through the sandy soil. Above him, a flock of seagulls glided effortlessly on the ocean breeze, rarely needing to flap their wings. By late morning, the sound reached him, not all at once. First, a soft whisper, then a gentle rolling rhythm, finally, the steady breathing of the sea itself. Wave after wave, meeting the shore with quiet patience, Thomas smiled. It almost sounded like the ocean was peacefully sleeping. The road soon led him into a small fishing village nestled beside a sheltered harbor. Weathered cottages stood along narrow lanes. Fishing nets hung neatly from wooden racks to dry in the sunshine. Small boats rested beside simple docks, gently rising and falling with the tide. No one hurried. Several fishermen quietly repaired their nets while chatting in low voices. An elderly woman swept the front steps of her cottage before stopping to wave at a passing child. A black and white dog slept peacefully beneath an overturned rowboat. The village felt as calm as every place Thomas had visited. Near the harbor stood a modest workshop with its large doors open. Inside, a man carefully shaped a wooden plank with a hand plane. Long curls of pale cedar drifted softly onto the floor. The scent of freshly cut wood filled the air. Thomas paused to watch. The craftsman looked up and smiled. "Good morning." "Morning," Thomas replied. "I'm Thomas Ashcombe." Man wiped the fine sawdust from his hands. "Daniel Mercer. I build and repair boats." Thomas stepped inside. The workshop was wonderfully tidy. Wooden oars rested neatly along one wall. Half-finished rowboats stood upon sturdy supports. Every tool hung in its proper place. Sunlight streamed through high windows, making the floating wood shavings sparkle like tiny flakes of gold. Daniel picked up a smooth oak board. He ran his hand gently along its surface before setting it into place. "You don't seem in much of a hurry," Thomas observed. Daniel chuckled. "See teaches patience." Thomas smiled. "So I've been discovering." Daniel carefully secured the board with wooden pegs. "My father always said, 'A hurried boat soon leaks.'" Thomas laughed softly. "Suspect that's true." "Certainly is." Daniel rested his plane upon the workbench. "Out here, don't build boats for speed. Build them for safe journeys home." Those words lingered in the quiet workshop. Safe journeys home. There was something deeply comforting about them. Daniel invited Thomas to walk down the pier. The wooden boards creaked gently beneath their boots. The tide was beginning to rise. Small fishing boats rocked peacefully against their mooring ropes. Their reflections shimmered upon the clear blue water. At the end of the pier stood a weathered bench facing the open sea. Daniel sat down. "My grandfather came here every evening." Thomas joined him. "To fish?" Daniel smiled. "No, to listen." Thomas looked toward the endless horizon. "To the waves," Daniel nodded. He believed every sea tells a different story. They sat together without speaking. The waves rolled softly toward the shore. Seagulls called high above. Far in the distance, a sailing ship crossed the horizon so slowly it seemed almost motionless. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment. The sea breeze cooled his face. The rhythmic sound of the waves rose and fell with gentle consistency. It reminded him of the old water wheel at Ashford Mill. Different sound, same piece. After a long silence, Daniel spoke quietly. "When I was a little boy, I asked my grandfather why he always faced the sea instead of the village." Thomas looked toward him. "What did he say?" Daniel smiled at the memory. He answered, "The village reminds me where I've been. The sea reminds me how much wonder still lies ahead." Thomas let those words settle into his heart. He reached into his satchel and took out his journal. On a fresh page he wrote, "The rivers taught me to follow gentle curves. The forest taught me to walk slowly. The villages taught me kindness. Today, the sea reminds me that even the widest horizons can feel peaceful when there is no hurry to reach them." He closed the journal. The afternoon sun shimmered across the Atlantic like scattered pieces of silver. The tide continued its quiet conversation with the shore, and somewhere farther along the coastline, a lonely lighthouse stood patiently watching over every sailor, every fishing boat, and every traveler who found comfort in the calm, endless rhythm of the sea. The afternoon sun slowly drifted westward, painting the Atlantic with long ribbons of golden light. Thomas and Daniel remained seated at the end of the weathered pier. The tide continued its steady rhythm. Wave after wave rolled gently beneath the wooden pilings before quietly returning to the open sea. No two waves were exactly alike. Yet together they formed a peaceful pattern that seemed timeless. At length, Daniel stood. "If you're willing to walk another mile, I'd like to introduce you to an old friend." Thomas smiled. "Learned that your recommendations are always worth following." They left the harbor and followed a narrow footpath that traced the coastline. On one side, the Atlantic stretched endlessly toward the horizon. On the other, rolling dunes were covered with sea oats that swayed gracefully in the afternoon breeze. Every few moments, a sandpiper darted across the wet sand, leaving tiny footprints that the next gentle wave quietly erased. Thomas watched them with quiet fascination. "Sea never keeps the footprints." Daniel nodded. "No, it never forgets the shore." Path climbed gradually until they reached a rocky headland overlooking the bay. Standing proudly upon the highest point was a modest stone lighthouse. It was not especially tall, nor was it grand. Its whitewashed walls had weathered countless storms, and its black lantern room shone softly beneath the afternoon sun. A narrow garden surrounded its base. Lavender and sea thrift bloomed among the rocks, adding gentle touches of color to the rugged coastline. An elderly man knelt beside the flowers, carefully pulling a few tiny weeds from the soil. He looked up as they approached. His smile appeared long before he spoke. "Daniel, it's good to see you. You've brought a traveler." Daniel nodded. "This is Thomas Ashcombe, a mapmaker." The old man rose slowly, brushing the earth from his hands. "My name is Elias Turner. Been caring for this lighthouse for nearly 25 years. Thomas looked up toward the lantern room. "It must be a peaceful life." Elias smiled. "Most days." "On stormy nights?" Thomas asked. The keeper's eyes drifted toward the sea. "Storms eventually pass. The light must not." Thomas quietly repeated those words. The light must not. There was wisdom in their simplicity. Elias unlocked the heavy oak door. "Come." The stairs are old, but they still enjoy visitors. 3 men began climbing the narrow spiral staircase. Small windows overlooked the sea at every turn. With each step, the view widened. Fishing boats became tiny specks upon the blue water. The village shrank into a handful of rooftops nestled beside the harbor. When they reached the lantern room, Thomas stopped in quiet amazement. The view stretched farther than he had imagined. The coastline curved gently north and south. White waves traced delicate lines along sandy beaches. Far offshore, a single merchant ship moved steadily toward the horizon, its sails glowing in the afternoon light. Elias rested one hand upon the polished brass lantern. "This lamp burns every night," Thomas asked softly. "Do many ships pass this way?" "Enough. Every captain deserves to know where the rocks end and the safe water begins." Thomas walked slowly around the circular room. The windows were spotless. Every brass fitting gleamed. Everything had been cared for with remarkable patience. "You keep this place beautifully." Elias smiled. "My father taught me something many years ago." Thomas looked toward him. "What was it?" The old keeper gazed out across the endless sea. He said, "No sailor will ever know your name. Most will never even see your face. But if your light burns faithfully, they'll reach home safely." Silence settled gently over the lantern room. Outside, the sea breeze whispered against the glass. A pair of gulls drifted effortlessly past the windows. Thomas found himself deeply moved. So many people he had met during his journey had devoted their lives to helping others in quiet ways. A miller, a minister, a basket weaver, a fisherman, a boat builder, and now, a lighthouse keeper whose greatest success was often invisible. Thomas removed his journal carefully. He wrote, "Some lives shine brightly for the world to see. Others shine quietly from distant shores. Guide someone safely home." He closed the journal and looked once more across the calm Atlantic. The afternoon was slowly becoming evening. Soon the sun would sink beneath the horizon. Soon the lighthouse lantern would awaken, sending its faithful beam across the darkening sea. And somewhere beyond that endless horizon, another peaceful story was already waiting for tomorrow. The sun rested just above the western horizon, filling the lantern room with a warm golden glow. Thomas stood quietly beside the wide glass windows, while Elias began preparing the lighthouse for another night. Every movement was calm, every step familiar. There was no sign of haste. Elias carefully unfolded a clean linen cloth and polished the thick glass panels one by one, not because they appeared dirty, but because, as he quietly explained, a little more clarity may help someone many miles away. Thomas watched the old keeper work. The lantern itself was a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. Its polished brass reflected the evening light like liquid gold. The great glass lens surrounded the lamp with perfect symmetry. Everything had been cared for with extraordinary patience. Daniel smiled. "Watched Elias prepare this light since I was a boy," Thomas asked. "Does he do it exactly the same way every evening?" Daniel laughed softly. "Exactly." Elias looked over his shoulder with a gentle smile. "Sea changes. The weather changes. A lighthouse should remain dependable." Thomas nodded. There was comfort in knowing that some things remained constant. Outside, the ocean slowly changed color. The bright blue waters of afternoon deepened into rich shades of sapphire and silver. Long shadows stretched across the cliffs below. The first evening gulls returned to their nests among the rocks, far out at sea. A fishing boat adjusted its sails, turning gently toward the harbor. Elias noticed it immediately. "Captain Morgan." Thomas looked surprised. "You can recognize a boat from this distance," the keeper smiled. "After 25 years, you begin recognizing old friends by the way they meet the wind." Thomas watched the little vessel. It leaned gracefully with each passing breeze. There was something almost elegant about its slow journey home. Elias carefully trimmed the lantern's wick before striking a small flame for a brief moment. The lantern glowed softly. Then the great lens caught the light. Almost instantly, the room filled with a warm golden brilliance. Thomas took a slow breath. The transformation was beautiful. A single, quiet flame, now capable of reaching far across the darkening sea. Elias gently turned the lantern's mechanism. The beam began its slow, graceful journey around the horizon, across the harbor, across the rocky shoreline, across the open Atlantic again. And again, never hurried, never stopping. Thomas whispered, "It's beautiful." Elias nodded, never grown tired of watching the first light of evening. They stood together in silence. Each time the beam returned, it swept gently across the windows before continuing its endless circle. Thomas imagined sailors far beyond the cliffs catching that familiar light, perhaps smiling, perhaps quietly whispering, "We're almost home." As darkness settled across the coast, tiny lights appeared throughout the fishing village below. Lanterns glowed in cottage windows. A warm fire flickered inside Daniel's workshop. Several fishing boats carried small lamps that shimmered softly upon the calm water. From this height, they resembled scattered stars resting upon the earth. Elias rested both hands upon the wooden railing surrounding the lantern. "My wife loved this view." Thomas turned toward him. "Did she live here with you?" "For many years. Every evening she would bring 2 cups of tea to the top of the tower." He smiled at the memory. "We rarely spoke." Thomas asked quietly, "Why not?" Elias looked out toward the sea. "Because the view had already said everything." Thomas understood. Some evenings needed conversation, others offered something gentler. The quiet companionship of simply sharing the same peaceful moment. After a while, Elias reached into a small cabinet beneath the lantern. From inside, he removed a beautifully carved wooden box. Opening it carefully, he revealed dozens of tiny seashells, each one different, each one carefully labeled with a date. Thomas looked at them with curiosity. "You collected these?" Elias smiled. "My grandchildren did. They bring me 1 shell every summer. I'll remember that another happy season has passed." Thomas gently lifted a smooth white shell no larger than a coin. It was perfectly ordinary, yet somehow it seemed priceless. Elias laughed softly. "Sea has a way of turning ordinary things into treasures." Thomas returned the shell to its place. He opened his journal once again. The lantern beam swept silently across the page as he wrote. "The brightest lights are not always the loudest. Sometimes they simply appear faithfully, night after night, guiding strangers they may never meet, asking for nothing in return." He closed the journal. Outside, the lighthouse continued its patient watch over the quiet Atlantic. The waves whispered against the rocks below. The stars multiplied across the heavens, and Thomas felt certain that this peaceful beacon, standing faithfully between land and sea, would remain in his memory long after every mile of the journey had faded into the gentle distance. The lighthouse beam continued its slow, graceful sweep across the dark Atlantic. Every few moments, its warm light crossed the windows of the lantern room before reaching out once more toward the open sea. Thomas remained standing beside the glass, watching the quiet rhythm. It reminded him of breathing, steady, faithful, unhurried. No one spoke. The silence felt complete. Far below, gentle waves curled around the rocks before slipping back into the darkness. The village had become a scattering of tiny lanterns. From this height, every cottage looked peaceful. Every winding path seemed softer beneath the moonlight. Elias finally looked toward Thomas. "Would you care to help me with the evening log?" Thomas smiled. "Be honored." Lighthouse keeper led him down a narrow staircase to a small room beneath the lantern. A sturdy oak desk stood beside the window. Upon it rested a thick leather journal whose pages had grown slightly yellow with time. Elias opened it carefully. Every page contained only a few simple notes. Clear skies. Gentle tide, light burning well. 3 fishing boats returned safely. Nothing dramatic, nothing elaborate, yet together the entries quietly recorded years of peaceful evenings. Thomas gently turned another page. One entry caught his attention. A young whale seen beyond the eastern reef this morning. Another read, the first autumn geese flew south today. Another simply said, tonight the sea is perfectly calm. Thomas smiled. You notice everything. Elias dipped his pen into the ink. I try. The sea deserves to be remembered. He slowly wrote the evening's entry. September 18, 1683. Clear weather, soft western breeze. Lantern lit before sunset. Harbor quiet. He handed the quill to Thomas. Would you add today's final line? Thomas thought for a moment, then he wrote carefully. Every traveler upon these waters finds safe passage before dawn. Elias read the words and smiled. My father would have approved. The journal was gently closed and returned to its place. For a while they sat beside the small window overlooking the sea. A pot of chamomile tea warmed quietly above a tiny iron stove. Its comforting fragrance filled the room. Elias poured 2 cups. My wife believed tea tastes better after the lantern is lit. Thomas accepted the warm cup. I think she was right. Outside, the moon climbed higher into the night sky. Its silver reflection stretched across the Atlantic like a quiet pathway leading toward the horizon. The water barely moved. Only the smallest ripples disturbed the moon's reflection. Elias pointed toward the distant glow. When I was a little boy, I asked my grandfather where that silver road went. Thomas smiled. What did he tell you? The old keeper chuckled softly. He said, it leads exactly as far as your imagination is willing to travel. Thomas laughed quietly. Imagine I would have believed him. I certainly did. For a long time, they simply watched the moonlit sea. The lighthouse beam continued its faithful circle. Somewhere far offshore, a single merchant vessel answered with a tiny lantern of its own. For only a brief moment, the 2 distant lights acknowledged one another across the vast darkness. Then the ship continued peacefully on its way. Thomas found the moment strangely moving. 2 small lights, separated by miles of open water, yet quietly connected. He opened his journal one final time that evening. Beneath the gentle glow of the lighthouse lamp, he wrote, the sea is vast enough to make a traveler feel small. Yet one faithful light is often enough to make the whole world feel welcoming. He closed the journal and rested it on his lap. Outside, the waves continued their endless conversation with the shore. The lantern shone steadily into the night. The stars stretched across the heavens without end. And Thomas quietly understood that not every journey required rushing toward tomorrow. Sometimes, the greatest gift a traveler could receive was a peaceful place where the night itself seemed content to move slowly. The night passed with remarkable peace. Thomas slept in the small room beneath the lantern, where the steady turning of the lighthouse mechanism became a quiet lullaby. Soft footsteps overhead told him that Elias was making his regular rounds, every hour without fail, not because anyone was watching, but because someone, somewhere beyond the darkness, might be depending on that faithful light. Just before dawn, Thomas awoke naturally. The world outside was still wrapped in shades of deep blue. The stars had begun to fade, yet the sun had not yet appeared. He climbed the narrow spiral staircase one last time. Elias was already there. The old keeper stood beside the lantern with a warm cup of tea, watching the eastern horizon. You always wake this early? Thomas asked quietly. Elias smiled. Like to watch the world begin again. Together they stood in silence. Far out across the Atlantic, the first pale ribbon of silver appeared above the sea slowly. Almost imperceptibly, the darkness softened. The waves became visible once more. The distant fishing boats emerged from the shadows like quiet memories returning with the morning. A cool breeze drifted through the open window. It carried the clean scent of salt water and sea grass. Thomas breathed deeply. No morning on his journey had felt quite like this one. Elias gently rested a hand upon the lantern. Hardest part of my work isn't lighting the lamp. Thomas looked toward him. What is it? Knowing when it's time to let the daylight take over. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. Every season, every journey, every chapter had its proper moment. As the first golden edge of the sun rose above the ocean, Elias carefully extinguished the flame. The lantern's glow faded quietly. Now the sunlight carried the responsibility. There, Elias whispered. The sea has her own light again. Several minutes, neither man spoke. The sunrise painted the ocean with brilliant gold. The calm water sparkled as though thousands of tiny stars had gently settled upon its surface. A pod of dolphins surfaced in the distance. They rose gracefully through the morning light before disappearing beneath the waves once again. Thomas smiled. "Never seen dolphins before. They visit often," Elias said. "My wife always believed they arrived simply to welcome the sunrise." It was a beautiful thought, perhaps impossible to prove, yet wonderfully comforting. Soon the fishing village below began to awaken. Thin trails of smoke rose from cottage chimneys. A baker opened his small shop. Children carried wooden buckets toward the village well. Fishing boats untied their ropes and drifted slowly toward open water. Life returned gently. Without noise, without hurry, Thomas gathered his satchel. It was time to continue. Before leaving, Elias reached into a small drawer beneath the lantern room window. Inside lay a simple brass key. Its surface had grown smooth with age. He held it for a moment before smiling. "It no longer opens any lock." Thomas looked curious. "Then why keep it? It belonged to the very first door of this lighthouse. When we replaced the old door years ago, I couldn't bear to throw it away." He placed the key in Thomas's hand. "I'd like you to have it." Thomas looked surprised. "I couldn't possibly." "You can. Reminds me that every journey opens new doors. Every traveler should carry one key, even if it no longer opens anything made of wood." Thomas turned the old key over slowly. Its value was not in the brass. It was in the story it carried. "Treasure it. I know you will." They walked together down the spiral staircase and stepped outside. Morning sunlight covered the cliffs. Wildflowers swayed gently in the sea breeze. The lighthouse behind them stood bright and peaceful against the blue sky. At the foot of the path, Thomas stopped and looked back one final time. Elias had already returned to tending his little garden, pulling a weed, straightening a flower, caring for the place as faithfully in daylight as he had during the night. Thomas realized that quiet devotion rarely announced itself. It simply continued, day after day, season after season. He opened his journal before taking another step along the coastal road. With careful handwriting, he wrote, "The lighthouse taught me that true faithfulness is often invisible. People will never know who keeps the light burning, because someone quietly does. Countless others find their way home." He closed the journal with a peaceful smile. Ahead, the coastal road curved gently southward, following the edge of the Atlantic. Beyond the next headland, another village waited, another friendly face, another ordinary day that history might never record. Yet another beautiful story worth remembering forever. The coastal road stretched gently beneath Thomas's boots, following the graceful curve of the Atlantic shoreline. The morning sun climbed higher into a sky without a single cloud. Behind him, the white lighthouse grew smaller with every step. Soon it became only a bright speck standing proudly upon the distant cliffs. Yet Thomas could still imagine its lantern waiting patiently for another evening. The sea breeze remained cool. It carried the scent of salt, pine, and drifting seaweed. Occasionally, the cry of a gull echoed across the water before fading into the peaceful rhythm of the waves. Thomas walked without hurry. He had discovered that roads revealed more beauty to travelers who moved slowly. Every few hundred yards he found something worth noticing. A patch of purple wildflowers growing between weathered stones. A family of rabbits disappearing beneath tall beach grass. Tiny white shells scattered along the sand like forgotten pearls. The journey itself had become more important than the destination. By midday, the road curved inland around a quiet bay. There, tucked beside a calm inlet, rested a small shipyard. Unlike the busy ports of Europe, this place was wonderfully peaceful. Only 3 wooden vessels rested upon their supports. Several craftsmen worked quietly beneath open sheds, shaping oak beams with careful hands. The steady sound of wooden mallets echoed softly through the warm afternoon air. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike seemed measured, never rushed, never loud. Thomas paused beside a young apprentice who was carefully sanding the curved side of a small fishing boat. The boy smiled politely. "Good afternoon, sir." "Good afternoon. You've made remarkable progress." Apprentice glanced at the smooth timber. "My master says the wood tells us when it's ready." Thomas smiled. "And does it?" The boy laughed. "I think it does." Before Thomas could ask another question, an older craftsman stepped from the workshop. His beard had turned almost completely white, and his hands carried the marks of many years spent working with timber. He wiped the sawdust from his apron and extended a warm hand. "I'm Nathaniel Pierce. Built boats here since I was 15. Thomas introduced himself. "I'm Thomas Ashcombe. Traveler and mapmaker," Nathaniel nodded. "Then you've arrived just in time." He led Thomas toward the largest vessel resting inside the workshop. It was nearly finished. Its graceful wooden hull gleamed beneath the sunlight pouring through the high windows. The smell of fresh oak mixed with pine tar and cedar filled the air. Nathaniel rested his hand upon the ship's side. "We've been building this one for almost 2 years. Thomas looked surprised. "Years," the old shipbuilder smiled. "A ship that carries families across the sea deserves patience." Thomas slowly walked around the vessel. Every plank fit perfectly. Every wooden peg had been carefully shaped by hand. No detail appeared overlooked. "It must take extraordinary skill." Nathaniel shook his head gently. "No, it takes extraordinary attention." He picked up a small wooden plane. "My father always reminded me. People rarely remember how quickly something was built. They remember how well it served them." Thomas quietly repeated those words to himself. How well it served them. There seemed to be a lesson hidden in every workshop, every cottage, every quiet road. Nathaniel invited Thomas to climb aboard. Inside, sunlight filtered through unfinished deck beams, filling the ship with warm golden light. The wooden floor carried the rich scent of newly cut timber. Thomas imagined families standing here one day, children laughing, sailors singing softly while the wind filled the sails, merchants beginning long journeys toward distant shores. The ship was still, yet somehow, it already seemed full of future memories. Nathaniel noticed Thomas looking thoughtfully around. "Like to imagine the stories before the ship ever leaves the harbor," Thomas smiled. "So do I." The old craftsman laughed warmly. "Perhaps that's why you've enjoyed your journey." He looked toward the unfinished mast rising above them. "A ship begins long before it touches the water. It begins with imagination." Outside, the tide slowly climbed against the wooden pier. A pair of swans drifted peacefully across the quiet inlet. The apprentice continued sanding the smaller boat, humming softly to himself. No one hurried him. No one raised their voice. The entire shipyard moved with the calm confidence of people who trusted time. Thomas opened his journal once again. Beneath the quiet shelter of the unfinished ship, he carefully wrote, "The finest builders are not racing against the clock. They are building something worthy of tomorrow. Perhaps the same is true of a peaceful life." He closed the journal gently. As the afternoon breeze wandered through the open workshop doors, carrying with it the distant sound of gentle waves, Thomas realized that another ordinary place had quietly become unforgettable. And somewhere beyond the next peaceful harbor, another kind stranger, another simple lesson, and another beautiful day in 17th century America was already waiting along the road. Late that afternoon, Nathaniel invited Thomas to remain until sunset. "Harbor is especially beautiful when the day's work comes to an end," he said with a quiet smile. Thomas gladly accepted. He had learned that the final hours of the day often carried the gentlest conversations. The shipyard slowly settled into an easy rhythm. The apprentice carefully returned each tool to its proper place. Planes were wiped clean. Chisels were sharpened before being hung on their wooden pegs. Brooms swept away the curls of cedar and oak that had gathered across the workshop floor. No one rushed to finish. Every task was completed with the same care as the first. Thomas noticed the apprentice polishing a simple wooden mallet. "You clean your tools every evening," the young man nodded. "My master says tomorrow's work begins before today's ends." Nathaniel overheard the conversation and smiled. "My father taught me that. Believed good tools deserved gratitude." Thomas gently ran his hand across one of the smooth workbenches. Everything in the shipyard carried signs of long, respectful use. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was neglected. As the sun moved lower, Nathaniel suggested a short walk. They followed a narrow path beyond the workshops until they reached a quiet cove hidden behind a rocky cliff. The water there was perfectly calm. It reflected the sky like polished glass. A weathered wooden bench overlooked the small bay. Its legs had sunk slightly into the sandy ground after many years beside the sea. Nathaniel sat down with a contented sigh. Ended nearly every working day here for the past 20 years. Thomas joined him. It's difficult to imagine a more peaceful place. Old shipbuilder looked toward the horizon. When I was young, I thought success meant building the largest ships. He chuckled softly. Now I think success is simply ending the day with a peaceful heart. The words floated gently upon the evening breeze. Thomas remained silent. Some thoughts deserved a little time before answering. A flock of terns skimmed low across the water, their wings barely touching the calm surface. Each graceful tern created tiny circles that slowly spread across the bay. For several minutes, neither man spoke. The sea offered all the conversation they needed. Eventually, Nathaniel reached into his coat pocket. He removed a small object wrapped in soft linen. Been meaning to give this to someone. Thomas carefully unfolded the cloth. Inside rested a tiny wooden sailboat, no larger than the palm of his hand. Its mast was slender. Its little sail had been carved from a single piece of maple. Every detail was beautifully shaped. Thomas looked at it with quiet admiration. "You made this?" Nathaniel nodded. "Many winters ago. I carved one every Christmas for my grandchildren." He smiled warmly. "I think one belongs in your satchel now." Thomas turned the little boat between his fingers. It was simple, yet somehow it seemed to carry the peaceful spirit of the harbor itself. "I don't know how to thank you." Nathaniel gently shook his head. "Carry it until you meet someone who needs reminding that every voyage begins with hope." Thomas carefully placed the tiny sailboat beside the brass compass, the smooth river stone, the lavender pouch, the old lighthouse key, and the carved water wheel. His collection of memories continued to grow. The sun finally reached the horizon. The sky became a masterpiece of warm amber, rose, and soft violet. The calm bay reflected every color so perfectly that sea and sky appeared to become one. A single fishing boat returned slowly toward the harbor. Its sail glowed golden in the evening light. Nathaniel watched it quietly. Every evening, "I look for that boat," Thomas asked. "Family, my eldest son." Thomas smiled. "You never worry," Nathaniel shook his head. "I trust the sea. I trust the boat. Most of all, I trust the man sailing her." Soon the little boat reached the harbor entrance. The sailor lifted one hand in greeting. Nathaniel answered with the same quiet wave. Nothing more was needed. Thomas opened his journal one last time before the daylight faded. He wrote slowly. "A peaceful life is built the same way as a strong ship, with patient hands, faithful work, quiet evenings, and the confidence that tomorrow will bring another gentle tide." He closed the journal as the first evening star appeared above the Atlantic. The waves whispered softly against the shore. The breeze carried the scent of cedar and salt, and beneath the fading light of another beautiful colonial evening, Thomas felt grateful that his journey was teaching him not only the geography of a new land, but also the quiet art of living well. The following morning arrived quietly along the coast. A soft mist rested above the harbor, covering the water like a thin silver blanket. The fishing boats appeared as gentle shadows in the early light. The shipyard was still. The tools remained untouched. The wooden vessels rested peacefully beneath their protective shelters. Thomas stood outside the small guest room where Nathaniel had kindly allowed him to spend the night. He watched as the first rays of sunlight touched the tops of the masts. The ship seemed to awaken with the morning, not with movement, but with possibility. Nathaniel approached carrying 2 cups of warm tea. "Good morning." "Morning," Thomas replied. They stood together near the harbor wall. The morning air was cool and fresh. A few fishermen prepared their boats while quietly discussing the day's weather. No one shouted, no one rushed. The village began its day with the same peaceful rhythm Thomas had discovered everywhere along his journey. Nathaniel looked toward the unfinished ship inside the workshop. "Today we place the final wooden beam," Thomas smiled. "After 2 years," Nathaniel nodded. "After 2 years. It is strange. When you begin building something, the ending feels so far away. Then one morning, you realize the journey itself was the most important part." Thomas looked toward the ship. He understood exactly what Nathaniel meant. The finished vessel would be beautiful, but the true story had been created through thousands of small moments. Every carefully shaped board, every patient repair, every quiet evening spent working beneath the warm glow of lanterns. Together they entered the workshop. The apprentice was already there. His tools were prepared. The wooden beam waited on a nearby table. Nathaniel placed one hand upon the timber. This piece came from an old oak tree that grew beside the river. Thomas touched the smooth surface. A tree to a ship, Nathaniel smiled. Yes, everything changes if treated with care. It can become something new. The final beam was lifted slowly into position, no celebration, no loud announcement, just careful hands working together. The apprentice held one side, Nathaniel guided the other. Thomas watched quietly as the piece settled perfectly into place. A simple moment, yet somehow meaningful. When the work was complete, Nathaniel stepped back. There, ship stood quietly before them, almost ready for the sea. The apprentice smiled proudly. I helped build that. Nathaniel placed a hand on his shoulder. You helped create it. There is a difference. Thomas noticed the young man's expression. He would remember those words outside. The harbor breeze grew slightly stronger. Several gulls circled above the shipyard. The tide moved gently beneath the docks. Nathaniel invited Thomas to walk once more along the shoreline. They followed the beach where the waves left smooth patterns upon the sand. The old shipbuilder carried a small wooden walking stick. Thomas noticed tiny carvings along its surface. What are those? Nathaniel looked down. Marks. Each one represents an important day. Thomas counted a few. This one, the first ship I built with my father. This, the day my son returned safely from his first voyage. This, Nathaniel smiled. The day I realized I no longer needed to build the biggest ships. Thomas looked curious. What did you need instead? The old craftsman looked toward the peaceful sea. To build something that mattered. Answer was simple, but Thomas felt its meaning deeply. They reached a quiet section of the beach where smooth stones covered the shore. Nathaniel picked one up. It was flat and perfectly shaped by years of waves. Sea spends hundreds of years making something like this. Thomas looked at the stone. Patience again. Nathaniel nodded. Always patience. Two men sat upon the sand while the waves moved quietly nearby. A young boy walked along the shore collecting shells. His father followed behind, smiling as the child carefully examined every small treasure. Thomas watched them. He thought about all the people he had met. Every person carried a different craft. A different responsibility, a different story. Yet the same gentle wisdom appeared again and again. Slow down, pay attention, care for what is in your hands. As the afternoon approached, Thomas knew the road would soon call him again. The coastline continued beyond the village, more bays, more forests, more quiet communities waiting beyond the horizon. Before leaving, he opened his journal beneath the shade of a seaside tree. He wrote, "A ship is not created in a single day. Neither is a meaningful life. Are shaped slowly, by countless small choices made with patience and care." He closed the journal. The little wooden sailboat from Nathaniel rested safely inside his satchel, the old lighthouse key, the river stone, the lavender pouch, the carved water wheel. Each reminder carried the voice of someone who had taught him something valuable. Thomas looked once more toward the peaceful harbor. Then he stepped onto the coastal road. The sea breeze followed him. The waves continued their endless song. And somewhere beyond the next distant shore, another quiet chapter of 17th century America waited patiently for a traveler who had learned to listen. Thomas continued south along the coastal road, leaving the peaceful shipyard and its quiet harbor behind. The morning air carried the familiar scent of the sea, but now the sound of waves slowly blended with the songs of birds hidden among the coastal forests. The road was narrower here. On one side, tall pine trees stretched toward the sky. On the other, the Atlantic appeared and disappeared between rocky cliffs and sandy beaches. Thomas walked at an easy pace. He no longer felt the need to measure his journey by miles. Instead, he measured it by moments. A beautiful sunrise, a kind conversation, a quiet meal, a place where a stranger became a friend. By afternoon, he reached a small settlement surrounded by apple orchards. Unlike the fishing village, this place rested farther from the sea. The air smelled of fruit, fresh soil, and wood smoke. Rows of apple trees covered the gentle hills. Their branches carried hundreds of small green fruits waiting for the autumn harvest. At the center of the settlement stood a simple wooden building with a small sign above the door, "Common House." Thomas stepped closer. Inside, he discovered something unexpected. It was not a home, it was not a shop. It was a gathering place. Several wooden tables filled the room. Shelves held books, maps, farming notes, and handwritten journals. A small fireplace warmed one corner. People from the surrounding farms came here to share information, stories, and meals. An elderly man was carefully organizing papers beside the window. He looked up and smiled. "Welcome." Thomas removed his hat. "Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." Man extended his hand. "Samuel Whittaker. I help care for this place." Thomas looked around with curiosity. "What is this building?" Samuel smiled. "A place where neighbors remember they are neighbors." Thomas liked that answer. Samuel showed him the shelves. "These are farming records, weather notes, planting ideas, family histories." Thomas picked up a small leather journal. Inside were careful notes about the changing seasons. First frost arrived earlier this year. The river was lower during the summer. Apple trees produced a generous harvest. Thomas smiled. "So much knowledge in one place." Samuel nodded. "My father believed every generation should leave something useful behind." Thomas thought of the lighthouse journal, the church letters, the basket maker's memories. Everywhere he traveled, people were preserving pieces of life, not for fame, but for those who came after them. Outside the common house, children gathered beneath an old apple tree. They were listening to a woman reading from a small book. Thomas watched quietly. The children sat patiently. Some held apples, some held wooden toys. All listened carefully. Samuel noticed his expression. "We believe stories are important." Thomas smiled. "I agree. They teach us where we came from, sometimes. Where we should go." Later that evening, Samuel invited Thomas to share supper with the community. Long wooden tables were placed outside beneath the apple trees. Families arrived carrying simple dishes: fresh bread, vegetable soup, roasted vegetables, apple pies. The meal was not grand, but the warmth around the table made it feel like a celebration. Thomas sat among people he had never met, yet within minutes they spoke like old friends. An old farmer told stories about the first apple trees planted in the valley. A young mother described her child's first steps. A carpenter explained how he built the wooden benches beneath the trees. Every voice added another thread to the story of the village. As the evening sky turned orange, Samuel handed Thomas a small notebook. "I think this belongs with you." Thomas looked surprised. "What is it?" "A blank journal." "You already have one." Samuel smiled. "Yes, every traveler eventually needs another." Thomas opened the first page. It was completely empty, a fresh beginning, a place waiting for new memories. "I don't know what to write." Samuel looked toward the people gathered beneath the apple trees. "Write what matters." Thomas held the notebook carefully. The gift was simple, yet it carried the same kindness he had found everywhere. That night, beneath the quiet stars of 17th century America, Thomas wrote his first words inside the new journal. "A village is not built only with wood and stone. It is built with stories shared between people who choose to care for one another." He closed the notebook. The apple trees moved gently in the night breeze. The fireplace inside the common house glowed warmly, and Thomas knew that tomorrow would bring another road, another place, and another quiet lesson waiting to be discovered. The next morning arrived beneath a soft blanket of autumn mist. Although the sun had not yet fully risen, the apple orchard was already awake. A gentle breeze moved through the branches, causing the leaves to whisper together like quiet voices sharing an old secret. Thomas stepped outside the common house with his two journals safely tucked inside his satchel. The older journal carried the memories of his journey. The newer one waited patiently for the stories still ahead. He paused beneath the great apple tree where the children had gathered the evening before. Several fallen apples rested upon the grass. A robin hopped between them, searching for breakfast. The scene was wonderfully ordinary, yet Thomas had learned that ordinary moments often carried the greatest beauty. Samuel approached carrying a small wooden basket. "Good morning." "Morning," Thomas replied. "I hope I did not wake too early." Samuel smiled. "In this village, the day begins when people are ready, when the clock commands." Thomas laughed softly. Another lesson, another reminder to slow down. Samuel handed him the basket. The road. Thomas looked inside. Fresh apples, a small loaf of bread, a piece of cheese wrapped in cloth. "You have all been too generous." Samuel shook his head. "Generosity grows when it is shared." They walked together through the orchard. The morning sunlight slowly reached between the branches, touching the leaves with golden light. Samuel stopped beside an old apple tree. Its trunk was thick and twisted. Some branches were no longer covered with leaves, yet small blossoms still appeared in spring. This tree is older than anyone remembers. Thomas placed a hand against the rough bark. It still produces fruit. Samuel nodded. Every year, even after storms, even after winters. Thomas looked at the tree thoughtfully. How does it continue? Samuel smiled. Roots. The strongest things are often the parts no one sees. The word stayed with Thomas. He thought about the lighthouse, the hidden work of the keeper, the unseen patience of the shipbuilder, the quiet kindness of a leaner's lantern. So many important things existed beneath the surface. After walking through the orchard, they reached the edge of the settlement. A small wooden road marker stood beside the path. One direction led toward the mountains, another followed the coast, a third disappeared into a forest. Samuel stopped there. This is where we say goodbye. Thomas looked down the different roads. Have you traveled them all? Samuel smiled. No, some roads are meant for other travelers. Thomas nodded. There was wisdom even in knowing which paths were not his own. Before leaving, Samuel reached into his coat and removed a small pressed apple blossom sealed between two thin pieces of clear glass. My wife made this years ago. Thomas accepted it carefully. It is beautiful. Believed every season deserved to be remembered. Thomas placed it safely inside his journal, a tiny flower, a tiny memory, yet another reminder of a peaceful place. The two men shook hands. May your road be gentle, Samuel said. Thomas smiled. And may your orchard always bloom. With those final words, Thomas began walking toward the forest road. The village slowly disappeared behind him. The sound of children's laughter faded. The smell of apples became softer. Soon, only the whisper of trees remained. The forest ahead was different from the coastal woods. These trees were taller, older. Their branches created a natural ceiling above the path. Golden leaves covered the ground like a soft carpet. Thomas walked deeper into the woods. The sunlight moved between the branches in quiet patterns. A small stream crossed the trail. He paused to drink the clear water and listen. The forest had its own language, the rustling leaves, the distant call of birds, the gentle movement of water over stones. Everything seemed connected. As evening approached, Thomas discovered a small wooden cabin beside the stream. Smoke rose peacefully from the chimney. A stack of firewood rested beside the door, and a small garden grew nearby. The cabin appeared simple, but welcoming. Thomas approached slowly and knocked. After a moment, the door opened. An older man with kind eyes appeared. He smiled. Good evening, traveler. Thomas removed his hat. Good evening. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Man looked toward the fading sunlight, then back at Thomas. Anyone who arrives before darkness is welcome. Thomas smiled. Another open door, another kind stranger. The man introduced himself. My name is Robert Hale. I live here alone. Thomas glanced toward the peaceful cabin. Do you enjoy the quiet? Robert smiled. Do. I have learned something. What is that? He looked toward the forest. Quiet does not mean empty. It means there is room to hear what was always there. Thomas looked around, the trees, the stream, the evening sky, and he understood exactly what Robert meant. That night, beside another warm fire in another peaceful corner of 17th century America, Thomas prepared to write another page. The journey continued. The road stretched onward. And the quiet stories of this new land continued waiting patiently for him. The forest night arrived gently around Robert Hale's small cabin. Unlike the coastal village where the sound of waves filled the darkness, here the evening was accompanied by the quiet music of the woods. The stream flowed steadily beside the cabin. Leaves moved softly above the roof. An owl called from somewhere deep among the trees. Thomas sat beside the fireplace while Robert prepared a simple supper. There was no large kitchen, no collection of expensive dishes, only a small wooden table, a warm fire, and the peaceful feeling of being sheltered from the world outside. Robert placed 2 bowls of vegetable stew upon the table. Fresh bread rested between them. The meal was humble, yet Thomas had learned that the simplest meals often carried the most warmth. Do many travelers find your cabin? Thomas asked. Robert smiled. Many. The forest keeps most people away. Then why live here? Robert looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, the moonlight rested upon the trees. Because I wanted to learn the forest's language. Thomas smiled. The forest has a language. Robert nodded. Of course. Birds tell us when the seasons change. Trees tell us when storms are coming. The stream tells us when winter is near. Thomas listened carefully. It sounded almost impossible, yet after everything he had experienced, he no longer doubted the wisdom hidden in quiet places. After supper, Robert showed Thomas a small shelf filled with carved wooden objects: a bird, a fox, a deer, a small wooden tree. "You made these?" Thomas asked. Robert nodded. "I carved during the long winter evenings. They help me remember what surrounds this cabin." Thomas picked up the small wooden tree. The details were beautiful: every branch, every root, every tiny line in the bark. "You must have great patience." Robert smiled. "Wood teaches patience. It cannot be forced. If you hurry, you lose what makes it special." Thomas thought about the shipyard again. The same lesson appeared everywhere: boats, baskets, gardens, even lives. Nothing meaningful was created through rushing. Later, Robert stepped outside to check the night sky. Thomas followed. The forest clearing above the cabin revealed thousands of stars. Far away from villages and lanterns, the heavens seemed endless. Thomas looked upward in wonder. "I thought the stars near the ocean were beautiful." Robert smiled. "Every place shows the sky differently." They stood silently beneath the stars. The Milky Way stretched above the trees like a river of light. A gentle breeze passed through the clearing. For a moment, Thomas felt very small, but not lonely. The vastness of the world no longer frightened him, it comforted him. Robert pointed toward a group of stars. "My father taught me to find my way by them." Thomas looked closely. "A compass. In a way, maps show where you are. Stars remind you that you are part of something much larger." Thomas returned inside and opened his journal. By the warm glow of the fire, he wrote, "The forest does not need to announce its beauty, simply stands quietly, waiting for those willing to notice." The next morning arrived with the sound of rain. Soft drops tapped gently against the cabin roof. The forest looked different beneath the gray sky. The leaves shone with fresh water. The stream moved a little faster. The air smelled of earth and pine. Robert smiled as he prepared breakfast. Rain is a good visitor. Thomas looked outside. Many people would disagree. Robert laughed. Many people forget that the forest needs quiet days too. After breakfast, Robert showed Thomas a hidden path behind the cabin. It led to a small clearing where wildflowers grew among the trees. In the center stood an old wooden bench. The wood was weathered. The paint had nearly disappeared, but it remained strong. "Who built this?" Thomas asked. Robert looked at the bench fondly. "My wife." Thomas turned toward him. "She lived here too." Robert nodded. "For many years." He gently touched the back of the bench. "She loved this clearing. She said it was the perfect place to remember that life was not only about reaching places. It was also about sitting quietly along the way." Thomas remained silent. The rain continued softly around them. Robert's words felt familiar. He had heard similar wisdom from the fisherman, the lighthouse keeper, the basket maker, and the shipbuilder. Different people, different places, the same truth. As they returned to the cabin, Robert gave Thomas a small carved wooden bird. "Take this." Thomas smiled. "Another gift." Robert nodded. "A gift. Reminder." "What?" Robert looked toward the rainy forest. "That even when the world becomes quiet, life is still moving." Thomas placed the wooden bird beside his other treasures. The little collection inside his satchel now carried pieces of every place he had visited: a compass, a water wheel, a river stone, lavender, a lighthouse key, a wooden sailboat, an apple blossom, and now, a small wooden bird from a forest cabin. Each one was simple. Each one carried a story. That evening, as the rain continued to fall gently over the ancient trees, Thomas understood that his journey across 17th century America was no longer simply about discovering a new land. It was about discovering the quiet hearts of the people who called it home. The rain continued through the night, but by morning the forest had transformed completely. Every leaf appeared brighter. Every branch carried tiny drops of water that sparkled when the first sunlight reached through the trees. The storm had passed quietly, leaving behind a world that felt newly awakened. Thomas stepped outside Robert's cabin and breathed in the fresh morning air. The scent of wet earth and pine surrounded him. The small stream beside the cabin moved with renewed energy, its clear water rushing gently over the smooth stones. Robert stood near the woodpile, preparing the day's firewood. "Good morning." "Morning," Thomas replied. "It seems the forest is happy after the rain." Robert smiled. "The forest is always happy. Simply notice it more after a storm." Thomas looked around. There was truth in those words. Sometimes beauty did not appear because something changed. Sometimes it appeared because people finally slowed down enough to see it. After breakfast, Robert offered to walk with Thomas to the edge of the forest. Road ahead can be confusing after heavy rain. Show you the safest path. They followed a narrow trail covered with fallen leaves. The trees stood tall on both sides, their branches forming a natural roof above them. Small streams crossed the path in several places. Birds returned to their morning songs. A woodpecker tapped rhythmically against a distant tree. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed peacefully through the forest. After nearly an hour, they reached a clearing. Beyond it stood an old wooden fence. On the other side stretched open fields. Thomas could see a distant settlement beyond the hills. Smoke rose from several chimneys. A church steeple appeared above the trees. Civilization was returning, but the forest remained behind him like a peaceful memory. Robert stopped beside the fence. This is where our paths separate. Thomas looked back toward the cabin. I will remember your kindness, Robert smiled. And I will remember your visit. Thomas adjusted his satchel. Before leaving, Robert pointed toward the small wooden bird. Keep listening. Thomas smiled. I will. They shook hands warmly. Then Thomas stepped through the old wooden gate and continued along the road. The forest slowly disappeared behind him. The open fields welcomed him with wide skis and golden sunlight. By midday, he reached the settlement he had seen from the hill. It was smaller than the coastal village, but full of life. A blacksmith's hammer echoed from one side of the road. A baker carried fresh bread from a small oven. Farmers greeted one another near wooden fences. Children played beside a small pond. At the center of the village stood a building unlike any Thomas had seen before. A simple wooden schoolhouse. Its door was open. Inside, voices could be heard. Thomas approached quietly. A young teacher was writing letters upon a wooden board while several children repeated them aloud. The room was small, only a few desks, a few books, a small fireplace, yet the atmosphere was filled with curiosity. The teacher noticed Thomas standing outside. Welcome, Thomas entered. I hope I'm not interrupting. At all, teacher smiled. My name is Clara Whitfield. I teach the children of this village. Thomas looked around the classroom. You must have great patience. Clara laughed softly. Every teacher needs it. She looked toward the children. But they teach me too. Thomas found that interesting. Students teach you, of course. Children remind us to ask questions. Questions keep the world interesting. Children returned to their lessons. One young boy carefully practiced writing his name. Another studied a small map. A girl near the window read a book about plants. Thomas noticed that the classroom contained many handmade items, wooden letters, pressed flowers, drawings of animals, simple maps. Everything created with care, Clara explained. We do not have many books, so we make our own learning materials. Thomas smiled. There was creativity everywhere he traveled. People used what they had, they built, they repaired, they created. That evening, Clara invited Thomas to join a small gathering outside the schoolhouse. Families brought lanterns and shared stories beneath the stars. Someone played a quiet tune on a wooden flute. Others shared memories of harvests, journeys, and old family traditions. Thomas sat among them, listening. He realized something. The history of this land was not only written in important documents. It was written here in small villages, in humble classrooms, in conversations beneath the night sky. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "A schoolhouse may be small. A village may be unknown. But every place where people share knowledge and kindness is building the future." He closed the journal. Outside, the village lanterns slowly dimmed. The night became quiet. And beyond the schoolhouse, another road waited patiently, leading Thomas toward another story hidden within the peaceful corners of 17th century America. The village slowly disappeared into the quiet embrace of night. The last lanterns outside the schoolhouse flickered softly before families returned to their homes. The wooden doors closed gently. The fireplaces continued glowing behind cottage windows. And above the small settlement, the stars watched silently over another peaceful evening in 17th century America. Thomas rested in a small room beside the schoolhouse. Clara had kindly offered him a place to sleep after hearing about his long journey. The room was simple: a wooden bed, a small table, a candle beside the window. But through the glass, Thomas could see the village pond reflecting the moonlight. The peaceful view reminded him of the little brook behind Eliner's cottage. Different place. Different people, yet the same feeling, a sense of belonging. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. He looked at the many objects gathered inside his satchel. Each one represented a moment, a conversation, a lesson, a kindness. He carefully touched the small wooden bird from Robert's cabin, then the old lighthouse key, then the tiny wooden sailboat. He smiled. A traveler did not only carry belongings, a traveler carried memories. The candle slowly burned lower. The gentle sounds of the village faded. Soon Thomas drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. The next morning arrived with the sound of church bells, not loud, not urgent, just a gentle reminder that another day had begun. Thomas stepped outside and saw the villagers gathering near a small wooden church. The building stood on a hill overlooking the settlement. Its walls were plain, its windows were simple, but everyone who entered carried a feeling of warmth and respect. Clara approached Thomas. "Would you like to join us?" Thomas nodded. "I would be honored." Inside, the church was modest. There were wooden benches, a small table, a few candles. On one wall hung a handwritten list of names. Thomas looked at it curiously. Clara explained, "These are the names of people we remember, families who helped build this village, neighbors who cared for others, whose kindness should not be forgotten." Thomas studied the names. Many were ordinary people, farmers, craftsmen, teachers, parents, people whose stories might never appear in grand history books. Yet here, they were remembered. After the morning gathering, Thomas walked outside with an elderly man who introduced himself as Reverend Samuel Clark. The minister carried a small leather-bound book. "You are traveling far," he said. "I am. What have you discovered?" Thomas thought carefully. "That every place has a story," Reverend smiled. "And what makes a story valuable?" Thomas looked toward the village. "People in it." "Exactly." They walked along a path behind the church. A small cemetery rested beneath tall trees. The graves were marked with simple wooden stones. Flowers grew naturally around many of them. "It is peaceful here," Thomas said. The Reverend nodded. "Those who came before us helped create the roads we walk today." Thomas looked at the quiet graves. Again, he felt the connection between past and present. Every generation received something from those before them, and every generation left something behind. Near the edge of the cemetery stood an old oak tree. Its branches stretched widely above the ground. The Reverend placed a hand upon its trunk. This tree was planted when the first families arrived. Thomas looked upward. "It has seen many years. Children have played beneath it. Families have rested beneath it. Travelers have found shade beneath it." Thomas smiled. "A tree can become part of a community." The Reverend nodded. "When people care for something long enough, it becomes part of their story." Later that afternoon, Clara showed Thomas the village records. Inside a small wooden cabinet were carefully preserved pages. Births, harvests, weather changes, important events, even small notes about daily life. Thomas read one entry. "Today the village gathered to repair the bridge after the spring rains." Another, "The children planted flowers beside the schoolhouse." Another, "A traveler arrived and shared news from a distant town." Thomas smiled. These were not the stories of kings. They were the stories of ordinary days, and perhaps, he thought, ordinary days were the ones that truly shaped a place. Before leaving the village, Clara gave Thomas a small bundle. Inside was a collection of handwritten pages. "What are these?" "Lessons from our school." Thomas looked surprised. "I cannot take these." Clara smiled. "You can. Knowledge is meant to travel." Thomas carefully placed the pages inside his journal. Another gift, another memory, another reminder that kindness was something people passed from one person to another. As the sun began to set, Thomas stood at the edge of the village road. Behind him was the schoolhouse, the church, the old oak tree. Ahead was another path leading toward distant hills. He opened his journal one final time. He wrote, "A nation is not built only by great events. It is built quietly, by teachers who share knowledge, by neighbors who repair bridges, people who remember those who came before them." He closed the journal. The evening breeze moved gently through the fields. The village lights began to glow behind him, and Thomas continued onward, carrying not only maps of a new land, but the countless quiet stories that gave that land its heart. The road beyond the village climbed gently toward the distant hills. Thomas walked beneath a sky painted with the soft colors of evening. Behind him, the church bell grew quieter. The voices of the villagers faded into the distance, but the feeling of warmth remained. He had learned something important during his travels. A place was not remembered because of its buildings. It was remembered because of the people who filled those buildings with kindness. As darkness approached, Thomas found a small clearing beside the road. A tall oak tree stood at its center. Its branches spread widely, creating a natural shelter beneath the stars. He decided to rest there for a short while. Sitting beneath the tree, he opened his satchel and removed the small objects he had collected: the brass compass from Jonathan, the carved water wheel from Samuel, the smooth river stone, the lavender from Alina, the lighthouse key, the wooden sailboat from Nathaniel, the apple blossom from Samuel Whitaker, the wooden bird from Robert, and the school lessons from Clara. He placed them carefully beside him. Each object looked simple, but each one carried a world of memories. Thomas opened his journal. The empty page waited. For a moment he did not write, he simply listened. The wind moved through the branches above him. A distant stream flowed somewhere beyond the trees. A night bird called softly. The world was quiet, yet full of life. Finally he began writing. I have traveled many roads. I have crossed rivers, forests, and fields. The greatest discoveries were never places. They were people. Every person I met carried a small light. Light of patience, light of kindness, light of hope. He paused, then continued. Perhaps this is what makes a new land special. Only the mountains, rivers, and oceans. The hearts of those who call it home. Thomas closed the journal. The night air became cooler. He wrapped himself in his blanket and watched the stars above. The same stars that looked down upon fishermen, farmers, teachers, builders, travelers, everyone sharing the same vast sky. Before falling asleep, Thomas thought about how much the world had changed during his journey. When he first arrived, he searched for remarkable sights. Now he understood. The most remarkable things were often hidden inside ordinary moments. A warm meal, an open door, a quiet conversation, a simple gift, a helping hand. The next morning arrived with golden sunlight. Thomas packed his belongings and continued toward the hills. The landscape slowly changed. The flat fields became rolling valleys. The forests grew thicker. Small streams crossed beneath wooden bridges. The road became less traveled. Yet every turn seemed to reveal another peaceful scene. By midday, Thomas reached a wide meadow surrounded by mountains. Wildflowers covered the grass. Butterflies moved gently from flower to flower. In the distance, smoke rose from a small settlement near the edge of the valley. As he approached, he noticed something unusual. The people there were not farmers or fishermen. They were gardeners. The entire valley seemed designed around plants. Rows of flowers, herbs, fruit trees, vegetable gardens, everything growing in careful harmony. At the center stood a large greenhouse made mostly of wood and glass. Thomas approached the entrance. Inside, hundreds of plants grew beneath the warm sunlight. An elderly woman carefully watered a collection of flowers. She looked up and smiled. "Welcome, traveler," Thomas greeted her. "My name is Thomas Ashcombe." "I am glad to meet you," woman smiled. "I am Margaret Ellis. I care for this garden." Thomas looked around in amazement. "You created all of this?" Margaret laughed softly. "No, nature created it. Simply learned how to listen." Thomas smiled. Another familiar lesson: patience, attention, respect. Margaret walked beside rows of plants, explaining their stories. "This flower only blooms once each year. This herb grows best near water. Tree needs many seasons before it gives fruit." Thomas listened carefully. Every plant seemed to have its own character, its own rhythm. Margaret stopped beside a young tree. "It will not become large during my lifetime." Thomas looked surprised. "Then why plant it?" Margaret smiled. "Because someone in the future will sit beneath its shade." Answer stayed with Thomas, like the lighthouse, like the bridge, like the ship. So many people spent their lives creating things they might never fully enjoy, not for themselves, but for those who came after. As the afternoon sun warmed the valley, Thomas realized he had discovered another quiet truth. The greatest gifts people leave behind are not always things they can hold. Sometimes they are places, memories, and kindness that continues growing long after the person who planted it is gone. The valley garden remained peaceful as the afternoon slowly moved toward evening. Thomas continued walking beside Margaret through the winding paths between the flowers and trees. Every corner of the garden seemed to hold a small surprise: a hidden bench beneath a flowering vine, a tiny pond where golden fish moved slowly beneath the water, A wooden bridge covered with climbing plants. Nothing appeared accidental. Everything had been placed with patience and care. Long did it take to create this garden? Thomas asked. Margaret looked around thoughtfully. That is a difficult question. Why? Because a garden is never truly finished. She gently touched the leaves of a young plant. Every season changes it. Every year teaches something new. Thomas smiled. He had heard those words before, spoken by shipbuilders, teachers, and lighthouse keepers. The best things in life were never truly finished. They were always growing. Margaret led him to the oldest part of the valley. There stood a magnificent garden wall made from carefully arranged stones. Moss covered parts of it. Small flowers grew between the cracks. This wall was built by the first families who settled here. Thomas ran his hand across the stone surface. It has lasted many years. Margaret nodded. They built it slowly, stone at a time. Thomas smiled. Like everything else. Exactly. Inside the garden wall stood a very old apple tree. Its branches stretched widely across the sky. Several birds rested among its leaves. Margaret looked up at it. This tree was planted by my grandmother. Thomas noticed the care in her voice. She must have loved gardening. Margaret smiled. She loved giving, she always said. A seed is a promise made to the future. Thomas looked at the tree. A seed, a promise, a simple idea. It had carried the same wisdom he had discovered throughout his journey. People planted things they might never see fully grown: trees, ideas, kindness, hope. Later, Margaret invited Thomas to sit beside the pond. The evening light reflected upon the water. The valley became quiet. Only the sound of flowing water and distant birds filled the air. Margaret brought a small wooden box. Inside were dozens of seeds, each one carefully labeled. What are these? Thomas asked. Seeds from different places. Travelers bring them. I plant them here. Thomas smiled. So this garden carries pieces of many lands. Margaret nodded. A garden can be a map too, of roads, of connections. Thomas thought about his own journey. He had carried memories from many people. Now he understood that everyone was connected by the things they shared. A flower from one place, a story from another. A lesson passed from one generation to the next. As the sun disappeared behind the mountains, Margaret handed Thomas a small envelope. Inside was a collection of flower seeds. For your journey. Thomas looked surprised. Have no garden. Margaret smiled. Yet, every traveler eventually finds a place where something new can grow. Thomas carefully placed the seeds beside his other treasures. They were tiny, almost weightless, yet they represented possibility. That night, Thomas stayed in a small guest cottage beside the garden. Through the window, he could see the moon shining over the valley. The flowers rested peacefully. The trees stood silently. The entire garden seemed to be sleeping. Before closing his eyes, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "A garden teaches the same lesson as a journey. Growth does not happen quickly. Most beautiful things require patience, care, and faith in tomorrow." He closed the journal. The candle beside his bed slowly faded. Outside, the wind moved gently through the leaves. The valley rested beneath the stars, and somewhere beyond the mountains, another road waited, another village, another quiet story from the early days of America, ready to be discovered. The morning arrived softly in the mountain valley. A thin layer of mist rested between the hills, moving slowly like a gentle river of clouds. The garden was already awake. Tiny birds moved among the branches. Bees wandered from flower to flower. The leaves of the great old trees shimmered as the first sunlight touched them. Thomas stepped outside the guest cottage and paused. The valley looked completely different from the evening before. At night, it had felt mysterious and quiet. In the morning, it felt full of promise. Margaret was already walking through the garden, carrying her small watering can. "Good morning, Thomas." "Good morning. You rise early." Thomas smiled. "I have learned that mornings often reveal things the night hides." Margaret nodded. "That is true." Together they walked through the garden paths one final time. Margaret showed him plants that had traveled from distant places. A flower brought by a sailor, a herb shared by a farmer, a tree grown from a seed carried across mountains. Each plant had a journey before arriving there. Thomas looked around the garden. "It feels like this place remembers everyone who has visited." Margaret smiled. "Perhaps it does. Gardens have long memories." Near the center of the valley stood a small wooden table. On it rested several empty clay pots. Margaret picked one up. "Would you like to plant something before you leave?" Thomas looked surprised. "I would." She handed him a small seed. It was tiny, almost too small to believe it could become something great. Thomas carefully placed it into the soil. Margaret covered it gently. There, it begins. Thomas looked at the small pot. But I may never see it grow, Margaret smiled. Many people plant things they will never see. That does not make the planting less meaningful. Those words stayed with Thomas. After breakfast, it was time to continue his journey. Margaret walked with him to the valley entrance. The mountains surrounded them on every side. The road ahead disappeared between tall trees. Before saying goodbye, Margaret gave him a small piece of paper. "What is this?" A reminder. Thomas opened it. Written in careful handwriting were a few simple words. "Take care of what you touch. Leave kindness wherever you go. Remember that every beginning is small." Thomas folded the paper carefully. "I will remember," Margaret smiled. "I believe you will." With a final farewell, Thomas continued along the mountain road. The valley slowly disappeared behind him. The garden, the old apple tree, the greenhouse, all became smaller in the distance. But the lessons remained. The road became steeper as he climbed higher. The forest around him grew quieter. Tall mountain trees surrounded the path. Their trunks were covered with moss. Small streams flowed beside the trail. The air became cooler. After several hours of walking, Thomas reached a high mountain pass. From there he could see an incredible view. The valleys below stretched endlessly. Rivers looked like silver threads. Villages appeared as tiny clusters of rooftops. The land he had traveled across seemed peaceful and endless. Thomas sat upon a large stone and opened his journal. For a long time he simply looked, then he wrote. From high places, every road appears small. Every road carries countless footsteps. Every home holds a story. Every person leaves a mark upon the world. He closed the journal. The wind moved gently across the mountain. For a moment, Thomas felt connected to everything he had seen: the ocean, the forests, the villages, the gardens, all part of one enormous story. As evening approached, he descended toward the other side of the mountain. There, hidden between the trees, he discovered a small wooden cabin. A thin line of smoke rose from the chimney. A lantern glowed beside the door. Thomas approached carefully. Before he could knock, the door opened. A middle-aged man stood there with a warm smile. "Welcome, traveler." Thomas smiled. It seemed every road eventually led him to someone kind. "Good evening. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." Man nodded. "I am William Carter." Inside, before the mountain air becomes too cold. Thomas entered the cabin. Inside was a small but comfortable room. A fire burned warmly. Books rested on wooden shelves. A map covered one wall. Thomas immediately noticed it. "You study maps?" William smiled. "Make them." Thomas laughed softly. "A fellow mapmaker." William looked pleased. "Then perhaps we have much to discuss." That evening, beside a warm mountain fire, two travelers of maps and memories shared stories. And Thomas discovered that even after crossing oceans, forests, villages, and valleys, the world still had new lessons waiting quietly around the next corner. The mountain cabin was filled with the comforting warmth of the fire. Outside, the wind moved gently through the tall trees, creating a soft melody across the mountain slopes. Inside, Thomas sat across from William Carter, the mapmaker, while 2 cups of warm tea rested on the wooden table between them. For the first time in many days, Thomas met someone who understood his own curiosity about the world. "You make maps?" Thomas asked. William smiled. "I do, though I sometimes think maps make us humble rather than powerful." Thomas looked interested. "Why is that?" William walked toward the large map hanging on the cabin wall. It covered almost the entire surface. Rivers, mountains, forests, villages, coastal paths, all carefully drawn with incredible detail. "Before creating a map," William explained, "I thought I was simply drawing places. Over time, I learned something." "What?" "A map is really a collection of stories." Thomas looked closer. At first glance, he saw lines and names. But now he noticed something different. Every mark represented someone's journey. A river crossed by fishermen. A mountain passed by travelers. A village built by families. A road created through years of footsteps. William pointed to a small area near the mountains. This road was not on any old map. Why? Because it was created slowly by people traveling between 2 communities. Thomas smiled. People created the map before the map recorded them. Exactly. William returned to the table. "My father taught me that the world is always changing. Maps are only our attempt to remember it." Thomas thought about his own journals. They were also maps, not of land, but of moments. After dinner, William showed Thomas his collection of old instruments, a compass, a measuring tool, several handmade drawing pens, a small wooden ruler. Thomas recognized the compass immediately. "Have one like this," William smiled. "Then you know it is more than a tool." Thomas touched the brass compass inside his satchel. "It belonged to someone who taught me that every journey begins with direction." William nodded. "That is the beautiful thing about objects. They carry the hands and hearts of the people who own them." Two men continued talking late into the evening. They spoke about distant lands, changing seasons, the challenges of traveling through unknown places. William shared stories of mapping mountain paths during spring. He described valleys hidden beyond thick forests. He told Thomas about small communities that existed far from the main roads, places where people lived quietly, almost untouched by the outside world. Thomas listened carefully. Every story added another piece to his understanding of this young land. The next morning, William invited Thomas to climb a nearby hill. "The view is worth seeing." They followed a narrow trail behind the cabin. The path was steep but peaceful. Pine trees surrounded them. The air was cool and refreshing. After a while, they reached the top. Thomas stopped. Before him stretched a breathtaking landscape. Mountain ranges continued into the distance. Morning mist filled the valleys below. Small rivers reflected the sunlight like silver ribbons. Far away, tiny settlements appeared between the trees. William stood beside him. "When I first came here, I thought the mountains were barriers. Now I think they are invitations." Thomas smiled. "Invitations? Yes, they ask us to slow down, to work harder, respect what is greater than ourselves." The wind moved gently across the mountain peak. Thomas looked at the endless landscape. He understood. Every place he visited had taught him something. The sea taught patience. The forest taught listening. The garden taught growth. The village taught community, and the mountains, they taught humility. Before returning to the cabin, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "A map shows where the road goes. The traveler discovers why the road matters. Places are not remembered only by their shape on paper. They are remembered by the lives that unfold upon them." That afternoon, William helped Thomas prepare for the next part of his journey. The road ahead would lead toward a larger settlement beyond the mountains, a place where travelers, merchants, and families gathered from many different regions. Before Thomas left, William gave him a small rolled piece of parchment. "What is this?" "A map." Thomas smiled. "I already have maps." William nodded. "But this one is different." Thomas opened it. Instead of detailed roads and measurements, it contained small handwritten notes. "A quiet stream here, kind family nearby. A beautiful sunrise from this hill." Thomas looked up. William smiled. "The most important things are not always the easiest to draw." Thomas carefully rolled the parchment again. Another treasure, another story. With a final farewell, Thomas began descending the mountain road. The cabin became smaller behind him. The peaks remained above him, and ahead, a new settlement waited, a new chapter, a new collection of quiet stories from the remarkable world of 17th century America. The mountain road carried Thomas downward toward the valley below. The air slowly became warmer. The tall pine trees became smaller. The rocky paths gave way to softer earth covered with grass and wildflowers. Behind him, the mountains stood proudly beneath the morning sky. They looked unchanged, silent, patient, as if they had been watching travelers come and go for hundreds of years. Thomas paused once more to look back. The small cabin where William lived was no longer visible, yet the lessons from that quiet place remained with him. A map could show a road, but only a traveler could discover the meaning hidden along it. By afternoon, Thomas reached the larger settlement William had described. It was unlike any place he had visited before. The village was larger, more active, more connected to the outside world. Wooden buildings lined the main road. Merchants displayed their goods. Travelers arrived with wagons carrying supplies from distant towns. Farmers brought baskets of vegetables and fresh grain. Craftsmen worked openly in small workshops. The sound of conversation filled the streets. Yet despite the activity, the settlement still carried the same peaceful spirit Thomas had found everywhere. People greeted one another. Neighbors helped each other. Strangers were welcomed. At the center of the settlement stood a large wooden market square. Thomas walked through slowly, observing. A blacksmith shaped iron beside a glowing fire. A woman sold handmade candles. A farmer arranged baskets of fresh apples. A young boy carefully played a small wooden flute. Every person seemed to have a role. Every person contributed something. Near one corner of the market, Thomas noticed a small bookshop. It was a simple building with shelves visible through the open doorway. Curious, he entered. Inside, the smell of paper and wood filled the room. A middle-aged woman stood behind a small counter arranging books. "Welcome," Thomas smiled. "Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." Woman nodded. "I am Abigail Turner. I care for this little collection." Thomas looked around. There were not many books. Perhaps a few hundred, but each one appeared carefully preserved. "Do many people visit?" Abigail smiled. "More than you might expect. Farmers, sailors, teachers, children, travelers. They all come looking for something." Thomas looked at the shelves. "Knowledge, sometimes. Sometimes they come looking for a memory." She pulled a small book from the shelf. This belonged to a man who traveled across the ocean many years ago. She opened it carefully. Inside were handwritten notes, not famous discoveries, not important events, only observations. "First bird I saw after arriving here. First meal I shared with my new neighbors. First evening I watched the sunset over this land." Thomas smiled. "It is a personal history." Abigail nodded. "Exactly. Everyone has one." She looked toward the shelves. "History is not only written by important people. It is written by everyone." Thomas thought about all the people he had met: the basket maker, the lighthouse keeper, the shipbuilder, the teacher, the gardener, the map maker. Their stories were not recorded in grand books, yet they were meaningful. Abigail showed Thomas a small writing table near the window. Many travelers sit there before leaving. Write something. Thought, a memory, a letter. Thomas smiled. He understood. Some places collected objects, others collected stories. That evening, Abigail invited Thomas to attend a gathering at the bookshop. Several villagers arrived carrying candles. They sat together and shared stories from their families. One man spoke about his grandfather's first winter in the settlement. A woman shared a recipe passed down through generations. A young carpenter described how he learned his craft from his father. Thomas listened quietly. The room was not large, the stories were not famous, but the atmosphere felt important, because every person there was preserving something valuable. At the end of the evening, Abigail handed Thomas a blank page from an old notebook. "Your journal," Thomas smiled. "I already have two." She laughed softly. "Then perhaps you need a third someday." Thomas looked at the blank page. "What should I write?" Abigail answered gently. "Whatever you fear you might forget." That night, in a small room above the bookshop, Thomas opened the new page. "By candlelight," he wrote. "A book preserves words. A map preserves places. A memory preserves the feeling of being there." He closed the journal. Outside, the market square became quiet. The candles disappeared one by one. The settlement rested beneath the stars. And Thomas knew that tomorrow would bring another road, another conversation, and another hidden story waiting patiently to be discovered. The morning arrived quietly above the market settlement. A soft golden light entered through the window of the small room above Abigail's bookshop. Thomas awoke to the gentle sounds of the village returning to life. Below, wooden shutters opened. Shopkeepers prepared their displays. Farmers arrived with fresh produce. The distant sound of a blacksmith's hammer began its steady rhythm. The settlement was waking slowly, like a person opening their eyes after a peaceful night's rest. Thomas dressed and carefully packed his belongings. Before leaving the room, he looked once more at the small writing desk beside the window. So many travelers had sat there. So many thoughts had been left behind. He wondered how many stories the little desk could tell if it had a voice. When he entered the bookshop, Abigail was already arranging books. "Good morning, Thomas. Good morning. I hope you rested well." "I did." Abigail smiled. "That is good. Travelers need rest as much as roads need travelers." Thomas laughed softly. Another simple truth. After sharing breakfast, Abigail showed him something hidden behind the bookshelves. A narrow wooden door. Beyond it was a small room filled with old papers. Thomas looked around with curiosity. "What is this place?" Abigail smiled. "Memory room." Inside were boxes of letters, drawings, journals, and old maps. Some were carefully tied with ribbons. Others rested in wooden containers. "People bring these here." "Yes. They trust this place to protect their stories." Thomas carefully opened one box. Inside were letters written by families who had moved across the ocean. Another box contained drawings made by children. Another held old recipes. Another contained pressed flowers. Thomas smiled. It is like a treasure room, Abigail nodded, but the treasure is not gold. It is time. Thomas looked around silently. Every object represented a moment that someone believed was worth saving. Abigail picked up a small journal. This belonged to a farmer. She opened a page. The handwriting was simple. Today we planted the first seeds of spring. Another page. Today my son learned to walk. Our neighbors helped repair the roof after the storm. Thomas closed the journal gently. These are ordinary days. Abigail smiled. Yes, ordinary days are most of our lives. That is why they deserve to be remembered. The word stayed with Thomas. Throughout his journey he had searched for remarkable stories. But now he understood every peaceful morning, every shared meal, every act of kindness was already a remarkable story. Later that day, Thomas walked through the market one final time. He wanted to remember the sounds, the smells, the faces. A baker offering bread to a child. A carpenter repairing a broken chair for an elderly neighbor. A farmer sharing apples with a traveler. Small moments, quiet kindness. The true character of a place. Before leaving, Abigail gave Thomas a small leather bookmark. It was handmade, a simple piece of brown leather with a small stitched flower. For your journals. Thomas accepted it carefully. Have received so many gifts. Abigail smiled. Then you have met many generous people. Thomas looked at the bookmark. Why do people give things to travelers they barely know? Abigail thought for a moment. Perhaps because every traveler carries a piece of the world with them. And when they leave, they carry a piece of us too. Thomas placed the bookmark inside his journal. Another memory, another connection. At the edge of the settlement, he stopped and looked back. The bookshop, the market, the wooden buildings, the people moving through their daily lives. It looked peaceful from a distance, almost like a painting. He opened his journal and wrote, "A place becomes meaningful because of the memories created there. The walls may age. The roads may change. Kindness leaves marks that time cannot erase." He closed the journal. The road ahead stretched toward the eastern hills. Thomas adjusted his satchel and began walking again. The morning breeze moved gently through the fields. Birds followed the path above him. And somewhere beyond the next horizon, another village, another person, another quiet lesson from the early days of America was waiting for a traveler willing to slow down and listen. The road eastward was quieter than the roads Thomas had traveled before. The larger settlement slowly disappeared behind him, replaced once again by open fields and peaceful forests. The sounds of merchants and craftsmen faded away. In their place came the familiar songs of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the gentle movement of distant streams. Thomas walked beneath a wide blue sky. His pace was calm. His thoughts were calmer. Each day of his journey had changed the way he looked at the world. At the beginning, he had searched for new places. Now, he searched for new understandings. By late afternoon, the road led him toward a wide river valley. The river was larger than any stream he had crossed before. Its surface reflected the golden sunlight like a sheet of polished glass. A wooden bridge stretched across the water. It was carefully built with strong beams and sturdy supports. Thomas stopped in the middle of the bridge. Below him, the river moved slowly and steadily. He watched leaves floating upon the current. Some traveled quickly. Others became caught near the riverbank before continuing again. The sight reminded him of people. Every person had a different journey, a different speed, a different path, but everyone moved forward. On the other side of the bridge stood a small riverside community. It was surrounded by fields and forests. Several wooden homes rested near the water. A few boats were tied along the shore. Children played beside the river while fishermen prepared their equipment. Thomas followed the path into the village. Near the riverbank, he noticed an elderly man repairing fishing nets. The man worked slowly, carefully fixing each small opening. Thomas stopped nearby. "Good afternoon." Fisherman looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Samuel Reed." The old fisherman returned to his work. Thomas watched his hands move with practiced skill. "You have repaired many nets." Samuel smiled. "Many. Some nets are older than my children." Thomas laughed softly. "Do they not become too worn? Do. Everything deserves a chance to be repaired." Thomas thought about those words, another lesson, another quiet truth. Samuel invited him to sit beside the river. The two men watched the water together. After a while, Thomas asked, "Have you always lived beside this river?" Samuel nodded. "Almost my entire life." "Stay in one place?" The fisherman looked toward the flowing water. "Because the river changes every day." Thomas looked surprised. "The same river?" Samuel smiled. "Yes, the water is never exactly the same. The weather changes, the seasons change, the fish change. Yet, it remains the river." Thomas understood. A place could change and still remain connected to its own story. Samuel pointed toward the village. "My father built our first fishing boat here. My grandfather taught me to read the river. My children learned to swim here. Many memories belong to this water." The evening sun moved lower. The river turned orange and gold. Several boats returned from fishing. Families greeted them from the shore. The village came together naturally. No announcement, no ceremony, just people sharing another ordinary evening. Samuel invited Thomas to join them for supper. They sat outside beside the river. There was fresh fish, warm bread, vegetables from nearby farms. Stories flowed as freely as the river itself. One fisherman spoke about a storm from many years ago. Another remembered his first day on the water. A young child listened carefully, already learning the traditions of the river. Thomas watched them. He realized every community had its own heartbeat. The ocean villages had the rhythm of waves. The mountain cabins had the rhythm of forests. The farming settlements had the rhythm of seasons, and this village had the rhythm of the river. Before sleeping, Samuel showed Thomas a small wooden box. Inside was a collection of smooth stones. "River stone," Samuel explained. "Collect one every year." Thomas smiled. "Why?" Samuel picked up a small round stone. "To remember that time shapes everything. The river does not hurry. It changes the world." That night, Thomas rested in a small room beside the river. The sound of flowing water continued outside his window. Before sleeping, he opened his journal. He wrote, "The river taught me that progress does not always need speed. Of the greatest changes happen quietly, moment at a time." He closed the journal. Outside, the river continued its endless journey beneath the stars, and Thomas knew that his own journey was still flowing forward, toward another morning, another road, and another story waiting somewhere beyond the bend. The river village welcomed the morning with a peaceful mist. Thomas awoke before sunrise. Through the small window beside his bed, he could see the river moving quietly beneath the pale morning sky. The water reflected the first light of day, creating a silver path that seemed to lead toward the distant horizon. For a moment, Thomas simply watched. There was something comforting about a river. It never rushed. It never stopped. It simply continued. When he stepped outside, Samuel Reed was already near the shore preparing his boat. "Good morning, Thomas." "Good morning. You are awake early." Thomas smiled. "I think your river has taught me that mornings are worth seeing." Samuel laughed softly. "River teaches many things." Samuel invited Thomas to join him for a short ride. The small wooden boat rested gently on the water. Thomas stepped inside and Samuel pushed away from the shore. Slowly, they moved along the calm river. The village became smaller behind them. The sounds of morning life faded. Only the gentle movement of the boat remained. The oar entered the water, a soft splash, then silence again and again. The rhythm was peaceful. Samuel pointed toward the riverbank. "Those trees," Thomas looked. "They were planted by the village children many years ago. They are large now." Thomas smiled. "They planted something they would not enjoy immediately." Samuel nodded. "That is how many good things begin." They continued down the river. Soon they reached a quiet area where tall grasses grew beside the water. Several birds rested among the reeds. Samuel slowed the boat. "This place is special." "Why?" "Because it reminds us to be patient." Thomas looked around. The river was calm. The trees were still. The morning seemed untouched. Samuel reached beneath the seat and brought out an old wooden paddle. It was worn smooth from years of use. "My father made this." Thomas examined it carefully. "It is still strong." Samuel smiled. "He made it slowly. Always said, a tool made with care will carry your hands for many years." Thomas touched the smooth wood. Once again, he found the same lesson. Care created lasting things. After returning to the village, Thomas helped Samuel repair fishing nets along the shore. The work was simple, but it required attention. Every small thread mattered. A single missed opening could weaken the entire net. Samuel noticed Thomas working carefully. "You understand?" Thomas looked up. "Understand what?" "That small things are important." Thomas smiled. I have learned that many times on this journey. By afternoon, the village prepared for a small gathering. It was the beginning of the harvest season. Families brought food. Musicians carried simple instruments. Children decorated the riverbank with flowers. Thomas joined the celebration. There was no grand stage, no elaborate ceremony, only neighbors sharing happiness together. An elderly woman told stories of the village's earliest days. A young farmer brought the first vegetables from his field. Children placed flowers beside the river. Everyone contributed something. Thomas watched as the sun slowly moved toward the horizon. The river reflected the colors of the evening sky: gold, orange, soft purple. It looked like the entire world had become peaceful for a single moment. Samuel sat beside Thomas. Many people search for important moments. Thomas looked at him. What do you mean? They wait for something extraordinary. Life is mostly made of small moments, small conversations, small kindness, small joys. Thomas looked across the river. He knew Samuel was right. His entire journey had been built from small moments: a lantern in the darkness, a basket made by careful hands, a seed planted for the future, a book preserving memories, a river flowing quietly through generations. That evening, Thomas opened his journal. Beneath the stars, he wrote, "The river does not ask anyone to notice it. It simply continues its journey. Perhaps people can learn from it, move forward peacefully, and leave something good behind." He closed the journal. The river continued flowing beside the village. The stars appeared above the water, and Thomas rested peacefully, knowing that another sunrise would bring another road, another place, and another gentle story waiting to be discovered. The next morning arrived with a gentle breeze moving across the river. The village slowly awakened. Boats rested quietly along the shore. Fishermen prepared their equipment. Farmers carried baskets toward the market. The sound of footsteps on wooden paths mixed with the peaceful rhythm of the flowing water. Thomas stood beside the river one last time before leaving. He had spent only a few days there, yet it felt as though he had known the people for years. That was something he had discovered throughout his journey. Time was not always measured by how long you stayed somewhere. Sometimes it was measured by how deeply a place touched your heart. Samuel Reed approached carrying a small wooden container. "I thought you might need this." Thomas looked curious. "What is it?" Samuel opened the lid. Inside were several small river stones. Each one was smooth and carefully shaped by the water. Thomas smiled. "More stones?" Samuel laughed. "Yes, these are different." "How?" Samuel picked up one stone. "This one was found during a difficult winter. This one was found after a great flood. This one," he held a small, round stone. "This one was found on the happiest day of my life." Thomas looked at the stones carefully. They all look similar. Samuel nodded. "That is the lesson. Outside may look the same. Every stone carries a different story." Thomas placed the stones carefully inside his satchel. Another memory, another reminder. Before leaving, Samuel walked with him to the edge of the village. The river continued beside them, quiet, steady, endless. At the bridge they stopped. "This is where we say goodbye." Thomas smiled. "I have learned much from your river." Samuel nodded. "And I have learned something from you." Thomas looked surprised. "From me?" "Yes." "What?" Samuel looked toward the road ahead. "That travelers bring stories too." Thomas smiled. He had never thought of himself that way. He always believed he was collecting lessons from others. But perhaps every meeting was a sharing. Every conversation left something behind on both sides. They shook hands warmly. "May your road be peaceful. May your river always flow." Thomas crossed the bridge. On the other side, he turned back once more. Samuel stood beside the water, watching quietly. The old fisherman lifted his hand in farewell. Thomas returned the gesture. Then he continued onward. The road led through wide fields where tall grass moved with the wind. The landscape was open and beautiful. Unlike the mountains or forests, this place allowed the eyes to travel far into the distance. Thomas walked for several hours. The sun moved across the sky. Birds flew above the fields. The peaceful silence gave him time to think. As evening approached, he noticed a small group of wagons traveling along the same road. They moved slowly. Families sat together. Their belongings were carefully packed. Thomas wondered where they were going. Soon, one of the travelers noticed him. "You heading the same direction?" Thomas nodded. "Perhaps." The traveler smiled. "Then walk with us." Thomas joined the group. He learned they were families traveling toward a new settlement farther west. They carried tools, seeds, books, personal belongings. Everything needed to begin again somewhere new. One woman carried a small wooden box. Thomas noticed how carefully she held it. "Is that important?" She smiled. "Very." "What is inside?" She opened it slightly. Inside were letters from her parents. "They are the only things I have from my old home." Thomas understood immediately. People did not only carry objects, they carried pieces of their past. That evening, the travelers created a small camp beside the road. They cooked dinner together. Children played near the fire. Adults shared stories of places they had left behind and places they hoped to find. Thomas listened quietly. Their journey was different from his. They were not searching for stories. They were building a new one. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "Every road carries two kinds of travelers, those who search for a place, and those who create one, are part of the same great journey." Campfire slowly became smaller. The voices became softer. The stars appeared above the open fields. And Thomas rested beneath the peaceful night sky, wondering what stories awaited him among the travelers who were building a new chapter of their lives. The morning arrived over the open fields with a golden glow. The traveling family slowly woke as the first rays of sunlight reached their small camp. The fire had turned into warm ashes. The horses moved quietly beside the wagons. The children gathered their belongings while the adults prepared for another day on the road. Thomas watched them carefully. There was something beautiful about the way they worked together. No one carried the entire burden alone. One person prepared food. Another repaired equipment. Someone checked the animals. Someone helped the children. Every person had a small responsibility. Together, those small responsibilities created a moving home. The woman with the wooden box approached Thomas while he was packing his own belongings. "Good morning." "Morning," she smiled. "I am Clara Bennett, Thomas Ashcombe. I noticed you were traveling alone." Thomas nodded. "I have been following many roads." Clara looked toward the distant horizon. "So are we. Our destination is not a place we know." Thomas looked curious. "What do you mean?" Clara smiled gently. "We are not only traveling toward a new settlement, are traveling toward a new beginning." Those words stayed with Thomas. A beginning. So many people he had met were creating beginnings. The shipbuilder created new vessels. The teacher created new minds. The gardener created new life. The families on the road were creating a new home. After breakfast, the group continued their journey. Thomas walked beside the wagons. The road was long, but the pace was peaceful. Along the way, he learned more about the travelers. There was a carpenter named Edward who carried his father's old tools. A young couple named James and Anna who hoped to build their first home. An elderly man named Henry who carried a collection of books. A young girl named Lily who collected small flowers from every place they passed. Each person carried something meaningful. Each person carried a story. By midday, they reached a small stream. The travelers stopped to rest. The children played near the water. The adults prepared a simple meal. Thomas sat beneath a tree and watched. The scene reminded him of everything he had experienced. A community could exist anywhere, beside the ocean, in the mountains, near a river, even on a road between destinations. Community was not only a place, it was a feeling created by people caring for one another. After resting, Edward the carpenter approached Thomas. "You know, every settlement begins with a few people who decide to stay." Thomas smiled. "Like planting a seed." Edward nodded. "Exactly. You may not see the tree immediately. Someone must plant it first." The afternoon passed quietly. The road became surrounded by tall grass and wildflowers. The wind moved across the fields like gentle waves. Thomas looked at the wagons ahead. They were not fast, they were not grand, but they carried dreams. As evening approached, the travelers reached a small hill overlooking a wide valley. Everyone stopped. Below them was a beautiful piece of land. A river flowed nearby. Trees surrounded the valley. The soil looked rich and welcoming. Clara stood beside Thomas. "This is where we hope to build." Thomas looked across the valley. "It is beautiful," she smiled. "Yes, beauty alone does not create a home." "What does?" She looked toward the families gathering around the wagons. "People, work, patience, kindness." Thomas nodded. The answer felt familiar. That night the travelers camped on the hill. They talked about plans for the future, where houses would stand, where gardens would grow, where children would learn, where neighbors would gather. They were not only imagining buildings, they were imagining a life, Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. Under the quiet stars, he wrote, "A home is not created when walls are built. Home begins when people decide to care for one another." He closed the journal. The campfire burned softly nearby. The valley rested below them. And for the first time, Thomas understood that some of the greatest stories are not about discovering places. They are about watching people create them. Tomorrow, the first stones would be placed. The first seeds would be planted. And a new chapter of 17th century America would begin. The morning sun rose above the valley where the travelers had chosen to begin their new life. The land was quiet. The river moved gently through the valley. Birds flew above the trees. A soft breeze passed through the tall grass. For a moment, everything looked untouched. But the travelers knew something important. A place does not become a home by itself. A home is created by the hands and hearts of the people who care for it. Thomas woke early and stepped outside his small sleeping area near the camp. Already, the settlement was beginning to come alive. Edward the carpenter was examining the trees nearby. The farmers were studying the soil. The families were organizing their supplies. Everyone had a task. Everyone had a purpose. Thomas watched quietly. There was no grand ceremony, no announcement, only people beginning. Edward approached carrying his father's old tools. "Good morning, Thomas. Good morning. Today we begin." Thomas looked around the valley. "What is the first thing you build?" Edward smiled. "A house. A barn." "Then what?" "A foundation." Thomas nodded. "Because everything depends on it." "Exactly." First work began near the center of the valley. The travelers marked the places where future buildings would stand. A meeting house, homes, a garden, a small school, a storage building. The plans were simple, but the dreams behind them were large. Thomas helped wherever he could. He carried wood, collected stones, helped prepare the ground. The work was tiring, yet it felt meaningful. Every movement added something to the future. By midday, Lily, the young girl who collected flowers, came running toward Thomas. "Look," she opened her hands. Inside were several small wildflowers. "They grew near the river." Thomas smiled. "They are beautiful. I want to plant them near our new home." Thomas looked at the flowers. "Why those flowers?" Lily thought for a moment. "Because they were here before us. I want them to stay after us." Thomas smiled. Even the youngest travelers understood something important. A place was not only for people. It was shared with everything that lived there. Later that afternoon, Anna and James began preparing the first garden area. They carefully planted seeds brought from their previous home. Thomas watched them cover the seeds with soil. "You must miss your old place." Anna smiled softly. "Sometimes." "Then why leave?" She looked across the valley. "Because some journeys are not about leaving something behind. They are about carrying something forward." Thomas remembered Margaret's garden. A seed was a promise to the future. As evening approached, the first wooden structure began to take shape. It was small, simple, but everyone gathered around it with pride. It was not impressive because of its size. It was meaningful because of what it represented: a beginning, a shared dream, a place where future generations might laugh, learn, and create memories. That night, the travelers prepared a meal together. There was fresh bread, vegetables, soup cooked over the fire. Everyone sat in a circle beneath the stars. They shared stories. They talked about hopes. They remembered the homes they had left behind. Thomas listened carefully. He realized something. Every person at that fire carried two stories: the story of where they came from and the story of where they hoped to go. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. The fire beside him slowly became smaller. The valley became quiet. He wrote, "A new place is not created in a single day. Begins with one person willing to take the first step. Then another person joins. Then another. Slowly, a dream becomes a home." He closed the journal. The valley slept peacefully. The river continued its quiet song. Above the trees, the stars shone brightly. And Thomas knew that tomorrow would bring more work, more challenges, more moments of patience. But it would also bring something beautiful, the first pages of a brand new story. The days that followed were filled with quiet determination. The new settlement slowly began to take shape. Each morning, the valley awakened with the sounds of people building their future. The sound of hammers, the cutting of wood, the movement of footsteps across the earth, the gentle conversations between neighbors. Nothing happened quickly, but everything happened with purpose. Thomas remained with the travelers longer than he had expected. At first, he planned to stay only a few days, But every day brought another lesson, another story, another reason to remain a little longer. He watched Edward the carpenter carefully shape the first wooden beams of the meeting house. The carpenter measured every piece twice, sometimes 3 times. Thomas smiled. "You take great care with every piece," Edward nodded. "A building remembers the hands that create it." Thomas looked at the wooden beams. "What do you mean? If something is built with care, people feel it. They may not know why, they feel the difference." Thomas thought about the many places he had visited: the lighthouse, the shipyard, the schoolhouse, the gardens. Every place carried the spirit of the people who created it. The next week, the first small homes began to rise. They were not large, they were not decorated, but each family added small touches that made them unique. Anna planted flowers near her doorway. James carved a wooden sign for their home. Henry placed his books beside the window where the sunlight could reach them. Clara hung her parents' letters carefully on the wall. Slowly, the valley became more than a collection of buildings. It became a community. One afternoon, Thomas walked toward the river and found Lily sitting beside the water. She was holding a small notebook. "What are you writing?" Thomas asked. She looked up and smiled. "I am drawing." Thomas looked at the pages. Inside were drawings of flowers, birds, trees, and people. "You are creating your own journal." Lily nodded. "My mother says we should remember our first days here." Thomas smiled. "Your mother is right." Lily looked toward the unfinished settlement. "Do you think this place will still be here when I am old?" Thomas sat beside her. "I think so." "Why?" "Because places survive when people care for them." Lily looked thoughtful. "So we are building memories too?" Thomas smiled. "Yes. Sometimes memories are the strongest things we build." As the weeks passed, the settlers faced challenges. The weather became colder, supplies became harder to find. Some days were easier than others, but the people continued. When one family needed help, others came. When someone became tired, another person carried the work. Thomas noticed that difficulties did not weaken the settlement, they revealed its strength. One evening, after a long day of work, everyone gathered near the river. The first small bridge across the water had finally been completed. It was simple, made from strong wooden beams, but everyone looked at it with pride. Edward stood beside it. "This bridge is not only for crossing the river." Thomas looked at him. "What else is it for?" Edward smiled. "It connects people." The words reminded Thomas of the old bridge near the church. The same lesson appeared again. A bridge was never only wood and nails. It was a symbol of connection. That night the settlers celebrated quietly. There was music, stories, laughter. The children ran around the fire. The adults shared memories of the journey that brought them there. Thomas sat back and watched. He thought about how much had changed. When he first arrived in America, he was a traveler searching for stories. Now he was witnessing one being created, a real story, a living story. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "The greatest journeys do not always lead to places that already exist. Sometimes the journey leads to a place that does not exist yet, a place waiting for someone's courage, patience, and hope." He closed the journal. The new settlement rested beneath the stars. The houses were still small. The roads were still unfinished. The fields were still young. But something important had already been created, a home. And as the seasons continued to change, Thomas knew that this valley would carry stories for many generations to come. The first winter of the new settlement arrived slowly. The golden fields that had welcomed the travelers were now covered with a blanket of frost. The trees stood quietly beneath the cold sky. The river continued flowing, though small pieces of ice appeared along its edges each morning. For many people in the settlement, this was their first winter in the valley. It was a season they respected, a season that required patience, a season that reminded them they were part of nature, not separate from it. Thomas watched as the community prepared. Wood was gathered and stored carefully. Food supplies were organized. Homes were checked for weak places. Everyone worked together. The same cooperation that had built their first houses now helped them prepare for the colder months. Edward the carpenter inspected every home. He repaired small cracks in walls. He strengthened doors. He checked roofs. Thomas asked him, "Do you ever stop building?" Edward smiled. Building is not only creating something new. Sometimes building means protecting what already exists. Thomas remembered those words. They applied to more than houses. They applied to friendships, communities, families, even memories. Inside the homes, life continued peacefully. The evenings became longer, families gathered near fireplaces, stories were shared, books were read. Children learned lessons from their parents and elders. The settlement became quieter, but it did not become empty. One evening, Thomas visited Henry, the elderly man who carried books from his old home. Henry had created a small reading corner inside his house. A wooden shelf held the books he had brought across the long journey. Thomas looked at them with admiration. "You carried these all this way?" Henry smiled. "Yes, people thought I carried unnecessary weight." Thomas laughed softly. "But you believed they were important." Henry nodded. "Books are like seeds. They may seem small. They can grow into something much larger." Thomas thought about Margaret's garden. Again, the same idea: seeds, knowledge, hope, things that begin small but become valuable over time. During the winter evenings, Thomas began helping Henry teach the children. They read stories, they studied maps, they learned about distant land. Lily especially loved the maps. She would sit beside Thomas and ask endless questions. How far away is the ocean? What is beyond those mountains? How many villages exist in the world? Thomas smiled. "I do not know all the answers." Lily looked surprised. "You don't?" Thomas laughed. "No traveler knows everything. Every question is the beginning of a new journey." Winter continued. Some days were difficult. The wind was strong. The roads became harder to travel, but the settlement remained strong. People checked on their neighbors. They shared supplies. They helped anyone who needed support. Thomas noticed something important. A community was not proven during easy days. It was proven during difficult ones. One quiet evening, as snow gently fell outside, Thomas sat near the fire and opened his journal. The room was warm. The candle flickered. Outside, the valley rested beneath a peaceful white blanket. He wrote, "A strong home is not measured by its walls. It is measured by the kindness found inside them. Storms may test a place. They also reveal the strength that was there all along." He closed the journal. The small wooden bird from Robert's cabin rested beside him. The little sailboat from Nathaniel. The apple blossom from the valley garden. All the memories from his journey remained close. Months earlier, Thomas had traveled across unfamiliar roads searching for stories. Now he understood. Stories were everywhere. They lived in people's hands, in their choices, in their kindness. As the winter night grew deeper, Thomas looked out the window. The settlement was quiet, but lights still glowed in every home, small lights, together creating warmth. And beyond the snowy valley, another season waited patiently. Spring would return. The rivers would flow freely again. The fields would become green, and the young settlement would begin its next chapter. Spring returned to the valley quietly. The snow that had covered the land for many months began to disappear. Small streams of melted water traveled through the fields. The frozen ground softened. The trees slowly awakened, and tiny green leaves appeared on their branches. The settlement was changing. The people who arrived months earlier with only wagons and dreams were now surrounded by signs of a growing home. The small houses stood stronger. The gardens showed the first signs of new life. The bridge across the river carried travelers and neighbors every day. Thomas stood beside the river one morning, watching the reflection of the young settlement in the water. It was difficult to believe how much had changed. Only a short time ago, this valley was only open land. Now it carried laughter, conversations, memories, a new story. Edward the carpenter joined him near the river. "You are quiet today." Thomas smiled. "I was thinking about how quickly this place changed." Edward looked across the valley. "Did it change quickly?" Thomas looked surprised. "What do you mean?" Edward smiled. "People often notice the finished result. They do not notice every small moment that created it." He pointed toward the homes, every piece of wood, every stone, every seed planted. Every meal shared, every helping hand. Those moments built this place. Thomas nodded slowly. He understood. Great things rarely appeared suddenly. They grew through countless small actions. Later that day, the settlement held its first spring gathering. It was not a grand celebration. There were no expensive decorations, only flowers from the gardens, music from simple instruments, and food prepared by every family. Everyone brought something. Some brought bread, some brought vegetables, some brought stories. The children decorated the meeting house with flowers. Lily placed a small collection of drawings on the wall. Thomas looked at them carefully. They showed the journey, the wagons crossing the fields, the first houses, the bridge, the river, the garden. the people. A whole history created through a child's eyes. You remembered everything, Thomas said. Lily smiled. I didn't want to forget. Thomas looked at her drawings. You may have created something very important. What? A record of how this place began. Lily looked surprised. I just drew pictures, Thomas smiled. Sometimes the simplest things become the most valuable. During the gathering, Clara Bennett stood before the community. She carried a small book. This book will belong to our settlement. Everyone became quiet. What will you write in it? Someone asked. Clara opened the first page. Story of this place. She looked around. Only the names of important events. The small moments too. First garden. The first bridge. The first child born here. First winter survived. First friendship created. Thomas felt something deep as he listened. The settlement was creating its own memory, just like the bookshop, just like the old church records. Just like the journals he had discovered along the way, people understood that life was worth remembering. That evening, after everyone returned home, Thomas walked alone through the settlement. The sun was setting behind the hills. Smoke rose gently from the chimneys. Flowers moved in the evening breeze. The river reflected the orange sky. He stopped beside the first house that had been built. It was simple, small, but it represented something much greater, a dream that became real. Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "A beginning is a quiet thing. It does not announce itself to the world. Begins with a small decision, a small hope, a small step forward. One day, when we look back, we discover that those small moments created something extraordinary." He closed the journal. The valley became peaceful beneath the stars. Thomas knew his journey was slowly moving toward its final chapters. But he also knew something else. The stories he had collected would continue long after he left. Because the greatest stories are not owned by one person. They are carried forward by everyone who chooses to remember. The days of spring passed peacefully across the valley. The young settlement continued to grow. Every morning brought new sounds. The laughter of children walking toward the small school. The voices of farmers working in the fields. The steady rhythm of craftsmen building and repairing. The gentle movement of the river beside the homes. Thomas noticed something beautiful. The settlement was no longer only a place where people lived. It had become a place where people belonged. One morning, Thomas walked toward the garden area and found Anna carefully planting new seeds. The garden was larger now. Rows of vegetables grew beside colorful flowers. Small trees had begun to rise from the soil. Thomas smiled. The garden has changed. Anna looked around proudly. Yes. It still has a long way to go. Thomas looked at the young plants. Does that bother you? Anna shook her head. No. Growth is not something to rush. She placed another seed into the earth. You cannot pull a plant upward to make it grow faster. You can only give it what it needs and wait. Thomas smiled. Another familiar lesson, patience. The same lesson that appeared in every corner of his journey. Later that afternoon, Thomas walked toward the schoolhouse. Clara was teaching the children beneath the shade of a large tree because the weather was warm. The children sat with their books open. Some practiced writing, others studied maps. Lily was drawing again. This time she was drawing the entire valley. Thomas looked over her shoulder. You have added many details, she smiled. I want people in the future to know what this place looked like when it was young. Thomas looked at her carefully. You think about the future often. Lily nodded. My parents came here to build something for people who are not born yet. So I want to help remember it. Thomas felt moved by her words. Even the youngest members of the settlement understood the importance of leaving something behind. That evening, a meeting was held in the new community building. Everyone gathered to discuss the future, where new fields should be planted, how more families could be welcomed, how the school could grow, how the settlement could remain peaceful. Thomas sat quietly and listened. He noticed something. No single person controlled the decisions. Everyone contributed, the carpenter, the farmer, the teacher, the fishermen, the families. Every voice mattered. After the meeting, Edward joined Thomas outside. You have seen many places during your journey. Thomas nodded. Yes. What makes this place different? Thomas looked back at the lights glowing from the homes. He thought for a moment. Perhaps it is because everyone understands they are building it together. Edward smiled. That is the secret of any lasting place. It is never created by one pair of hands. It is created by many. Following morning, Thomas prepared his belongings. After many months, he felt the road calling again. There were still places he wished to see, stories he wished to discover, people he hoped to meet. When the settlers heard he planned to leave, they gathered near the bridge to say goodbye. Lily brought him a small bundle. "What is this?" she smiled. "Open it later." Thomas thanked her. Clara gave him a letter for your journey. Anna gave him a small packet of seeds from the valley garden. Edward gave him a tiny wooden piece carved from the first building. A reminder. Thomas held it carefully. Of what? Edward smiled. Every great structure begins with one small piece. Thomas looked around at the people, the faces he had come to know, the families who had turned empty land into a home. He felt grateful. Before crossing the bridge, he opened his journal one last time. In the valley, he wrote, "I arrived as a traveler searching for stories. I leave carrying memories. The greatest places are not found on maps. They are found in the hearts of the people who create them." He closed the journal. The river flowed beneath the bridge. The valley stretched peacefully behind him. Thomas lifted his hand in farewell. The people returned the gesture. Then he stepped onto the road. The path ahead disappeared beyond the hills, but he no longer wondered what he would find, because he had learned something important. Every road carries a story, and every person has something worth sharing. The road beyond the valley felt different from all the roads Thomas had walked before. Not because the landscape had changed, not because the mountains, rivers, and forests were different, but because Thomas himself had changed. When he first arrived in this new land, every unfamiliar path felt like a mystery. Every village felt like a place he needed to understand. Every person felt like a stranger. Now, after months of traveling, he had discovered something much deeper. The world was not made of strangers. It was made of people whose stories he had not heard yet. The morning sun followed Thomas as he walked along the countryside. The valley slowly disappeared behind him. The sound of the river became softer. The voices of the settlement faded into the distance. But the memories remained close. The small wooden piece from Edward, the seeds from Anna, the letter from Clara, the drawings from Lily, all carefully placed inside his satchel. Each one carried a reminder of a place where kindness had grown. After several days of travel, Thomas reached a coastal road once again. The familiar scent of salt filled the air. The sound of waves returned. It felt as though his journey had come full circle. Near the shore, he discovered a small fishing village. It was not the same village where he had first met Nathaniel. This place was different. The houses were smaller. The harbor was quieter. But the same peaceful feeling surrounded it. Thomas walked along the docks. Fishermen prepared their boats. Children collected shells near the water. An elderly woman repaired fishing nets beside a small cottage. Thomas stopped nearby. The woman looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler." "Afternoon. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Martha Ellis." Thomas watched her hands carefully repairing the net. "You have great skill," Martha smiled. "Many years of practice." "The work become easier with time," she thought for a moment. "No, becomes more familiar." Thomas liked that answer. There was a difference between something becoming easy and something becoming understood. Martha invited him to sit beside her. The waves moved gently nearby. "You have traveled far," she said. Thomas smiled. "How did you know?" "Travelers carry their roads with them." Thomas looked curious. "What does that mean?" Martha pointed toward his satchel. "Everything you carry is visible." Thomas looked down. She was right. He carried memories, lessons, stories. Martha continued repairing the net. "My husband used to say that a fisherman and a traveler are similar." "How?" "Both must trust what they cannot see. The fisherman trusts the ocean. The traveler trusts the road." Thomas looked toward the horizon. He thought about all the unknown paths he had followed, the roads that led him to kind strangers, the moments he never expected, the stories he never planned to find. That evening, Martha invited Thomas to join the village meal. The people gathered near the harbor. Lanterns glowed beside the water. Families shared food. Fishermen told stories from their journeys. Children listened with curiosity. Thomas sat among them. He realized something. No matter where he went, people gathered around the same simple things: food, stories, warmth, companionship, the things that made a place feel like home. After dinner, a young boy approached Thomas. "Are you a storyteller?" Thomas smiled. "I don't know." Boy looked confused. "You have so many things in your bag." Thomas laughed softly. "These are not stories." Boy looked at him. "Then what are they?" Thomas thought carefully. "They are reminders of people who shared their stories with me." Boy smiled. "Then you are carrying stories." Thomas looked toward the quiet harbor. Perhaps the boy was right. That night beside the ocean once again, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "At the beginning of my journey I collected places. Later I collected lessons. I understand. The greatest treasures are the connections we create along the way." He closed the journal. The waves continued their gentle song. The stars appeared above the sea, and Thomas rested peacefully, knowing that the road ahead still held many stories. But he also knew something important. The journey was never truly about reaching the end. It was about becoming someone different with every step. The following morning, the coastal village welcomed the sunrise with the familiar rhythm of the sea. The waves moved gently toward the shore. The fishing boats rested quietly on the water. The gulls circled above the harbor, calling softly into the morning air. Thomas stood near the edge of the dock, watching the fishermen prepare for another day. He had seen many harbors during his journey, yet every harbor felt different. Every shore carried its own memories. Every person who lived beside the sea had a different relationship with the ocean. Martha Ellis approached carrying a small wooden basket. "Good morning, Thomas. Good morning. I thought you might enjoy walking along the shore before you leave." Thomas smiled. "I would like that." Together they followed the coastline. The sand was smooth beneath their feet. Small shells rested along the beach. The morning sun reflected on the water, creating a peaceful golden path. After a while, Martha stopped near a group of large stones. "These rocks have been here longer than anyone in this village." Thomas looked at them. "They have seen many years." Martha nodded. "Storms have come. Seasons have changed. People have arrived and left. The rocks remain." Thomas smiled. "They remind us that some things endure." "Exactly." Sat quietly for a few moments. The ocean stretched endlessly before them. Thomas thought about all the places he had visited. The mountains, the forests, the valleys, the rivers, the villages. Everywhere he went, nature had its own lesson. The ocean taught acceptance. The forest taught attention. The river taught patience. The mountains taught humility. And now the sea reminded him that change and permanence could exist together later. Martha showed Thomas a small workshop near her cottage. Inside were several wooden boats in different stages of repair. Some were old, some were new, some looked almost forgotten. Thomas noticed one small boat in the corner. "That one seems very old." Martha smiled. "It belonged to my father. It still sails." "Not anymore." Thomas looked surprised. "Then why keep it?" Martha gently touched the wooden side. "Because not everything valuable needs to continue doing the same thing forever. Sometimes something becomes valuable because of what it represents." Thomas looked at the boat. It carried years of memories, family journeys, quiet mornings, long evenings beside the sea. Another lesson. Another story. Before leaving the workshop, Martha gave Thomas a small piece of rope. It was carefully braided. "For your journey." Thomas smiled. "A piece of rope?" Martha laughed softly. "Yes, it may seem simple. A rope teaches an important lesson." "What lesson?" "Many small threads become something strong when they are connected." Thomas looked at the braided rope. It reminded him of the communities he had visited. One person alone could do little, but many people working together could create something lasting. He placed the rope carefully inside his satchel. Another reminder, another connection. That afternoon, Thomas prepared to continue his journey. The villagers gathered near the harbor to say goodbye. The young boy who had asked if Thomas was a storyteller came running forward. "Will you come back?" Thomas smiled. "I do not know where the road will lead me." Boy looked thoughtful. "Then how will you remember us?" Thomas touched his satchel. "Because I carry a part of every place I visit." Boy smiled. The villagers waved as Thomas walked away from the harbor. The ocean breeze followed him. The sound of waves slowly became quieter, but the feeling of the village remained. As the sun began to set, Thomas found a peaceful place beside the coastal road. He opened his journal. Beneath the evening sky, he wrote, "A journey is not measured only by distance. It is measured by the people who become part of your story. Traveler may leave a place. A place never truly leaves the traveler." He closed the journal. First stars appeared above the ocean. The road continued ahead, and Thomas continued walking, carrying memories from the sea, the mountains, the forests, and the countless hearts that had welcomed him along the way. The road continued along the coastline for several more days. Thomas walked beneath open skies with the ocean always nearby. Sometimes he could see the waves from the path. Sometimes the trees hid the shore completely. But even when he could not see the sea, he could hear it. a distant rhythm, a familiar voice. A reminder that some things remained with us even when they were beyond our sight. As he traveled, Thomas began to notice something about the people he met. Everyone had a different way of understanding life. The fisherman trusted the ocean. The gardener trusted the seasons. The carpenter trusted patience. The teacher trusted knowledge. The mapmaker trusted curiosity. Yet all of them shared something similar. They believed tomorrow could be better than today. One afternoon, Thomas reached a small village located between the forest and the coast. It was a place where two worlds met. People here lived both from the land and from the sea. Farmers grew crops near the forest edge. Fishermen sailed from the nearby harbor. Craftsmen created tools used by both communities. The village felt balanced, like two different rivers joining together. At the center stood a large wooden hall. Unlike the other buildings Thomas had seen, this one was used for many purposes: meetings, meals, learning, celebration. Thomas entered and found several people working together. Some repaired fishing equipment, some prepared supplies, others organized old records. An elderly man noticed him. "Welcome, traveler," Thomas smiled. "Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." Man extended his hand. "I am Samuel Carter." Thomas looked around the hall. "What is this place?" Samuel smiled. "Heart of the village." Heart? Yes. Village needs more than homes. Needs a place where people come together. Thomas nodded. He had seen similar places before: the common house, the schoolhouse, the market, different buildings, same purpose, connection. Samuel showed Thomas a collection of wooden boards covered with writing. "What are these?" "Village records." Thomas looked closer. They contained notes about important moments: storms survived, harvests completed, new families arriving, bridges repaired, children born. Thomas smiled. "Another place that remembers." Samuel nodded. "We believe every generation should leave something behind. Only buildings, knowledge, stories, lessons." That evening, the villagers invited Thomas to join their gathering. They sat together inside the wooden hall. The fire created a warm glow across the room. People shared stories from their lives. A farmer described the first field he planted. A sailor remembered his first voyage. A mother talked about teaching her children kindness. A craftsman explained how he learned his trade. Thomas listened quietly. He realized something. The history of a place was not only found in battles or famous events. It was found in everyday moments. The moments when people helped each other. The moments when someone taught someone else. The moments when a family shared a meal. After the gathering, Samuel walked with Thomas outside. The moon reflected over the nearby water. "You have traveled many places," Samuel said. Thomas nodded. "Yes." "What have you learned?" Thomas thought for a while, then he answered, "That people everywhere are building something." Samuel smiled. "What kind of thing?" Thomas looked toward the village lights. "Something that will remain after they are gone." The old man nodded. "That is a wise answer." Before Thomas left the next morning, Samuel gave him a small wooden plaque. It was simple, no decoration, only a few carved words. "Remember those who build quietly." Thomas ran his fingers over the carving. "I will." He placed it beside his other treasures: the compass, the river stones, the wooden bird, the seeds, the rope, the many small reminders of the people who had shaped his journey. As he walked away from the village, Thomas looked back one final time. The wooden hall stood beside the water. Smoke rose from the chimneys. People began another ordinary day. But Thomas knew something now. There was no such thing as an ordinary day when people filled it with kindness. That evening, beneath the fading light, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "The greatest builders are not always those who create the tallest structures. Sometimes they are the people who quietly create trust, friendship, and hope." He closed the journal. The road continued beyond the horizon. The ocean whispered beside him. The forests waited ahead. And another peaceful chapter of his journey was still waiting to unfold. The days that followed carried Thomas farther along the eastern roads. The coastline slowly began to change. The open beaches became fewer. The forests grew thicker. The paths became narrower and quieter. Yet Thomas no longer felt uncertain when entering unfamiliar places. He had learned that every road, no matter how unknown, eventually led to someone with a story. One afternoon, while walking through a wooded area, Thomas discovered a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. At the center stood a simple wooden cabin. A garden grew beside it. Not a large garden, not a perfectly arranged garden like Margaret's Valley Garden. but a small, carefully cared-for space filled with herbs, flowers, and vegetables. A woman was kneeling beside the plants, gently removing weeds. Thomas stopped near the path. "Good afternoon." Woman looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Eleanor Whitmore." Thomas looked at the garden. "It is beautiful." Eleanor smiled. "Thank you. It is small, but it gives us what we need." Thomas noticed many different plants growing together. Some were tall, some were small. Some had colorful flowers, others had simple green leaves. "Do you know how to care for so many plants?" Eleanor stood and cleaned her hands. "Plants teach you if you are willing to listen." Thomas smiled. "Listen. Yes, every plant has its own needs. Some need more sunlight, some need more water, some need more time." Thomas thought about the people he had met. Perhaps people were like gardens too. Everyone needed something different to grow. Eleanor invited Thomas to rest beside the garden. She prepared a warm drink made from herbs she had grown herself. The peaceful smell filled the air. "You have traveled for a long time," she said. Thomas nodded. "Yes." "What are you searching for?" Thomas paused. At the beginning of his journey, he would have answered differently. Perhaps he would have said he was searching for new lands, new discoveries, new experiences. But now he smiled. "I think I am searching for understanding." Eleanor looked pleased. "That is a rare thing to search for." "Why?" "Because understanding requires patience." Thomas looked toward the garden, like growing a plant slowly, carefully. Over time, that evening, Eleanor showed Thomas an old wooden box. Inside were small packets of seeds. Some were from her own garden, others had been given to her by travelers. "This is my collection." Thomas looked amazed. "You collect seeds from different places?" Eleanor nodded. "Every seed carries a memory. This one came from a coastal village. This one came from a mountain valley. This one came from a family who traveled many years ago." Thomas smiled. "Just like my journal." Eleanor nodded. "Exactly. People collect gold. Some collect beautiful objects. The most meaningful things are often the ones that carry stories." The next morning, before Thomas continued his journey, Eleanor gave him a small packet of seeds. "For you." Thomas looked at it carefully. "What should I do with them?" Eleanor smiled. "Plant them somewhere meaningful. Remember, do not plant them only because you want flowers. Plant them because someone in the future may enjoy their shade." Thomas placed the seeds carefully in his satchel. Another gift, another lesson. As he walked away from the cabin, he looked back at the small garden. It was quiet, hidden among the trees. Many travelers might have passed by without noticing it. But Thomas knew better now. The most valuable things were not always the largest. Sometimes they were small gardens, small homes, small acts of kindness. Small moments that quietly shaped the world. That evening, Thomas rested beside a gentle stream. He opened his journal and wrote, "A seed is a promise made to the future. Kindness is the same. May never see how far either one travels, but both have the power to grow beyond us." He closed the journal. The forest became silent beneath the stars. The stream continued flowing beside him, and somewhere ahead, beyond the trees and hills, another story was waiting. The morning arrived gently beside the forest stream. A light mist covered the ground, moving slowly between the trees. The sound of flowing water remained constant throughout the night, and Thomas woke feeling refreshed. He sat for a moment beside the stream, watching the first sunlight touch the leaves above him. The forest looked peaceful, ancient, as if it had been standing there long before anyone had walked beneath its branches. Thomas prepared his belongings and looked once more at the small packet of seeds Eleanor had given him. He carefully placed them beside the other reminders of his journey: the seeds, the river stones, the wooden plaque, the small pieces of memory collected from many different lives. Then he continued along the forest path. The road was quiet. Birds moved between the branches. The wind carried the scent of pine trees. After several hours, Thomas noticed something unusual. The forest began to open. Beyond the trees was a wide field. In the distance stood a small settlement surrounded by farmland. Smoke rose gently from chimneys. Cattle moved through the fields. People worked near wooden fences. It was a farming community. Thomas followed the path toward the village. Near the entrance, he saw an elderly farmer repairing a wooden fence. The farmer looked up. "Good morning, traveler." "Morning. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." Man smiled. "I am Daniel Harper." Thomas watched him work. "You repair that fence carefully." Daniel looked at the fence and smiled. "A fence protects what is inside. It also shows where care has been given. Thomas liked that answer. Another simple lesson hidden inside ordinary work. Daniel invited Thomas to walk through the fields. The farmland stretched across the valley. Rows of crops moved gently in the breeze. Small barns stood near the homes. Families worked together, some planted, some harvested, some cared for animals. Thomas noticed that farming required a different kind of patience. A fisherman trusted the ocean. A gardener trusted seeds. A farmer trusted time. "You must wait many months before seeing the result of your work," Thomas said. Daniel nodded. "Yes. That is why farmers learn hope." "Hope," Daniel smiled. "When you plant something, you believe in a future you cannot yet see." Thomas looked across the fields. The idea felt familiar. Every meaningful thing began with belief. A new settlement, a garden, a friendship, a journey. That afternoon, Daniel showed Thomas an old barn at the edge of the farm. Inside were tools that had belonged to previous generations. A wooden plow, old farming equipment, boxes of handwritten notes. Thomas looked curious. "What are these papers?" Daniel opened one carefully. "They are records from my family. They wrote about every harvest, every difficult season, every lesson they learned." Thomas smiled. "Another family history," Daniel nodded. "We believe future generations should know not only what we achieved, what we learned." Thomas remembered the memory room in Abigail's bookshop. Again, people were preserving the past. Not because they wanted to remain there, but because the past could guide the future. That evening, Daniel invited Thomas to share dinner with his family. The meal was simple: fresh bread, vegetables from the field, warm soup. But the table was filled with conversation. Stories passed from one person to another. A young child asked Thomas about his travels. "Have you seen many places?" Thomas smiled. "Yes." "What is the most beautiful place?" Thomas thought carefully. He remembered the mountains, the ocean, the gardens, the rivers. Then he answered, "The place where people care for one another." Child smiled. Daniel nodded quietly. After dinner, Thomas walked outside. The sunset covered the fields in golden light. The crops moved gently in the wind. The whole valley seemed peaceful. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "A farmer plants with faith. Traveler walks with curiosity. Trust something they cannot see. The future." He closed the journal. The stars appeared above the farmland. The village became quiet. And Thomas rested peacefully, knowing that every field, every road, and every home carried a story, waiting for someone willing to stop and listen. The next morning, Thomas woke before the village had fully awakened. A soft golden light covered the farmland. The fields were quiet. The animals moved slowly through the barns. The early morning air carried the fresh scent of earth and growing crops. Thomas stepped outside and watched Daniel Harper walking through the fields. The old farmer moved slowly, checking each part of the land. He touched the leaves of plants. He examined the soil. He looked toward the sky. Thomas approached him. "Good morning, Daniel." "Good morning, Thomas. You know every part of this farm." Daniel smiled. "Every part. I continue learning." Thomas looked surprised. "After so many years," Daniel nodded. "Especially after so many years. The longer you work with something, the more you realize how much there is to understand." Thomas remembered the mapmaker William, the gardener Margaret, the teacher, the fisherman. The same wisdom appeared again and again. Those who truly understood something never believed they knew everything. Later that morning, Daniel took Thomas to the highest point of the farmland. From there, the entire valley could be seen: the fields, the homes, the barns, the small roads connecting everything together. "This land looked very different when my family first arrived," Daniel said. Thomas listened carefully. "What was it like?" "Wild, beautiful, difficult." Daniel smiled. "At first, people only saw the challenges: clearing the land, building homes, finding food. Over time, they began to see something else." "What?" "Possibility." Thomas looked across the valley. A place was not only what it was also what it could become. Daniel pointed toward a large tree near the edge of the field. "That tree was planted by my grandfather." Thomas looked at it. It was tall and strong. "He see it grow this large?" Daniel smiled. "No. Planted it knowing someone else would enjoy its shade." Thomas became quiet. The lesson was familiar, the same as Alina's seeds, the same as Margaret's garden, the same as the families building their settlement. People often created things they would never fully experience themselves, because they believed the future mattered. That afternoon, Daniel showed Thomas the village school. It was a small wooden building. Inside, children practiced reading and writing. A young teacher stood near the window. Her name was Rebecca. She welcomed Thomas warmly. "Are you a traveler?" Thomas smiled. "Yes." "Then perhaps you have many stories to share." Thomas laughed softly. "Perhaps." Children gathered around him. They asked about the ocean, the mountains, the forests, the places they had only seen on maps. Thomas answered their questions, but he also asked them questions. "What do you hope to do someday?" One child wanted to become a carpenter. Another wanted to grow a large garden. Another wanted to teach. Thomas smiled. Their dreams were small seeds waiting for time. After the lesson, Rebecca walked with Thomas outside. "Children are the future of every place." Thomas nodded. "Yes, they carry what we teach them." Rebecca smiled. "And they also teach us." Thomas looked back at the school. He understood every generation was connected. The past gave knowledge. The present gave effort. The future carried everything forward. That evening, the village gathered for a peaceful celebration after completing the season's first harvest. Lanterns hung near the homes. Families shared food. Music filled the evening air. Thomas sat among them, watching the happiness around him. There was no great palace, no famous monument, no grand event. Only people celebrating the result of patience and teamwork. And somehow, that felt more meaningful than anything else. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal. Under the quiet stars, he wrote, "A harvest is not only the reward of a season, it is the result of countless unseen moments. The seed planted months ago, the care given every morning, the patience during difficult days. Everything arrives when its time comes." He closed the journal. The village rested peacefully. The fields moved gently beneath the moonlight. And Thomas continued his journey the next morning, carrying another lesson from another quiet corner of 17th century America. The road ahead of Thomas led him away from the peaceful farmland and toward a region of rolling hills. The fields slowly became smaller behind him. The open landscape changed into a mixture of forests, streams, and quiet pathways. The air felt different, cooler, fresher. The sound of birds followed him through the trees. Thomas walked without hurry. He had learned that traveling slowly allowed him to notice things that a hurried traveler might miss. A flower growing beside a path. A small stream hidden beneath branches. A family working together outside their home. The world was full of quiet stories. By the afternoon, Thomas reached a small village near the hills. It was not large. Only a few dozen homes stood along a narrow road. But the village had a peaceful feeling. Near the center was a small workshop. The sound of tools came from inside. Curious, Thomas stepped closer. A young man was carefully shaping a piece of wood. "Good afternoon." Craftsman looked up. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." "I am Nathaniel Brooks." Thomas watched him work. "What are you making?" Nathaniel lifted the wooden piece. "A chair." Thomas smiled. "It looks like a simple chair." Nathaniel nodded. "It is. Simple things are often used the most." Thomas looked at the unfinished chair, another lesson hidden in ordinary work. "What makes a good chair?" Thomas asked. Nathaniel thought for a moment. "Strength, comfort, care." Thomas smiled. "Care seems to be important in everything." Nathaniel laughed softly. "It is. Person can feel when something was made without attention." Thomas looked around the workshop. Every tool had a place. Every piece of wood was carefully stored. Every finished object looked unique. Nathaniel explained that his father had taught him the craft. He always said that a craftsman does not only create objects, creates something that becomes part of another person's life. Thomas found that idea beautiful. A chair was not only wood. A table was not only wood. A house was not only walls. Everything created with care became part of someone's memories. That evening, Nathaniel invited Thomas to stay with his family. Their home was small but welcoming. His parents lived there. His younger sister helped prepare dinner. The meal was simple, but the conversation was warm. Nathaniel's father asked Thomas about his travels. "You have seen many places." Thomas nodded. "Yes." "What was the greatest thing you discovered?" Thomas looked around the small room. He thought about the answer. "I discovered that people everywhere are trying to create something meaningful." Family listened quietly. Thomas continued. "Some create homes. Some create gardens. Some create knowledge. Some create friendships. Everyone leaves something behind." Nathaniel's father smiled. "That is true." The next morning, Thomas returned to the workshop. Nathaniel was finishing the chair. The final touches were slow and careful. Thomas watched silently. When it was complete, Nathaniel placed his hand on the wood. Finished. Thomas smiled. It is beautiful. Nathaniel shook his head. It is useful. Thomas laughed. Perhaps both. Nathaniel thought about that. Perhaps. Before Thomas left, Nathaniel gave him a small wooden carving. It was shaped like a tiny leaf. For your collection. Thomas accepted it. What does it represent? Nathaniel smiled. A reminder that even small things can be carefully made. Thomas placed it safely with his other memories: the compass, the stones, the seeds, the rope, the wooden plaque, the small wooden bird. Now another piece of a journey filled with kindness. As Thomas walked away from the village, he looked back at the workshop. Smoke rose gently from the chimney. The sound of tools continued. Another ordinary day had begun. But Thomas knew better now. Ordinary days were often where the most meaningful stories were created. That evening, beneath the quiet sky, Thomas opened his journal. He wrote, "The value of something is not only found in what it is found in the care, time, and love placed into creating it. Simple object can carry a great story when it is made by thoughtful hands." He closed the journal. The hills waited ahead. The road continued forward. And somewhere beyond the next horizon, another peaceful story was waiting to be discovered. The hills welcomed Thomas with a peaceful silence. The path became narrower as it climbed between green slopes and tall trees. The village behind him slowly disappeared from view, yet the memories remained. The small wooden leaf carving from Nathaniel rested safely inside his satchel. Another reminder, another story. Thomas had begun to realize that his satchel was no longer simply a travel bag. It had become a collection of human experiences. Every object carried a voice. Every gift carried a moment. Every memory carried a connection. As he walked higher into the hills, the landscape became more beautiful. Wildflowers grew beside the path. Small streams crossed the road. Birds moved between branches above him. The world seemed slower here, more peaceful. By late afternoon, Thomas reached a small settlement hidden among the hills. Unlike the farming village or the coastal communities, this place was built around learning. At the center stood a larger wooden building with many windows. Thomas soon discovered it was a place where people gathered to study, write, and share knowledge. Near the entrance, an elderly man was arranging books on a shelf. Thomas greeted him. "Good afternoon." Man turned and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Jonathan Wells." Thomas looked around. "This place has many books." Jonathan nodded. "Books are one of the ways people speak to the future." Thomas smiled. "That sounds familiar." Jonathan laughed softly. "You have met others who believe the same." "Many." Thomas told him about Abigail's bookshop and Henry's collection of family records. Jonathan listened carefully. "Then you have discovered something important." "What is that?" "Knowledge survives because people choose to protect it." Thomas looked at the shelves. Every book had been carefully placed. Every page had been preserved. Every word had traveled through time. Jonathan showed Thomas a small writing room. Inside were desks near the windows. People came there to write letters, keep journals, and record events. "This room is quiet," Thomas said. Jonathan smiled. "Quiet places allow thoughts to become clear." Thomas understood. Many of his own discoveries happened in quiet moments, beside rivers, under trees, near the ocean. Silence gave people space to notice what was already around them. That evening, Jonathan invited Thomas to join a small gathering. Several villagers arrived carrying journals and papers. They did not come to celebrate a harvest or complete a building. They came to share ideas. One person spoke about farming methods. Another shared stories from travelers. A young woman presented her drawings of plants from different regions. An older man described the history of the settlement. Thomas listened with admiration. It reminded him of all the places he had visited. Every community had something valuable to share. The fishermen shared knowledge of the sea. The farmers shared knowledge of the land. The craftsmen shared knowledge of creation. And here, people shared knowledge itself. After the gathering, Jonathan walked with Thomas beneath the evening sky. "World is changing," Jonathan said. Thomas nodded. "Yes. How do we make sure we do not lose what we learn?" Thomas thought for a moment. "By remembering." Jonathan smiled. "Exactly. Memory is the bridge between generations." Before Thomas continued his journey, Jonathan gave him a small blank notebook. Thomas smiled. "Journal?" Jonathan nodded. "But this one is different. How? You have collected many stories. Write the lessons they have given you. Thomas opened the notebook. The pages were empty, waiting. He placed it carefully beside his other treasures. The next morning, Thomas stood at the edge of the hill settlement. The people gathered to say goodbye. Jonathan shook his hand warmly. May your road continue to teach you. Thomas smiled. And may your books continue to teach others. Then Thomas began walking again. The hills stretched before him. The morning mist moved between the trees. The path disappeared into the distance. That evening, Thomas rested beside a quiet meadow. He opened the new notebook Jonathan had given him. For the first time, instead of writing about places, he wrote about lessons. He wrote, "A place can disappear. Building can fall. An object can break. Knowledge shared with others can continue forever." He closed the notebook. The stars appeared above the hills. The world became quiet, and Thomas continued his journey, carrying not only the stories he had discovered, but the wisdom those stories had given him. The days after leaving the hill settlement were among the quietest parts of Thomas's journey. The roads became less crowded. The villages appeared farther apart. The forests grew wider. The open spaces between communities reminded Thomas how vast this new land truly was. He walked beneath endless skies, surrounded by the sounds of nature. The gentle movement of leaves, the distant call of birds, the flowing of small streams hidden among the trees. For many travelers, such a journey might have felt lonely. But Thomas no longer felt alone. He carried the voices of everyone he had met, the words of the fisherman, the patience of the gardener, the wisdom of the farmer, the creativity of the craftsman, the knowledge of the teachers. All of them traveled with him. One afternoon, Thomas reached a quiet clearing beside a large forest. At first, he thought there was no settlement nearby. But then he noticed smoke rising between the trees. Following the path, he discovered a small group of homes built close together. It was a forest community. The people there lived differently from those near the coast or open fields. They depended greatly on the forest. They gathered plants, collected wood, studied the animals, and respected the land around them. Near the entrance of the settlement, Thomas met a man carrying a basket of herbs. "Good afternoon." Man smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Samuel Whitaker." Thomas looked at the basket. "You collect plants?" Samuel nodded. "Yes." "Of the forest's gifts are hidden." Thomas smiled. "Like stories." Samuel laughed. "Exactly." He invited Thomas to walk through the forest with him. As they moved beneath the tall trees, Samuel pointed out different plants. "This one is used for tea. This one helps protect the garden. This one has been known by our families for generations." Thomas listened carefully. The forest was not simply a place of trees. It was a place filled with knowledge, a living library. Samuel stopped beside an old tree. Its trunk was wide, its branches stretched high above the others. "This tree was here before our grandparents were born." Thomas looked upward. "It has seen many years." Samuel nodded. "Yes. It reminds us that we are only visitors." Thomas touched the rough bark. Another familiar lesson. Humility. The mountain had taught the same thing. The ocean had taught the same thing. Nature was always reminding people that they were part of something much larger. That evening, Thomas shared a meal with the forest community. The food came from the land around them. Fresh vegetables, wild herbs, simple bread. The conversation was peaceful. They spoke about seasons, animals, weather, the changing world around them. One elder named Robert asked Thomas about his travels. "You have walked many roads." Thomas nodded. "Yes." "What have you found?" Thomas looked around the small gathering. He thought carefully before answering. "I found that every place has something to teach." Robert smiled. "And what has the forest taught you?" Thomas looked toward the trees. "That we should take from the world with gratitude, give something back with care." Elder nodded. "A good lesson." Before leaving the next morning, Samuel gave Thomas a small wooden container. Inside were several carefully collected seeds. "More seeds?" Samuel smiled. "Yes. Every place has its own beginning." Thomas looked at the seeds. "What should I do with them?" Samuel answered. "Plant them when you find a place that needs a reminder that something good can grow." Thomas placed the container safely in his satchel. Another promise, another hope. As he walked away from the forest settlement, he looked back at the tall trees. The community slowly disappeared among the branches, but the lesson remained. That evening, Thomas opened his notebook and wrote, "The forest does not hurry. The tree does not worry about becoming tall in one day." It grows slowly, quietly, and patiently. Perhaps people can learn the same. He closed the notebook. The night became peaceful, the stars appeared above the forest, and Thomas continued along the endless roads of 17th century America, still searching, still learning, still discovering the quiet stories hidden in every corner of the world. The forest road continued for many days. Thomas walked beneath towering trees that seemed to reach toward the sky. The path was covered with fallen leaves. Small streams crossed his way. The air carried the fresh scent of the wilderness. There was a special kind of peace in the forest. Unlike the busy settlements where people created sounds with their work, the forest had its own quiet language, the movement of branches, the song of birds, the gentle rhythm of wind passing through leaves. Thomas found himself slowing down. He no longer measured his journey by distance. He measured it by moments. A conversation beside a fire, a lesson learned beside a river, a kindness offered by someone he had never met before. One morning, after traveling through the forest for several hours, Thomas discovered an old wooden path leading to a small cabin. The cabin was surrounded by tall trees and a small garden. Smoke rose gently from the chimney. Thomas approached carefully and knocked on the door. After a moment, an elderly woman opened it. She smiled warmly. "Welcome, traveler." Thomas smiled. "Good morning. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Margaret Holloway." Thomas noticed shelves filled with jars, books, and small wooden containers inside the cabin. "You live here alone?" Margaret nodded. "For many years." "Do you not miss living near a village?" She smiled. "Forest keeps me company." Thomas understood. Some people found comfort in crowds, others found comfort in quiet places. Margaret invited him inside and offered him a warm drink. The cabin was simple: a wooden table, a fireplace, a small collection of books, but everything had a place. Everything was cared for. Thomas looked at the shelves. "You collect many things," Margaret smiled. "Only things with stories." She picked up a small wooden bowl. "This was made by my father." Then she held a small cloth. "This was woven by my mother." Then she opened a book. "This belonged to a friend who traveled many years ago." Thomas smiled. "Everything here carries a memory," Margaret nodded. "That is why I keep them. Objects disappear when people stop remembering them." Thomas thought about his own satchel, the compass. The stones, the seeds, the carvings. The gifts were not valuable because of their material. They were valuable because of the people connected to them. Later that day, Margaret showed Thomas her garden. It was small but beautiful. Many plants grew together. Some were common, others were rare. Thomas noticed a few flowers he had never seen before. "How did these plants come here?" Margaret smiled. "Travelers brought them. Some from distant villages. Some from across the ocean. Some from places that no longer exist." Thomas looked at the garden. It was like a living history book. Every plant represented a journey, a person, a memory. Margaret handed Thomas a small flower. "This one blooms only once each year." Thomas looked at it carefully. "Why keep a plant that blooms so rarely?" Margaret smiled. "Because rare moments are often the ones we remember most." That evening, Thomas and Margaret sat outside the cabin. The sun slowly disappeared behind the trees. Forest became golden. They listened to the peaceful sounds around them. Margaret asked, "After traveling so far, what have you learned about happiness?" Thomas thought quietly. He remembered every place, every person, every lesson. Then he answered, "Perhaps happiness is not found by reaching a perfect place. It is found by appreciating the place where you are." Margaret smiled. "That is a wise answer." Before leaving the next morning, Margaret gave Thomas a small wooden bookmark. It had a simple carving of a tree. "For your books." Thomas accepted it. "What does the tree represent?" Margaret looked toward the forest. "Roots. Because no matter how far a tree grows, always remembers where it began." Thomas placed the bookmark beside his other treasures, another lesson, another memory. As he walked away from the cabin, the forest slowly surrounded him again. The trees stood quietly. The path stretched ahead. Thomas opened his notebook that evening and wrote, "A traveler moves from place to place. Every place becomes a part of who they are. The roads may end. The memories continue." He closed the notebook. The forest rested beneath the stars, and Thomas continued his journey, carrying the stories of countless people who had shared a small piece of their lives with him. The forest slowly began to change as Thomas continued his journey. The tall trees became fewer. The path widened. The sunlight reached the ground more easily. After many days beneath the branches, Thomas finally stepped into a wide open landscape. Before him stretched a beautiful valley filled with gentle hills and flowing grass. A small road crossed the valley, leading toward another distant settlement. Thomas stood still for a moment. Every new place still surprised him. Even after traveling so far, the world continued to feel full of wonder. He walked through the valley as the afternoon light covered the land. Along the way, he noticed something unusual. Small wooden markers stood beside the road. Each one had a few words carved into it. Thomas stopped beside the first marker. It read, "A place where travelers rested." He looked around. There was no building, no village, only a peaceful area beneath a large tree. Thomas continued walking and found another marker. A place where neighbors helped each other during a difficult winter. Another one. A place where a family planted their first garden. Thomas smiled. This valley was remembering its people. Not through grand monuments, not through impressive buildings, but through simple reminders. Near sunset, Thomas reached a small house beside the road. A man was sitting outside repairing a wooden sign. Thomas greeted him. "Good evening." Man looked up. "Good evening, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am William Turner." Thomas noticed the wooden sign. "What are you making?" William lifted it. "A sign for the road." Thomas looked at the carving. It showed directions to nearby places. "You make signs for travelers?" William nodded. "Yes, people know where they are going. Sometimes they need help finding the way." Thomas smiled. "A simple sign can be important." William agreed. "Very important. Small direction can save someone many days of wandering." Thomas thought about his own journey. How many times had a person's kindness shown him the right path? A lighthouse keeper, a farmer, a map maker, a stranger on a road. Small guidance had changed everything. William invited Thomas to rest for the evening. Inside his home were many old signs. Some were broken, some were faded, some were carefully preserved. Thomas looked at them with curiosity. "Why keep old signs?" William smiled. "Because they tell us where people once traveled. They show us what mattered to them." He picked up an old wooden sign. This one marked a road to a village that no longer exists. Thomas looked at it carefully. "Whole village disappeared." William nodded. "Places change. People move. Buildings fall. Remembering them keeps their stories alive." That evening, Thomas and William shared a meal beside the fireplace. They spoke about roads, about travelers, about how every person follows a different path through life. William said, "Some people think the most important roads are the ones that lead to famous places." Thomas listened. "But," William smiled, "but often the most important roads are the ones that lead us to people who teach us something." Thomas looked into the fire. He knew those words were true. Before sleeping, William gave Thomas a small wooden piece. It was shaped like a tiny road sign. "For your collection." Thomas smiled. "You also believe small things carry big meanings." William laughed. "Most important things begin small." The next morning, Thomas continued onward. The valley behind him became smaller. The wooden markers disappeared into the distance, but their message stayed with him. That evening, beside a quiet hill, Thomas opened his notebook. He wrote, "A road is not only a line between two places. It is a collection of choices, meetings, and memories. Every direction we follow changes the person we become." He closed the notebook. The stars appeared above the open valley. The road continued beyond the horizon, and Thomas walked forward, still discovering the hidden stories waiting along the paths of 17th century America. The road beyond the valley led Thomas toward a region of gentle hills and wide rivers. The land seemed endless. Every morning brought a new view. Every evening brought a new place to rest. Thomas had traveled for so long that he no longer felt like a visitor in this new world. The roads, the forests, and the settlements had slowly become familiar. Yet he still carried the curiosity that had begun his journey, because he had learned something important. The more you discover, the more you realize there is still to discover. One afternoon, Thomas reached a small settlement near a peaceful lake. The village was surrounded by trees and farmland. Unlike the coastal communities, there were no large docks. Unlike the mountain villages, there were no steep paths. It was a quiet place built around the water. People used the lake for fishing, transportation, and gathering. Near the shore, Thomas saw several children learning how to row small boats. An older man was teaching them. Thomas approached and greeted him. "Good afternoon." Man smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Samuel Whitmore." Thomas watched the children carefully. You teach them about boats, Samuel nodded. Yes, I teach them more than that. Thomas looked curious. What else? Patience, tension, respect. Thomas smiled. The same lessons appeared everywhere, different places, different people, same wisdom. Samuel invited Thomas to sit beside the lake. The water was completely calm. The reflection of the trees moved gently across the surface. Many people think water is only something to cross, Samuel said. But those who live beside it know better. Thomas looked toward the lake. What do they know? That water teaches us to adapt. The lake changes with every season. The weather changes. The level rises and falls. Life continues. Thomas thought about his own journey. He too had changed with every season. The traveler who first arrived was not the same person sitting beside the lake now. Later that evening, Samuel showed Thomas a small boat he had built many years earlier. The wood was old, the paint had faded, but it was carefully preserved. This boat carried my family for many years. Thomas touched the side. Does it still travel? Samuel smiled. No. Then why keep it? Samuel looked at the boat. Because some things finish their purpose but never lose their meaning. Thomas remembered the old fishing boat Martha had shown him. Again, he understood. Value was not always about usefulness. Sometimes value came from memories. That night, the villagers gathered near the lake. They lit small lanterns along the shore. Families shared food. Children told stories. The elders remembered the early days of the settlement. Thomas listened as one man spoke about the first house built near the lake. Another remembered the first boat launched into the water. Another described the first harvest, small beginnings, important memories. Before sleeping, Thomas walked alone beside the lake. The moon reflected on the water. The entire village was quiet. He opened his notebook and wrote, "Water does not fight the world around it, moves around obstacles, finds a way forward." Perhaps people can learn the same lesson. He closed the notebook. The lake remained still beneath the stars. The village rested peacefully. And the next morning, Thomas would continue his journey once again, carrying another story, another lesson, another reminder that even the quietest places can hold the deepest wisdom. The morning after his stay beside the lake arrived with a soft mist covering the water. The village was still quiet when Thomas prepared to leave. The fishermen were only beginning their work. The farmers were opening their fields. The children were gathering near the shore, ready for another day of learning. Thomas stood beside the lake for a moment and watched the gentle movement of the water. He had visited many places, but every place had given him something different. The ocean taught him trust. The forest taught him patience. The mountains taught him humility. The lake taught him acceptance. He placed his belongings inside his satchel and thanked Samuel Whitmore for his kindness. "Thank you for sharing your home with me." Samuel smiled. "Thank you for listening to our story." Thomas nodded. "Every story is a gift." Samuel looked toward the road. "And every traveler carries gifts they do not always notice." Thomas smiled at those words. Then he continued his journey. The road ahead took him toward a larger settlement. After several days of walking, Thomas began to see signs that more people lived nearby. The roads were wider. More travelers passed by. Small farms appeared along the path. Finally, he reached a busy town near a river crossing. Compared to the small villages he had visited, this place felt alive with activity. Merchants carried goods. Craftsmen worked in their shops. Travelers arrived from distant places. People exchanged stories, supplies, and news. Thomas walked through the streets slowly. He enjoyed watching people work. Every person seemed to have a role. A baker prepared bread. A blacksmith shaped metal. A tailor created clothing. A bookseller arranged written pages. Each person was creating something useful for others. Near the center of town stood a small marketplace. Thomas stopped near a bookseller's table. The bookseller noticed his interest. "You searching for something?" Thomas smiled. "Perhaps." Man introduced himself. "My name is Richard Clark. I collect and sell books." Thomas looked at the carefully arranged pages. "You must have many stories here." Richard smiled. "Then I can count." Every book is a journey that does not require a road. Thomas liked that idea. A person could travel through another person's thoughts, another person's experiences, another person's imagination. Richard picked up an old book. This one belonged to a traveler. Thomas looked interested. "What was his story?" Richard smiled. "I do not know everything. I know he carried this book across many places. Another person will continue its journey." Thomas thought about all the objects he carried, the wooden pieces, the seeds, the notes, the small reminders. Everything moved from one person to another. Stories continued because people passed them forward. That evening, Thomas stayed near the marketplace. The town was quieter now. The shops closed, the streets emptied, lanterns glowed beside the buildings. Before sleeping, Thomas walked near the river. Boats moved slowly across the dark water. The town lights reflected on the surface. He opened his notebook. He wrote, "A story does not belong to one person forever. Travels, changes hands. It reaches places its creator may never see. That is how memories survive." Thomas closed the notebook. The river continued flowing through the town, just like the stories that moved from one generation to another. The next morning, he would explore this new place. A town filled with voices from many roads, a place where countless journeys met, and perhaps another story waiting to be discovered. The morning sun rose above the riverside town, bringing life back to the streets. The sound of footsteps returned. Shop doors opened. Merchants arranged their goods. Boats moved slowly along the river. Thomas woke early and stepped outside, ready to explore this new place. Unlike the quiet villages hidden among forests and hills, this town was a meeting point. People arrived from different roads, different regions, different backgrounds. Everyone carried something with them: goods, knowledge, memories, stories. Thomas walked through the marketplace again. He noticed how every corner of the town connected people together. A farmer brought grain from the countryside. A fisherman brought fresh food from the river. A craftsman repaired tools. A merchant exchanged goods from distant places. The town was like a river itself, always moving, always changing. Near a small workshop, Thomas heard the sound of metal being shaped. Inside, a blacksmith was working carefully beside a fire. Thomas stopped to watch. The blacksmith noticed him. "Good morning, traveler." "Morning. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Samuel Carter." Thomas looked at the tools around the workshop. "You create many useful things." Samuel smiled. "That is the purpose of my work." "What makes a good craftsman?" The blacksmith thought for a moment. "Understanding." Thomas looked curious. "Understanding?" "Yes, you must understand the material, the tools, the purpose. The person who will use what you create." Thomas nodded. Once again, he discovered that true skill was not only about ability, it was about care. Samuel showed Thomas a small tool he had recently finished. "It may look simple. Someone will use it every day." Thomas smiled. "A small thing helping a large purpose." Exactly. Later, Thomas visited the town's small gathering hall. There he found people sharing news from different places. Travelers spoke about roads, sailors spoke about distant shores, farmers spoke about seasons. Everyone added a small piece to the knowledge of the community. Thomas realized that towns were not only built with wood and stone. They were built with conversations, with exchanges, with people learning from one another. In the afternoon, Thomas returned to Richard Clark, the bookseller. Richard was organizing several old letters. "What are these?" Thomas asked. "Letters from travelers." Thomas smiled. "Another collection of stories." Richard nodded. "Yes, people believe history is only written by important people. I believe every person leaves a mark." Thomas looked at the letters. Some were written by farmers, some by sailors, some by ordinary families. Yet each one carried a life, a hope, a memory. That evening, Thomas sat beside the river again. The town was peaceful under the fading sunlight. Boats moved slowly across the water. People walked home. Families gathered for dinner. Thomas opened his notebook. He wrote, "A town is not defined by its buildings. It is defined by the connections between its people. Every voice adds something. Every person carries a story worth hearing." He closed the notebook. The river continued its journey beyond the town. Thomas watched it disappear into the distance. A river never stops moving. A story never truly ends. Both continue forward, finding new places, meeting new lives, creating new memories. And tomorrow, when the road called again, Thomas would follow it, ready for another quiet chapter waiting somewhere beyond the horizon. The next few days in the riverside town passed peacefully. Thomas remained longer than he had originally planned. He had learned that some places were worth more than a quick visit. A traveler could pass through a village in a single day and see its buildings. But to truly understand a place, one had to listen to its people. So Thomas stayed. He walked through the streets. He visited the workshops. He sat beside the river. He listened. and slowly the town revealed its story. One morning, while walking near the riverbank, Thomas noticed a group of people repairing an old wooden bridge. The bridge crossed a narrow part of the river and connected the town to nearby farms. Several workers were replacing damaged boards. An older man supervised the work carefully. Thomas approached. "Good morning." Man looked up. "Good morning, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Samuel Reed." Thomas watched the workers. "This bridge has been here for a long time." Samuel nodded. "Many years. Built it?" Samuel smiled. "Many people." Thomas looked confused. "Many?" "Yes. First builders created it. Later generations repaired it. Others strengthened it. Everyone added something." Thomas looked at the bridge. It was not perfect. The wood showed signs of age, but it was still strong. Samuel placed his hand on the old railing. "A bridge is a reminder that some things are never finished." Thomas smiled. "Because they always need care." "Exactly." Thomas thought about communities. A place was never truly complete. There was always something to improve, something to protect, something to pass forward. Later that afternoon, Samuel invited Thomas to see the town archives. Inside a small building near the river were shelves filled with records, maps, letters, drawings, old agreements. Thomas looked amazed. "This town keeps so many memories." Samuel nodded. "We believe the future should know the efforts of the past." Thomas carefully opened one of the old records. It described the first families who settled near the river, their challenges, their hopes, their dreams. Thomas smiled. Even a town had a beginning story, just like the valley settlement, just like the forest community, just like every person he had met. That evening, the people of the town gathered near the river to celebrate the completion of the bridge repairs. It was not a grand festival. There were no expensive decorations, only music, food, and conversation. The repaired bridge stood quietly behind them, a symbol of many hands working together. A young child asked Thomas, "Have you seen many bridges during your travels?" Thomas smiled. "Yes." "What makes a bridge special?" Thomas looked at the old wooden bridge, then he answered, "A bridge is special because it helps people reach something they could not reach alone." Child thought about that. Samuel smiled. A simple answer, but a meaningful one. That night, Thomas returned to his room near the river. The sound of flowing water filled the quiet air. He opened his notebook and wrote, "Some things are built once. The most important things are cared for again and again. Home, a friendship, a community, a memory. Everything valuable needs someone willing to protect it." He closed the notebook. Outside, the old bridge rested beneath the moonlight. The river continued flowing underneath it. Tomorrow, Thomas would continue his journey. But he would carry another lesson with him. A bridge is not only made of wood and stone, it is made of trust. And trust is what allows people to move forward together. The days in the riverside town continued to move gently. Thomas had expected to leave after only a short stay. But every day revealed another story, another person, another lesson. The town had become another chapter in his long journey. One morning, as Thomas walked beside the river, he noticed a small group of people gathered near a wooden building. Inside, several craftsmen and farmers were discussing plans. Curious, Thomas entered. He discovered that the people were preparing a new meeting place for the younger generation, a place where children could learn, a place where travelers could share knowledge, a place where the community could gather. An older woman named Elizabeth was organizing the plans. Thomas greeted her. "Good morning," she smiled. "Good morning, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Elizabeth Warren." Thomas looked at the drawings on the table. "This building will be important." Elizabeth nodded. "Yes." "The building itself is not the most important part." Thomas looked curious. "Is the purpose behind it?" She pointed toward the plans. "We are creating a place where people can learn from one another." Thomas smiled. He had heard the same idea many times during his journey. A building was never only a building. A home was never only walls. A school was never only a room. Everything created by people carried a deeper meaning. Later that day, Elizabeth showed Thomas the land where the new building would stand. It was an empty field beside the river. At first glance, it looked like nothing special, just grass, just open space. But Thomas saw something different. He saw possibility, the same feeling he had seen in the valley when the first homes were built, the same feeling he had seen when seeds were planted, the same feeling he had seen in every new beginning. "You think it will become something great?" Thomas asked. Elizabeth smiled. "I think it already is." Thomas looked surprised. Already? Yes. Because every meaningful creation begins with an idea. That evening, Thomas sat beside the river and watched the sunset. The water reflected the changing colors of the sky. He thought about his journey. When he began, he believed stories were found in famous places, large cities, important buildings, great discoveries. But now he understood stories were everywhere, in a farmer planting seeds, in a carpenter shaping wood, in a teacher opening a book, in a family sharing a meal, in neighbors repairing a bridge. The smallest moments often carried the greatest meaning. Before sleeping, Thomas opened the notebook Jonathan had given him. He wrote, "A future is built before it arrives. It begins with people who believe tomorrow can be better. Every school built, every seed planted, every kindness shared. A gift given to someone who has not arrived yet." He closed the notebook. The town became quiet. The river continued its endless journey. The same river that had watched generations come and go. The same river that would continue flowing long after Thomas finished his own travels. The next morning, Thomas prepared his belongings once again. The road was calling. But this time he did not feel like he was leaving places behind. He felt like he was carrying them with him. The people of the riverside town gathered near the road. Elizabeth gave him a small folded piece of paper. "For your journey." Thomas opened it. Inside were a few words. "May you always find kindness on the roads you travel." Thomas smiled. "Thank you." Samuel Reed shook his hand. "Remember what you have learned." Thomas nodded. "I will." Then he stepped onto the road. The town slowly disappeared behind him. The river became smaller, the voices became quieter. But the memories remained. Thomas walked beneath the morning sky. Ahead were more roads, more forests, more valleys, more stories. And somewhere beyond the horizon, another person was waiting to share a lesson that only their life could teach. The road carried Thomas farther away from the riverside town. For several days he traveled through quiet countryside. The busy roads became peaceful paths again. The sounds of markets disappeared. The voices of merchants became distant. In their place, Thomas heard the familiar sounds of nature, the wind moving through the grass, the birds calling from the trees, the soft movement of streams beside the road. He had learned to appreciate these quiet moments. At the beginning of his journey, silence had felt empty. Now, silence felt full. It was filled with thoughts, memories, lessons. One afternoon, Thomas reached a small community near a wide meadow. The settlement was surrounded by tall grass and wildflowers. It was not a place built around trade or farming alone. Instead, it was known for skilled artists and storytellers. People here created paintings, carved decorations, wrote poems, and shared old tales from generation to generation. Near the center of the village stood a small wooden building. A sign above the door read, "The House of Stories." Thomas smiled when he saw it. He had visited many places that protected memories, but this was the first place created specifically to share stories. Inside, the walls were covered with drawings and written pages. Some showed landscapes, some showed families, some showed important moments from the community's history. An elderly man was carefully repairing an old painting. Thomas greeted him. "Good afternoon." Man looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." "I am Arthur Bell." Thomas looked at the painting. "It looks very old." Arthur nodded. "More than 50 years. "What does it show?" Arthur looked at the painting with affection. "First spring after this village was created." Thomas studied the image. It showed people planting flowers, children playing, families building homes. A simple moment, but an important one. "Preserve this painting?" Thomas asked. Arthur smiled. "Because people remember differently when they can see. Picture can bring the past close again." Thomas understood words, objects, drawings. All were different ways of keeping time. Arthur showed Thomas another room. Inside were hundreds of handwritten pages. "These are stories from the people who lived here." Thomas looked amazed. "Everyone writes their story." Arthur nodded. "Everyone writes about great events. Many write about ordinary days." Thomas smiled. "And those are important too." "Important." Arthur placed one hand on a shelf filled with journals. "History is not only made by famous names. It is made by countless people whose lives mattered." Thomas thought about everyone he had met: Margaret in the forest, Daniel in the fields, Martha beside the ocean, Samuel beside the lake. None of them were kings or famous leaders. Yet each person had given him something valuable, a lesson, a memory, a piece of wisdom. That evening the villagers gathered in the House of Stories. Each person shared something small, a childhood memory, a family tradition, a lesson learned. Thomas listened quietly. He realized something beautiful. Stories did not need to be dramatic to be meaningful. Sometimes the quietest stories lasted the longest. Before leaving the next morning, Arthur gave Thomas a small piece of parchment. On it were written simple words, "Remember the small moments." Thomas carefully placed it inside his notebook. As he walked away from the village, he looked back at the House of Stories, a small wooden building, nothing grand, nothing impressive from the outside, but inside it lived hundreds of human experiences. That evening, Thomas opened his notebook beneath the stars. He wrote, "A person's life is made of thousands of small moments. A smile, a conversation, helping hand, a quiet morning. Together, these moments create a story." He closed the notebook. The night was calm. The road stretched ahead. Thomas continued walking, not searching for something extraordinary, because he had finally learned that ordinary moments were often the most extraordinary gifts of all. The journey of Thomas continued beneath the changing skies of 17th century America. The seasons had slowly passed since the day he first stepped onto the unfamiliar shores. He had crossed forests, followed rivers, visited villages, met farmers, fishermen, craftsmen, teachers, and countless people whose names might never appear in history books. Yet each person had left a mark. Each conversation had given him something to carry. One morning, Thomas walked along a quiet road surrounded by tall grass and distant hills. The air was cool, the sky was clear, the world felt peaceful. As he traveled, he noticed a small group of travelers resting beside the road. Their wagon had stopped near a stream. A wheel needed repair. Thomas approached and offered his help. The travelers welcomed him. Among them was a young family beginning their own journey. The father was repairing the wagon. The mother was preparing food. Their children were exploring the area nearby. Thomas watched them carefully. There was something familiar about them. He had seen this before, the excitement, the uncertainty, the hope. The same emotions carried by many people he had met. "You are traveling to a new place?" Thomas asked. The father nodded. "Yes, hope to build a new home." Thomas smiled. "That is a great adventure." Man looked toward the road ahead. "Sometimes it feels frightening." Thomas understood. A new beginning always carried both hope and uncertainty. He sat beside the family for a while and shared some of the lessons he had learned. Do not worry if everything does not happen quickly. Strong things take time. Father listened carefully. "Did you learn that?" Thomas smiled. "Many people. Farmers taught me patience. Carpenters taught me care. Teachers taught me the value of knowledge. Families taught me the importance of kindness." Young children listened with curiosity. One of them asked, "Have you seen many amazing places?" Thomas looked toward the horizon. "Yes. The most amazing things were not always places." "What were they?" Thomas thought for a moment. "They were moments. Stranger helping another stranger. Family sharing a meal. Someone planting something they may never see fully grown." Child smiled. That evening the travelers shared dinner together beside the stream. The fire burned softly. The stars appeared above them. The family told Thomas about their dreams. They wanted to create a peaceful home, a place where their children could grow, a place where future generations could feel safe. Thomas listened quietly. He had heard these dreams many times, different people, different roads, the same hope. Before leaving the next morning, the father thanked Thomas. "You helped us repair our wagon." Thomas smiled. "It was only a small thing." Man shook his head. "Small things matter." Thomas remembered those words. They were the same words he had heard throughout his journey. Small things mattered: a seed, a bridge, a book, a carving, a kind word, a helping hand. As Thomas continued down the road, he felt something changing inside him. For so long, he had searched for stories. Now he understood that stories were not something to find. They were something people created every day. That evening, Thomas sat beneath an old tree and opened his notebook. He wrote, "A journey does not only change the places we visit, changes the person who walks the road. The beginning, I searched for stories outside myself. I understand. Every person I met became part of my own story." He closed the notebook. The wind moved gently through the branches above him. The road continued into the distance. Thomas looked ahead. He knew his journey was slowly moving toward its final chapters, but he also knew something important. The end of a journey was not the end of the stories. Stories continued through the people who carried them forward, and Thomas would always carry these stories with him. The road ahead became quieter as Thomas continued his journey. The forests became familiar. The rivers became familiar. Even the changing colors of the sky felt like an old friend. After so many months of traveling, Thomas began to notice something different. He was no longer searching for a place to belong. He had discovered that belonging was not always connected to one location. Sometimes, it was created through the memories we carried. One afternoon, Thomas reached a small settlement near a peaceful meadow. It was one of the oldest communities he had visited. The houses were simple but carefully maintained. The gardens were full of flowers. The people moved slowly with the calm rhythm of those who had learned to appreciate time. At the edge of the settlement stood an old wooden house. A small sign beside the door read, "Community Records." Thomas smiled. Another place that remembered. Inside, he met an elderly man named Joseph Miller. Joseph was sitting at a wooden table organizing old documents. "Good afternoon." Joseph looked up. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." "I am Joseph Miller." Thomas looked around the room. Shelves filled the walls. Papers, journals, and old maps were carefully stored. "You keep the history of this place?" Joseph nodded. "Yes." "Is it important to remember so many details?" Joseph smiled. "Because people often think only great events matter. A community is created by thousands of small moments." Thomas nodded. He had learned that lesson many times. Joseph opened an old record book. "This is the first journal of our settlement." Thomas carefully looked at the pages. The handwriting was faded. The ink had aged, but the words remained. The first family arrival, the first garden planted, the first home completed, the first child born, the first winter survived. Thomas smiled. A place became a place because of moments like these, not because of one grand achievement, but because people continued showing up. Every day, every season, every year. Later, Joseph took Thomas outside. Near the center of the settlement stood a large tree. Its branches stretched wide. Children played beneath it. Older people rested in its shade. "This tree was planted when the settlement began," Joseph said. Thomas looked upward. "It has grown beautifully." Joseph nodded. "Person who planted it knew they might never sit beneath its branches." Thomas smiled. "Yet they planted it anyway. That is what people do when they believe in the future." Thomas stood quietly beside the tree. The same lesson again. Seeds, gardens, homes, communities. Everything meaningful began with someone believing tomorrow mattered. That evening, the people gathered beneath the old tree. They shared food. They told stories. They laughed together. Thomas watched the scene peacefully. A child playing near the roots. A family sharing a meal. Neighbors helping each other. A community connected through time. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his notebook. He wrote, "The greatest gifts are often created by people who may never see their full result. Seed becomes a tree. Lesson becomes wisdom. Kindness becomes a tradition. What we give to the future is the greatest part of ourselves." He closed the notebook. The old tree moved gently in the night breeze. The settlement rested beneath the stars, and Thomas realized that his journey had brought him to an important understanding. He had spent so much time collecting stories, but perhaps the greatest story was not the one he carried. It was the one he had become part of. The next morning, Thomas would continue once again, but this time, the road ahead felt different. Not like an unknown path, but like a familiar friend waiting to reveal one more beautiful memory. The morning arrived softly over the old settlement. A gentle breeze moved through the branches of the ancient tree. The village slowly awakened. Doors opened. Fires were lit. People began another day of simple work. Thomas stood beneath the tree one final time before continuing his journey. He placed his hand against the rough bark and thought about all the people who had passed through this place. Generations had come and gone. Children had grown into adults. New families had arrived. Old stories had been shared again and again. Yet the tree remained, a quiet witness to the passage of time. Joseph Miller approached him. "Are you ready to leave?" Thomas smiled. "I think so." Joseph looked toward the road. "Do you know where you will go next?" Thomas laughed softly. "Exactly." Old man nodded. "Sometimes the best paths are the ones we discover along the way." Thomas looked at the road ahead. He had once believed every journey needed a clear destination. Now he understood something different. A journey was not only about where you arrived, It was about what you learned while moving forward. Before leaving, Joseph gave Thomas one final gift. It was a small wooden box. Thomas opened it carefully. Inside was a collection of blank pages. A new journal, Joseph smiled. Yes, you already have one. Thomas looked confused. Then why another? Joseph answered. Because some stories are not meant to be written immediately. They need time. They need understanding. Sometimes we only realize the meaning of a moment many years later. Thomas gently closed the box. Those words stayed with him. Not every lesson was understood instantly. Some wisdom needed time to grow, just like a seed, just like a tree, just like a person. Thomas thanked Joseph and walked toward the road. The people of the settlement gathered to say goodbye. The children waved, the family smiled. The old tree stood quietly behind them. As Thomas walked away, he looked back one final time. The settlement became smaller in the distance, but the feeling remained. The road carried him through another peaceful morning. Fields passed beside him. Birds flew above. The sun followed its slow journey across the sky. Thomas opened his old journal while resting beneath a tree. He read some of the first pages. The words felt like they belonged to someone else. The person who had written them was curious, hopeful, but still searching. Now, after all these months, Thomas understood something. He had been searching for the history of a new land. But he had found something much more valuable. He had found the history of people, their dreams, their struggles, their kindness, their courage. That evening, Thomas sat beside a quiet river. The water moved slowly. The sky turned golden. He opened his notebook and wrote, "A journey begins with questions. It ends with understanding. The places we visit may change. The roads may disappear. The years may pass. The lessons given by good people remain forever." He closed the notebook. The river continued flowing. The stars appeared one by one, and Thomas rested peacefully. For the first time in a long while, he did not wonder what tomorrow would bring. He simply trusted the road, because he knew that wherever it led, there would always be another story, another lesson, another moment waiting quietly to be discovered. The days after leaving the old settlement felt different to Thomas, not because the road had changed, not because the landscape had become unfamiliar, but because he had begun to see the world through different eyes. Every morning felt like a gift. Every conversation felt meaningful. Every small moment carried a lesson waiting to be discovered. He continued walking through the countryside, following paths that connected distant communities. The land of 17th century America stretched around him. Wide forests, open fields, quiet rivers, small settlements built by people who dreamed of creating something lasting. After several days, Thomas reached a peaceful village located near a large meadow. This village was known for its musicians and craftsmen. From a distance, he could hear gentle sounds drifting through the air. The sound of wooden instruments, the voices of people singing, the laughter of families gathering together. Thomas entered the village and noticed something special. People here believed that music was a way of remembering. Near the center of the village stood a small wooden hall. Inside, several people were preparing for an evening gathering. An elderly musician was carefully repairing an old instrument. Thomas greeted him. "Good afternoon." Man looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Samuel Wright." Thomas looked at the instrument in his hands. "It looks very old." Samuel nodded. "It belonged to my grandfather." "It still sounds good," Samuel smiled. "Because it is perfect. Because it carries memories." Thomas understood. He had heard the same truth many times. Things became valuable because of the stories connected to them. Samuel explained that every year the village gathered to share songs and stories. "Why do you continue this tradition?" Thomas asked. Samuel looked around the hall. "Because people forget. Because they do not care. Because time moves quickly. Traditions help us remember what matters." Thomas thought about all the traditions he had seen. Families gathering for meals, communities celebrating harvests, teachers sharing knowledge, people recording their histories. All were ways of keeping connections alive. That evening, the village gathering began. Families sat together. Children listened quietly. Older people shared songs passed down through generations. Thomas listened carefully. The songs were not about kings or battles. They were about ordinary life. A farmer watching the sunrise, a mother teaching her child, a traveler returning home, a family building a future. Thomas smiled. these were the true stories of a place. The stories of everyday people. After the gathering, a young girl approached Thomas. "Do you have a song from your travels?" Thomas smiled. "I'm afraid I do not know many songs." Girl looked disappointed. "But I do have stories," she smiled. "Stories are good too." Thomas laughed softly. He realized something. A song and a story were not so different. Both carried feelings, both connected people, both helped memories survive. Before leaving the village, Samuel gave Thomas a small wooden flute. Thomas looked surprised. "I cannot play," Samuel smiled. "That is not important." "Then why give it to me?" "Because sometimes a reminder is more valuable than a skill." Thomas carefully placed the flute inside his satchel. Another memory, another connection. That evening beside a quiet meadow, Thomas opened his notebook. He wrote, "A song can travel farther than the person who creates it. Story can live longer than the person who tells it. Things we share with kindness become part of the world forever." He closed the notebook. The night was calm. The stars covered the sky. The distant sound of music from the village slowly faded, and Thomas continued his journey beneath the peaceful American night, carrying not only objects from the people he met, but the voices, hopes, and memories of an entire generation. The road continued beyond the peaceful village of music and stories. Thomas walked beneath a wide morning sky, carrying the small wooden flute that Samuel Wright had given him. He had never learned to play it. But that was not the reason it mattered. The flute represented something greater, a reminder that every person he met had shared a small part of their life with him, a piece of their memory, a piece of their hope. As the days passed, Thomas traveled through another beautiful part of the countryside. The land slowly changed. The open meadows became rolling hills. The hills led toward another quiet river. Near the river stood a small settlement surrounded by orchards. Unlike the farms he had visited before, this place was known for fruit trees. Hundreds of trees stretched across the land, apple trees, pear trees, cherry trees. The branches moved gently in the breeze. Thomas walked along the path between the trees and saw an elderly man carefully caring for the orchard. "Good morning." Man looked up and smiled. "Good morning, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe." "I am Benjamin Cole." Thomas looked around. "This orchard is beautiful." Benjamin smiled. "It took many years." "Many years?" The old man looked toward the trees. "Longer than some people expected." Thomas noticed that some trees were very large while others were still young. "Did you plant all of them?" Benjamin nodded. "Some. Others were planted by my parents. Some by people who lived here before us." Thomas smiled. Another place built through generations. Another reminder that people often create things they may never fully enjoy themselves. Benjamin showed Thomas the oldest tree in the orchard. Its branches stretched wide. Its roots disappeared deep into the earth. This tree was planted when this settlement was young. Thomas touched the bark gently. "It has lived through many seasons." Benjamin nodded. "Storms came, cold winters came, dry summers came." The tree continued. Thomas looked at the tree. What helped it survive? Benjamin smiled. "Its roots." Thomas understood immediately. A person was similar. A community was similar. Without strong roots, growth was difficult, but strong roots gave strength during difficult times. That afternoon, Benjamin invited Thomas to help collect fruit. The work was slow and peaceful. They moved from tree to tree. Some branches carried many fruits, others carried only a few. Thomas asked, "Why do some trees produce more than others?" Benjamin answered, "Because every tree has its own time. Some grow quickly, some grow slowly. Every tree has value." Thomas remembered the children he had met, the young plants in the gardens, the new settlements. Everyone had their own pace. That evening, Benjamin's family gathered beneath the orchard trees. They shared a simple meal, fresh bread, fruit from the orchard, warm conversation. Thomas looked around and felt a familiar feeling. A home was not created by wealth, it was created by connection. Before leaving the next morning, Benjamin gave Thomas a small dried apple seed. Thomas smiled. "Another seed." Benjamin nodded. "Yes." "What does this one represent?" Benjamin looked at the orchard. "Patience. Seed does not become a tree overnight. Needs care, needs time, needs someone who believes it is worth growing." Thomas placed the seed carefully beside the others. The collection inside his satchel had become a small history of his journey. That evening, Thomas opened his notebook. Beneath the stars, he wrote, "A tree teaches us that growth takes time. Strong life is not created in a single season. It is created through patience, care, and the courage to continue. He closed the notebook. The orchard rested quietly under the moonlight. The trees moved gently in the night breeze, and Thomas continued onward, knowing that every road still held another lesson, another memory, another story waiting patiently to grow. The morning after leaving the orchard was calm and peaceful. Thomas walked along a narrow country road surrounded by fields and scattered trees. The small dried apple seed from Benjamin Cole rested safely inside his satchel. Another reminder, another lesson, another connection to a person who had shared a part of their life with him. As Thomas continued forward, he began to notice something. His journey had started with a desire to see a new land. But now the land itself was no longer the most important thing. The people were, the way they lived, the way they helped one another, the way they created homes from empty spaces, the way they protected memories for those who would come after them. That was the true story of this place. After several days, Thomas reached a small settlement near a quiet harbor. It was not as large as the coastal towns he had visited before. It was smaller, simpler, but it had a peaceful feeling. The people here built boats, repaired nets, and traded goods brought from nearby communities. Near the harbor, Thomas saw a man carefully painting the name of a boat. Thomas approached. "Good afternoon." Man looked up. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am William Hart." Thomas looked at the boat. "It looks like it has traveled many miles." William smiled. "Yet, it is still waiting for its first journey." Thomas looked surprised. "Then why paint it so carefully?" William placed the brush down. "Because every journey begins before the first step." Thomas smiled. A familiar lesson. Preparation mattered. Dreams needed effort before they became reality. William explained that building a boat required many people: the person who shaped the wood, the person who created the sails, the person who made the tools, the person who painted the final details. "No boat is created by one person alone," William said. Thomas looked at the harbor. He remembered the settlements, the bridges, the schools, the gardens. Everything meaningful was created through cooperation. Later that afternoon, William took Thomas to a small area where older boats were kept. Some were damaged, some were no longer used, but they were carefully protected. Thomas asked, "Why keep boats that no longer sail?" William smiled. "Because they carried people to important places. They helped families begin new lives. They brought supplies when people needed them. They were part of someone's story." Thomas understood. A boat was not only wood and rope. It carried hopes, dreams, memories. That evening, the harbor community gathered near the water. Lanterns reflected on the waves. Families shared food. Sailors told stories of distant shores. Children listened with curiosity. Thomas sat quietly and watched. He realized that every community had its own heartbeat. The farmers had the rhythm of the fields. The forest people had the rhythm of nature. The fishermen had the rhythm of the sea. Every place had a story written in the way people lived. Before leaving the harbor, William gave Thomas a small piece of painted wood. It was from the first boat he had ever built. "For your journey." Thomas accepted it. "What does it represent?" William smiled. "A beginning. Because every journey starts with someone believing it is possible." Thomas placed the small piece of wood beside his other treasures. That evening, beside the quiet harbor, Thomas opened his notebook. He wrote, "A journey does not begin when we start walking. Begins when we first believe we can reach somewhere new. Every dream needs courage before it can become a reality." He closed the notebook. The waves moved gently beneath the moonlight. The harbor rested peacefully, and Thomas continued his journey, carrying the stories of those who built their lives beside the water, knowing that every shore, every road, and every home had a story waiting to be heard. The days after leaving the harbor were filled with a quiet sense of reflection. Thomas walked along the coastline once again. The sound of waves followed him. The smell of salt filled the air. The endless ocean stretched beside him, just as it had when his journey first began. But Thomas was not the same person who had first looked upon those waters. At the beginning, the ocean had represented mystery, a vast unknown, a place filled with questions. Now, it represented something different: connection. Because he had learned that every shore held people with dreams, struggles, and stories. One afternoon, Thomas reached a small coastal settlement built on a rocky piece of land. The homes were simple, the paths were narrow, but the people seemed peaceful and strong. Near the edge of the water, Thomas saw a group of fishermen repairing their equipment. An older fisherman noticed him. "Welcome, traveler," Thomas smiled. "Thank you. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Edward Mason." Thomas watched as Edward carefully repaired a fishing net. "You have done this many times," Edward smiled. "More times than I can remember." Thomas looked at the net. "It seems like a simple task," Edward nodded. "Many important things look simple." Thomas smiled. He had heard those words before. The most valuable lessons were often hidden inside ordinary actions. Edward explained that repairing a net required patience. One broken thread could become a larger problem if ignored. Small damage should be cared for before it becomes something bigger. Thomas thought about life. Relationships, communities, dreams, the same lesson applied everywhere. Small things needed attention, small kindness, small efforts, small choices. Later that day, Edward took Thomas to the shoreline. They watched the fishermen prepare their boats. The ocean was calm. The sky was wide and peaceful. Edward said, "The sea teaches us many things." Thomas smiled. "What has it taught you?" Edward looked toward the horizon. "Respect. The sea gives. It also reminds us that we are not in control of everything." Thomas nodded. Another familiar lesson. Nature always reminded people to stay humble. That evening, the fishermen gathered near the shore. They shared stories from their journeys. Some stories were about difficult days, some were about beautiful discoveries, some were about returning home safely after long travels. Thomas listened carefully. He realized that every traveler carried two journeys, the journey outside and the journey inside. A person could travel thousands of miles and still discover something new about themselves. Before leaving the next morning, Edward gave Thomas a small piece of rope. Thomas smiled. "Reminder?" Edward laughed. "Yes. What does it represent?" "Connection. Rope is made of many small threads. Together they become strong." Thomas looked at the rope, a perfect symbol of everything he had learned. One person could do something, but many people together could create something greater. That evening, Thomas sat beside the ocean and opened his notebook. He wrote, "Strength does not always come from being alone. Strength comes from connection. Single thread is fragile. Many threads together can hold great weight." He closed the notebook. The waves continued their endless movement. The moon reflected across the water. Thomas rested peacefully. His journey was slowly approaching its final days, but he knew something important. The lessons he had gathered would continue long after the road ended. Because true journeys do not disappear. They become part of who we are. The morning after leaving the coastal settlement arrived with a peaceful breeze from the ocean. Thomas stood near the shore for a final moment. He watched the waves move toward the land and return again. The ocean had always been a symbol of movement, of leaving, of arriving, of endless journeys. Thomas adjusted his satchel and began walking inland once more. The road ahead was familiar, yet it felt new. Perhaps that was because Thomas himself had changed. He no longer walked only to discover places. He walked to appreciate them. After several days, Thomas reached a quiet village surrounded by green fields and gentle hills. The village was known for its peaceful way of life. People here focused on teaching younger generations, caring for their neighbors, and preserving the traditions passed down through time. At the entrance of the village stood a small wooden building. Above the door was a simple carving, "Learn, share, remember." Thomas smiled. Those 3 words seemed to describe his entire journey. Inside the building, he met a woman arranging old papers and books. "Good afternoon." She looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Thomas Ashcombe. I am Clara Bennett." Thomas looked at the shelves around him. "You care for these records?" Clara nodded. "Yes. These are the memories of our community." Thomas smiled. "Another place that protects stories." Clara laughed softly. "Stories are easy to lose. That is why someone must choose to keep them." She showed Thomas several old journals. Some belonged to farmers, some belonged to teachers, some belonged to families who had lived there for generations. Thomas carefully read a few pages. They described ordinary days, a child's first day of learning, a family's first harvest, a neighbor helping another during a difficult season. Simple moments, but meaningful ones. Thomas closed the journal. "These people may not have known they were creating history." Clara smiled. "Most people do not. Every life leaves something behind." Thomas thought about that. Throughout his journey, he had searched for important stories. Now he understood. Every person was a story. Every life was a chapter. Every kindness was a sentence written into the history of the world. That evening, Clara invited Thomas to a small gathering in the village. People came together to share memories. An old farmer spoke about the first crops grown in the area. A teacher spoke about generations of students. A young person shared dreams for the future. Thomas listened quietly. He realized that the past, present, and future were always connected. The past gave lessons. The present created actions. The future carried the results. Before leaving the village, Clara gave Thomas a small blank page inside a wooden frame. Thomas looked at it curiously. "What is this for?" Clara smiled. "The story that has not been written yet." Thomas looked at the empty page. For the first time, he understood that not every story was about what had already happened. Some stories were about what people would create tomorrow. He carefully placed the frame inside his satchel. That night, Thomas sat beneath the stars and opened his notebook. He wrote, "The past is a teacher. The present is a choice. The future is a page waiting for someone to write upon it." Every person has the ability to add something meaningful to the story of the world. He closed the notebook. The village slept peacefully. The fields moved gently in the night breeze. Thomas looked toward the road ahead. He could feel that his long journey was nearing its end, but he no longer felt sadness, because he had learned the greatest lesson of all. A journey does not end when the traveler stops walking. It continues through the memories, kindness, and wisdom shared along the way. The road ahead became familiar once again. Thomas walked beneath the same wide skis he had admired when his journey first began. The fields looked peaceful. The rivers moved quietly. The forest stood tall and steady. But now, every place seemed to carry a deeper meaning. A simple field reminded him of Daniel and the patience of farmers. A river reminded him of Samuel and the importance of adapting. A forest reminded him of Margaret and the value of roots. A small wooden object reminded him of the many people who had shared their lives with him. Thomas realized something beautiful. A traveler does not only carry belongings. A traveler carries memories. After many days, Thomas returned to a region near where his journey had first started. The familiar coastline appeared in the distance. The sound of waves welcomed him. He stopped for a moment and watched the ocean, the same horizon. Yet everything felt different because he was different. When Thomas first arrived, he wanted to understand the land. Now he understood the people who gave the land its meaning. That evening, Thomas found a quiet place beside the shore. He opened his old journal. The first pages contained questions. Questions about the new world, questions about the people, questions about what he would discover. He turned through the pages. Now they were filled with answers, not answers about geography or wealth, answers about life. He wrote one final entry in his travel journal. "I crossed roads searching for history. I looked for great places and important moments. I discovered something greater. History is not only written in books, it is written in every helping hand. Every seed planted, every home built, every story shared, every person who chooses kindness." Thomas closed the journal. The sun slowly disappeared beneath the horizon. The sky turned golden. The waves continued their endless movement. For a long time, Thomas simply sat there. He thought about everyone he had met: Martha by the ocean, Daniel among the fields, Margaret in the forest, Nathaniel in the workshop, Jonathan among the books, Samuel beside the lake, William beside the harbor, Clara protecting memories. So many names, so many lives, so many lessons. The next morning, Thomas visited a small gathering near the coast. People asked him about his journey. "What did you find?" they asked. Thomas smiled. At first, he did not answer, because the truth was not one single discovery. It was thousands of small ones. Finally, he said, "I found that people everywhere are building something. Build homes. Some build bridges. Some build gardens. Some build knowledge. The greatest thing people build is a better future for those who come after them." People listened quietly. Thomas looked toward the ocean. His journey had changed him. He arrived as someone searching for stories. He returned as someone who understood them. That evening, Thomas placed all the small gifts he had collected beside him: the compass, the stones, the seeds, the carvings, the wooden pieces. Each object represented a person. Each person represented a lesson. Together, they created the story of his journey. Thomas opened the blank journal Joseph had given him. For the first time, he began writing not about what he discovered, But about what he hoped others would discover too, he wrote, "Travel far enough and you may find new places. Listen deeply enough and you may find new wisdom. You're hard enough and you may find that every person has a story worth knowing." The night became quiet. The stars filled the sky. The ocean continued its eternal song, and Thomas finally understood. The greatest journeys are not measured by miles traveled. They are measured by the lives we touch, and the lessons we carry forever. The days after Thomas returned to the coast were peaceful. For the first time in many months, he was no longer following an unknown road. He was no longer searching for the next village, the next river, the next person with a story to share. Instead, he spent his mornings near the shore, watching the same waves that had welcomed him at the beginning of his journey. But now he watched them differently. Before, the ocean represented distance. Now it represented connection. Every wave had traveled somewhere. Every drop of water had its own journey. And Thomas realized that people were much the same. Everyone carried a story. Everyone came from somewhere. Everyone was connected in ways they could not always see. One morning, Thomas met a group of young travelers preparing for their own journey. They were standing near the harbor, checking their supplies and discussing the road ahead. Thomas recognized the excitement in their faces. He remembered feeling the same way. One of them approached him. "Sir, you look like someone who has traveled far." Thomas smiled. "I have." "What did you learn?" Thomas looked toward the ocean. He thought about all the people he had met, all the lessons he had collected. Then he answered, "I learned that the road teaches you more when you are willing to listen." Young travelers listened carefully. Thomas continued, "Do not only look at the places you visit. At the people who live there, listen to their stories, understand their struggles, appreciate their kindness, because every person you meet can teach you something." Travelers nodded. They carried maps. Thomas carried memories. But both were beginning journeys. Later that afternoon, Thomas walked through the small coastal village one final time. He visited familiar places, the old path near the water, the quiet field, the small market, the places that once felt unknown. Now they felt like pages from a book he had already read. That evening, Thomas sat near a fire and organized everything he had collected. The gifts were not many, a few seeds, small pieces of wood, old notes, simple objects. To another person they might have looked ordinary. But Thomas knew better. Each one held a moment, a voice, a lesson, a friendship. He placed them carefully inside a wooden box, not as treasures of wealth, but as treasures of memory. Before sleeping, Thomas opened his journal one last time. He wrote, "When I began this journey, I thought I was searching for a new world. I discovered something else. The world was already full of beauty. I only needed to slow down enough to notice it. The greatest discoveries are not always found in distant places. Sometimes they are found in simple conversations with ordinary people." He closed the journal. The fire slowly faded. The ocean continued its quiet song. The stars watched over the sleeping village, and Thomas rested peacefully, because he finally understood that every ending was also a beginning. The stories he had gathered would not end with him. They would be shared. They would inspire others. They would continue moving forward, just like the rivers, just like the roads, just like the endless ocean beyond the shore. The morning arrived quietly over the coastal village. A soft golden light touched the rooftops. The fishermen prepared their boats. The farmers carried their tools. Families began another ordinary day. But for Thomas, this morning felt different. He knew that his long journey was coming to an end, not because there were no more roads to walk, not because there were no more stories to discover, but because he had finally learned the purpose of his journey. At the beginning, Thomas believed a great adventure was about finding something new, a new land, a new place, a hidden discovery. But after months of traveling, he understood something deeper. The greatest discoveries were not things, they were people, their kindness, their courage, their dreams, their hope. That afternoon, Thomas visited the small place where he had first written his travel notes. He sat beneath a large tree overlooking the ocean. He opened his journal and slowly turned through the pages. Each page carried a memory, a farmer who planted for the future, a craftsman who created with care, a teacher who shared knowledge, a fisherman who respected the sea, a family who built a new home, a community that protected its history. Thomas smiled. The pages were no longer just words, they were voices. He began writing a final chapter. Journey of a person is not measured only by the roads they travel. It is measured by the lessons they collect. A person may forget the distance they walked, but they will always remember the kindness they received. As the sun moved lower, a young boy from the village approached Thomas. "Are you leaving soon?" Thomas smiled. "Yes." "Where will you go?" Thomas looked toward the horizon. "I do not know yet." Boy looked surprised. "After traveling so far, you still do not know?" Thomas laughed softly. "That is the beauty of a journey. Sometimes the most important part is not knowing everything before you begin." Boy sat beside him. "Will you come back?" Thomas looked at the ocean. "Perhaps. Even if I do not, the stories will remain." Boy thought about that, how Thomas pointed toward the village. "Because every person carries stories. You will create your own." The boy smiled. That evening, Thomas shared a final meal with the villagers. They gathered together, they told stories, they laughed, they remembered. Thomas realized that he had once arrived as a stranger. Now he was leaving as a friend. The next morning, Thomas prepared his belongings. His satchel felt different. It was not heavier because of the objects inside. It was heavier because of the memories they represented. Before leaving, he looked once more at the ocean. The waves moved toward the shore and returned again, always moving, always continuing. Thomas stepped onto the road. The village slowly disappeared behind him. But he did not feel like he was leaving something behind, because the places he had visited were now part of him. The journey had ended, but the lessons continued. And somewhere on another road, another traveler would begin their own story. A story filled with questions, discoveries, kindness, and moments that would become memories forever. Thomas walked beneath the morning sky. The road stretched ahead, the world waited, and the greatest adventure of all was knowing that every day still had a story to tell. Years passed slowly after Thomas completed his great journey. The roads changed. The settlements grew. New families arrived. New homes were built. The world continued moving forward, but the stories Thomas had collected remained alive. He often returned to his journal. The pages had become old. The ink had faded slightly, but the memories were still clear. Sometimes, young people from nearby communities would visit him. They wanted to hear about the places he had seen, the people he had met, the lessons he had learned. Thomas never spoke about his journey as a great achievement. Instead, he spoke about the people. He told them about the farmer who taught him patience, the fisherman who taught him respect, the craftsman who taught him care, the teacher who taught him the importance of knowledge, the families who taught him that hope could build something from nothing. One evening, a young traveler asked Thomas, "After seeing so many places, what was the most beautiful thing you discovered?" Thomas smiled. He looked toward the setting sun. For a moment, he remembered every road, every face, every conversation. Then he answered, "The most beautiful discovery was that kindness exists everywhere." Young traveler listened. Thomas continued, "Different people live in different places. They speak different words. They have different traditions. Everywhere I went, I found people trying to create something better. Home, family, a future." Young traveler smiled. "Is that what makes a place special?" Thomas nodded. "Yes. Only the land, the hearts of the people who care for it." As Thomas grew older, he spent more time near the ocean. He watched ships arrive and leave. He watched new travelers begin their own adventures. Sometimes he would see young people carrying journals and maps. They reminded him of himself many years before, curious, hopeful, ready to discover the unknown. And whenever they asked for advice, Thomas gave them the same message: travel with open eyes. Listen more than you speak. Remember that every person has a story. Treat every place as if it has something to teach you. Because Thomas knew the truth. A journey was not only about discovering the world. It was about discovering how connected everything was. The farmer's seed, the carpenter's wood, the teacher's words, the sailor's boat, the child's dream, all were parts of one great story. A story written by countless people across time. One quiet evening, Thomas opened his oldest journal one final time. The first page contained the words he had written before his adventure began. He read them carefully, then he smiled. He understood now that the questions he carried at the beginning were not meant to be answered quickly. They were meant to guide him. He wrote his final words. "A person may travel across oceans and forests searching for something extraordinary. Sometimes the greatest discovery is learning to appreciate the ordinary. A sunrise, helping hand, a shared story, a moment of peace. These are the treasures that remain." Thomas closed the journal. The ocean waves moved gently in the distance. The stars appeared above the quiet shore. The world rested peacefully. And the story of Thomas Ashcombe became one more memory passed from one generation to another. A reminder that every road has lessons, every person has wisdom, and every life is a story worth remembering. The story of Thomas Ashcombe continued to travel long after his own footsteps became memories. The journals he had written were carefully kept. The small objects he had collected were placed together in a wooden chest. The seeds, the carvings, the pieces of wood, the old notes. Each item carried a quiet reminder of someone who had once shared a part of their life with him. Over time, people began calling the collection the traveler's chest. But Thomas never considered it his own treasure. He believed it belonged to everyone whose kindness had filled his journey. One afternoon, a group of children gathered near Thomas's home. They had heard many stories about his travels and wanted to know more. An old woman from the village smiled and said, "Tell them about the greatest lesson you learned." Thomas looked at the children. For a moment he thought about all the places he had visited. There were many lessons: patience, courage, hope, kindness. But if he had to choose one, he knew the answer. "The greatest lesson," Thomas said, "is that no life is too small to matter." Children listened carefully. Thomas continued, "A farmer growing food for others matters. Teacher sharing knowledge matters. Craftsman creating something useful matters. Person offering kindness during a difficult moment matters. Every action becomes part of a larger story." Children looked at the wooden chest beside him. One child asked, "Did you know when you met those people that they would become important parts of your story?" Thomas smiled. "No, important moments do not announce themselves. They simply happen. Only later do we understand their value." Children thought about that. Thomas looked toward the horizon. He remembered the first day of his journey. He had walked forward hopping to discover something extraordinary. But what he found was something even greater. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things through patience, kindness, and hope. That evening, Thomas sat beside the ocean one more time. The waves moved gently. The sky changed colors as the sun disappeared. He opened his journal and wrote, "A life is not remembered only by what a person achieves. It is remembered by what they give. A kind word, helping hand, lesson shared, memory created. These are the things that continue after we are gone." He closed the journal. The wind carried the sound of the ocean across the shore. Thomas knew that every journey eventually reaches a quiet ending. But endings were not truly endings. They were beginnings for new stories. The people he had met would inspire others. The lessons he had learned would be shared. The kindness he had received would continue moving forward, just like a river, just like the ocean, just like the endless roads connecting one person to another. And somewhere beyond the horizon, another traveler was beginning a journey of their own. A journey filled with unknown paths, new friendships, quiet discoveries, and countless moments waiting to become memories. Because the world was always full of stories, and every person had one worth telling. The years continued to pass quietly along the coast. The village changed little. The ocean continued its endless rhythm. The morning sun still touched the water. The evening breeze still moved through the trees. But the people who lived there changed with time. Children grew older. Young travelers became experienced guides. New families arrived and added their own stories to the community. And the story of Thomas Ashcombe continued to be shared, not because he had discovered a hidden treasure, not because he had become famous, but because he had learned something that everyone could understand. A meaningful life was created through the small moments we shared with others. Many years after his great journey, Thomas sat beside the old wooden chest that held his memories. He carefully opened it. Inside were the gifts from countless people: the wooden leaf from Nathaniel, the seeds from Samuel, the bookmark from Margaret, the small rope from Edward, the pieces of wood from William. Each item brought back a different moment, a different voice, a different lesson. Thomas smiled. He realized that the chest was not filled with objects. It was filled with connections. That afternoon, a young writer visited Thomas. She was collecting stories about the early communities that had grown across the land. "Mr. Ashcombe," she asked, "why did you spend so much time writing about ordinary people?" Thomas looked thoughtful. "Because ordinary people are the ones who create the world we live in." Writer listened carefully. "History often remembers leaders and great events." Thomas nodded. Yes, behind every great moment are thousands of people whose names may never be written. The builders, the farmers, the teachers, the families, people who quietly helped others. They are also history. Ryder wrote down his words. Thomas looked toward the ocean. He knew that every person carried a story, even if no one recorded it. A child's first step, a family's first home, a neighbor's kindness. A dream followed for many years. These moments might seem small, but together they created the story of humanity. That evening, Thomas walked along the shore. The sand beneath his feet reminded him of the many paths he had walked. The ocean reminded him of the many journeys that continued beyond his own. He sat beneath the stars and opened his journal one final time. He wrote, "We often search for great moments, wait for something extraordinary to happen. Life is mostly made of quiet moments, a conversation, a smile, helping hand, shared memory. These are the moments that shape who we become." Thomas closed the journal. The waves continued moving toward the shore. The stars continued shining above. The world continued creating new stories. And somewhere far away, another person was taking their first step onto a new road. They did not know what they would discover. They did not know who they would meet. But they carried the same thing Thomas had carried at the beginning: curiosity, hope, and the belief that somewhere beyond the horizon, a beautiful story was waiting. The new traveler had not yet discovered the roads that Thomas once walked, but the world was ready to share its stories again. Years after Thomas completed his journey, the communities he had visited continued to grow. The small villages became stronger. The farms expanded. The workshops became places where new generations learned old skills. The forests remained peaceful. The rivers continued carrying water toward distant lands. And the lessons Thomas had collected slowly became part of the stories people told around their fires. Parents shared them with their children. Teachers shared them with their students. Travelers carried them from one settlement to another. The stories moved forward like a gentle river. One spring morning, a young man named Samuel arrived at the coastal village. He carried a small notebook and a simple map. Like Thomas many years before, he was curious about the world beyond his home. He had heard stories about a traveler who spent years walking across the land and learning from ordinary people. He wanted to understand why those stories were remembered. So he visited the old house near the shore where Thomas had once lived. Inside, he found the wooden chest. Beside it were the journals. An elderly keeper of the collection welcomed him. "Are you searching for something?" Samuel smiled. "I am searching for the meaning behind these stories." Keeper nodded. "Then you are searching for the same thing Thomas searched for." Samuel looked surprised. "What did he search for?" The keeper smiled. "At first, he searched for a new world." "What did he find?" "He found that every world is built by people." Samuel opened one of the old journals carefully. He read the words Thomas had written many years earlier. The pages described farmers, craftsmen, teachers, sailors, and families, not kings, not famous leaders, just people. Samuel looked thoughtful. "Why did he write about them?" the keeper answered. "Because he understood something important. Great places are not created only by great names. They are created by countless people doing their best every day." Samuel looked through the wooden chest. Every object had a story, every gift had a memory, every simple item represented a human connection. He picked up the small wooden leaf. "Something so small," the keeper smiled. "Small things often carry the biggest meanings." That evening, Samuel walked along the shore. The ocean moved quietly beside him. He thought about his own journey. Maybe he did not need to search for something extraordinary. Maybe he needed to learn how to notice what was already around him. The next morning, Samuel began his own journey. He carried a notebook, a map, and a heart ready to listen. As he walked away from the village, the keeper watched from a distance. Another traveler had begun. Another story was starting. The roads were still there. The rivers were still flowing, the forests were still waiting, and the world still had countless lessons hidden inside ordinary moments. Because one journey may end, but the wisdom it creates can continue forever. Samuel's first days on the road reminded him of the stories he had read in Thomas Ashcombe's journal. He passed quiet streams, he crossed gentle hills, he slept beneath the stars. Yet he soon realized something Thomas had quietly hinted at throughout his writings. No two journeys are ever the same. Even when two travelers follow the same road, they noticed different things. One rainy afternoon, Samuel arrived at a small village that Thomas had once visited many years before. The wooden bridge was still there. The old oak tree had grown even larger. Children were laughing beneath its branches. The village had changed, yet something familiar remained. An elderly woman sitting beside the bridge greeted him with a warm smile. "You look like a traveler," Samuel smiled. "I am." She noticed the worn journal in his hands. "That book has traveled many miles," Samuel nodded. "It once belonged to a man named Thomas Ashcombe." Woman's eyes bright. "Remember him?" Samuel looked surprised. "You knew him, only for a few days." Some people leave a lasting memory even after a short visit. Samuel sat beside her. "What do you remember?" She looked toward the old bridge. He listened. Samuel waited quietly. Many travelers spoke about themselves. Thomas asked questions, wanted to know our names, hopes, ordinary days. Samuel smiled. The journals had never mentioned that. The woman continued. He made people feel that their stories mattered. Samuel looked at the bridge. He finally understood something that Thomas had never written directly. Listening was one of the greatest gifts a traveler could offer. Before Samuel continued his journey, the woman handed him a smooth river stone. It came from beneath this bridge many years ago. Samuel accepted it carefully. "What should it remind me of?" She smiled gently. "Slow rivers shape even the hardest stone. Kindness shapes people the same way." Samuel placed the stone inside his satchel. It rested beside his notebook. His own collection had begun. That evening, he opened the first blank page of his journal. He wrote, "Today I learned that a traveler does not become memorable because of the distance they walk. They become memorable because of the care they show to the people they meet. The greatest journeys are not measured by miles. They are measured by understanding." He closed the journal. The evening sky slowly filled with stars. Far away, the ocean continued its endless song. The old bridge stood quietly beneath the moonlight. And another chapter had begun, not to repeat Thomas Ashcombe's journey, but to continue the timeless tradition of listening, learning, and sharing the quiet stories that connect one generation to the next. The next morning arrived with a soft blanket of mist drifting across the river. Samuel woke before sunrise. The smooth river stone rested beside his journal. He held it for a moment before placing it carefully inside his satchel. It was his first gift from the road. His first reminder that every journey begins with a single meaningful encounter. As the morning light spread across the valley, Samuel crossed the old bridge and continued onward. The wooden planks creaked gently beneath his footsteps. He paused in the middle. The river flowed quietly below. He remembered the elderly woman's words. "Slow rivers shape even the hardest stone." Perhaps journeys work the same way. They change people little by little, not all at once, but one day at a time. By midday, Samuel reached a broad meadow where wildflowers stretched toward the horizon. A narrow footpath wound through the tall grass. In the distance stood a small windmill beside a modest farmhouse. Curious, Samuel followed the path. Outside the farmhouse, an elderly couple was carefully hanging herbs to dry beneath a wooden shelter. Samuel greeted them. "Good afternoon." Couple smiled warmly. "Good afternoon, traveler. My name is Samuel." The old man introduced himself. "I am Henry Dawson. This is my wife, Alina." Samuel admired the peaceful farm. "It is beautiful here." Alina smiled. "It has become beautiful." Samuel looked around. "What do you mean?" Henry rested his hand on a wooden fence. "When we first arrived, there was nothing here. Trees, garden, no house, only open land." Samuel imagined the empty field. "It must have taken many years." Henry nodded. "It did. Every evening we could see a little more progress." Samuel remembered Benjamin's orchard. Strong things were built slowly. Alina invited Samuel to walk through the garden. There were vegetables, flowers, herbs, and fruit trees growing side by side. Samuel noticed that every corner had been carefully planned. "You must spend many hours caring for this place." Alina smiled. "We do. We never think of it as work." Samuel looked surprised. "What do you think of it as?" She gently touched a blooming flower. "We think of it as gratitude." Samuel looked around the garden. Everything growing there was the result of patience, hope, and daily care. That evening, Henry and Alina shared supper with Samuel beneath the windmill. As the blades turned slowly in the evening breeze, Henry spoke quietly. "People often ask how we built a peaceful home." Samuel listened carefully. Henry smiled. "We did not build it all at once. built it one ordinary day after another. Samuel looked toward the farmhouse. Those simple words stayed with him. Great lives were not created by a single extraordinary moment. They were created by countless ordinary ones. Before Samuel left the following morning, Alina handed him a tiny cloth pouch. Inside was a handful of dried lavender. "What does this represent?" Samuel asked. Alina smiled gently. "Peace. Life will not always be easy. Never forget to create moments of peace wherever you are." Samuel thanked them warmly. He placed the lavender beside the smooth river stone in his satchel. His own collection was slowly growing, not with expensive treasures, but with quiet reminders of the people he met. That evening, beneath a lone oak tree, Samuel opened his journal. He wrote, "A peaceful life is not something we discover. It is something we create. Kind word, honest day of work, grateful heart. Small act of care at a time." He closed the journal. The breeze carried the gentle scent of lavender across the meadow. The stars slowly appeared overhead, and Samuel continued his journey. Not trying to become another Thomas Ashcombe, but hoping to become the very best version of himself, one quiet day at a time. The morning sun rose gently over the meadow. A light mist rested upon the fields. The windmill turned slowly in the breeze. Samuel stood quietly for a few moments before continuing his journey. He could still smell the lavender Alina had given him. Its gentle fragrance reminded him that peace could travel with a person, even after they had left a place behind. He adjusted his satchel and followed the narrow country road. The path led him through rolling hills covered with wildflowers. Butterflies drifted between blossoms. Birds sang from the branches above. Everything seemed to move without hurry. Samuel remembered another lesson from Thomas's journal. World often speaks softly. Only those who slow down are able to hear it. By midday, Samuel reached a quiet valley where a small stone chapel stood beside a clear stream. There were no crowds, no market, no busy streets, only the gentle sound of flowing water. Outside the chapel, an elderly man was carefully repairing a wooden bench. Samuel approached with a smile. "Good afternoon." Man looked up warmly. "And a good afternoon to you. My name is Samuel. I am Reverend Matthew Collins." Samuel noticed the bench. "It looks old." Matthew smiled. "It has welcomed many tired travelers. Repair it instead of building a new one." The Reverend gently brushed away a few wood shavings. "Because some things deserve care rather than replacement." Samuel thought about those words. He had seen that lesson before. Old bridges repaired, old boats preserved, old journals protected. Not everything needed to be replaced. Some things became more meaningful because they had endured. Matthew invited Samuel to sit beside the stream. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The silence felt comfortable. Finally, "Samuel, is this place so peaceful?" Matthew looked at the flowing water. "Because people come here without trying to hurry. They rest. They listen. They remember what truly matters." Samuel watched the stream. The water flowed around every stone without complaint, without force. It simply continued. That afternoon, several travelers stopped at the chapel to rest. Matthew welcomed each one with the same kindness: a cup of fresh water, a simple meal, a warm greeting, nothing expensive, yet every traveler left smiling. Samuel quietly realized that generosity was not measured by how much someone gave. It was measured by the kindness with which it was offered. Before sunset, Matthew handed Samuel a small polished piece of driftwood that had washed ashore many years earlier. "It has traveled farther than either of us," he said with a gentle smile. Samuel held it carefully. "What should it remind me of?" Matthew answered softly. "That life's journey may change your shape, but it can also polish your character." Samuel thanked him sincerely. He placed the driftwood beside the lavender, the river stone, and the other small treasures in his satchel. His collection was growing exactly as Thomas's once had, not with riches, but with wisdom. That evening, Samuel rested beneath a large maple tree overlooking the quiet valley. He opened his journal and wrote, "The strongest people are not always those who resist every change. Sometimes they are the ones who allow life's journey to shape them with grace. Water smoothing stone, wind polishing wood, kindness softening the human heart." He gently closed the journal. The evening sky turned shades of gold and deep blue. The chapel bell rang softly in the distance. The stream continued its peaceful song through the valley, and Samuel walked onward beneath the first evening stars. knowing that every step forward was becoming another page in a story that would one day inspire someone else to begin their own quiet journey. The valley slowly disappeared behind Samuel as another peaceful morning unfolded. The polished driftwood rested safely inside his satchel. The lavender still carried its gentle fragrance. The smooth river stone reminded him that meaningful change happened gradually. Each gift was becoming more than a keepsake. Each one had become a quiet companion on the road. Samuel followed a winding path that climbed toward a range of gentle hills. From the top, he paused to admire the view. Below him lay forests, rivers, farms, and villages stretching toward the horizon. For a long time, he simply stood there, not because he was tired, but because he had learned something from Thomas's journals. Beautiful moments should not always be rushed. Some deserve to be quietly appreciated. As he descended the hillside, he noticed the steady sound of a hammer striking wood. Following the sound, he discovered a small workshop beside a clear stream. An elderly carpenter was carefully building a long wooden table. Samuel greeted him warmly. "Good afternoon," Carpenter smiled. "And a peaceful afternoon to you. My name is Samuel." "I am Isaac Turner." Samuel admired the unfinished table. "It is beautifully made." Isaac laughed softly. "It is not finished yet." Samuel looked closer. "Who is it for?" Isaac placed another wooden plank into position. "It belongs to everyone." Samuel looked puzzled. "Everyone?" Isaac nodded. "It will stand in the village meeting hall. Families will share meals around it. Children will study at it. Neighbors will gather beside it. Travelers will rest there." Samuel smiled. "So it belongs to the whole community." "Exactly." Isaac gently ran his hand across the smooth wood. "A table is more than furniture. Becomes a place where memories are made." Samuel remembered every shared meal during his own journey. Each conversation around a simple table had taught him something valuable. That afternoon, several villagers arrived to help Isaac finish the work. One person sanded the wood. Another prepared natural oil for the surface. A younger apprentice carefully measured each leg. Nobody hurried. Nobody argued. Each person quietly contributed. Samuel noticed how naturally they worked together. Later, he asked Isaac, "How did everyone learn to cooperate so well?" Isaac smiled. "We stopped asking, 'Who deserves the credit?' and started asking, 'What serves the community?'" Samuel reflected on those words. Many of Thomas's lessons had been about kindness. Today he learned another: humility, the willingness to contribute without seeking recognition. Before sunset, the great table was complete. The villagers carried it together into the meeting hall. No speeches were made. No celebration was organized. They simply smiled, knowing they had created something that would serve generations yet to come. Before Samuel departed the following morning, Isaac handed him a tiny wooden peg. Samuel examined it with curiosity. "It seems so small." Isaac nodded. "It is. Remove enough small pegs, and even the strongest table begins to weaken." Samuel smiled. "I understand. No contribution is too small." Isaac's eyes brightened. "Exactly." Samuel placed the little wooden peg inside his satchel beside the other keepsakes. That evening, he rested beside the same clear stream that flowed past the workshop. He opened his journal and wrote, "Strong communities are not built by one extraordinary person. They are built by many ordinary people, each quietly doing their part, like small wooden pegs holding together a great table. The smallest acts of service often support the greatest hopes." Samuel closed the journal. The stream reflected the first stars of the evening. The village lights glowed softly in the distance. And once again, he continued his quiet journey through the peaceful landscapes of 17th century America, carrying not only memories of the people he met, but also the growing understanding that every small act of kindness helped build a better world. The gentle stream sang its quiet song throughout the night. When dawn arrived, a thin layer of mist floated above the water. Samuel packed his journal, adjusted his satchel, and thanked Isaac Turner once more before returning to the road. The tiny wooden peg rested beside the driftwood, the lavender, and the smooth river stone. His collection was growing, not because he searched for souvenirs, but because every meaningful meeting left behind a reminder. As the road climbed through another range of gentle hills, Samuel noticed the sound of bells carried by the morning breeze. Curious, he followed the sound until he reached a small pasture where sheep grazed peacefully beneath the open sky. A shepherd watched over the flock with calm patience. He leaned upon a simple wooden staff while quietly observing the animals. Samuel approached with a friendly smile. "Good morning," Shepherd nodded warmly. "And a peaceful morning to you. My name is Samuel. I am Daniel Harper." Samuel looked across the hillside. "You spend many hours here," Daniel smiled. "Nearly every day. Do you not become bored?" The shepherd laughed softly. "People often mistake peace for boredom." Samuel smiled. "What do you mean?" Daniel pointed toward the hillside. "Every day looks similar. No 2 days are exactly alike. The clouds change, wind changes, the seasons change, the sheep grow. I continue learning to notice the small differences." Samuel quietly reflected upon those words. Life rarely changed all at once. Often it changed so gently that only a patient person could see it. That afternoon, Daniel invited Samuel to walk through the pasture. As they walked, Samuel noticed that the shepherd knew every animal. "You remember them all?" Daniel nodded. "Of course. They are my responsibility." Samuel looked surprised. "There are so many," Daniel smiled. "When you truly care for something, you begin noticing the details." Samuel thought about Thomas Ashcombe. Thomas had remembered names, stories, dreams. Perhaps caring always began with paying attention. As the sun slowly crossed the sky, they rested beneath a lone oak tree. Daniel handed Samuel a small wooden whistle. "I carved this many years ago." Samuel admired its simple design. "What does it represent?" Daniel answered quietly. "Guidance. Shepherd does not lead by shouting, leads with patience." Samuel held the whistle carefully. He realized that true leadership was often gentle rather than loud. That evening, the flock slowly returned toward their shelter. No rushing, no confusion, just quiet trust. Samuel watched with admiration. Before leaving the next morning, Daniel offered one final thought. "World often celebrates those who stand in front." He smiled gently. "But never forget the quiet people who faithfully care for others every single day." Samuel thanked him sincerely. He placed the small whistle inside his satchel. Another simple object, another lasting lesson. That evening, he rested upon a grassy hillside overlooking the valley. The setting sun painted the fields in warm shades of gold. He opened his journal and wrote, "Great care is often quiet. It asks for little recognition. It simply appears every day, patient, faithful, steady, through countless ordinary days. Quietly changes the lives of others." Samuel gently closed the journal. The evening breeze carried the soft sound of sheep bells across the hills. The first stars appeared overhead. And Samuel continued walking beneath the peaceful sky, learning, little by little, that the strongest influence in the world is often the quiet example of a kind and faithful life. The hills gradually faded behind Samuel as another peaceful week passed upon the road. Summer was slowly giving way to the first gentle signs of autumn. The mornings felt cooler. The evenings arrived a little earlier. Golden leaves had begun appearing among the deep green branches. Samuel welcomed the changing season. His journey had taught him that every season carried its own quiet beauty. Nothing remained the same forever. Yet every change prepared the way for something new. One afternoon, Samuel arrived at a modest village built around an old watermill. The steady turning of the wooden wheel could be heard long before the buildings came into view. The mill stood beside a gentle river whose waters had powered it for many years. Children played nearby. Farmers arrived with sacks of grain. Neighbors greeted one another with warm smiles. Everything moved with calm purpose. Near the entrance stood an elderly miller brushing flour from his hands. Samuel greeted him. "Good afternoon." Man smiled kindly. "And a peaceful afternoon to you. My name is Samuel." "I am Thomas Reed." Samuel admired the great wooden wheel. "It has served this village for a long time." Thomas nodded. "Longer than I have. My father cared for it. Father before him." Samuel watched the wheel turning slowly. "It never seems to stop." Miller smiled. "Only for repairs." "Even then, everyone waits patiently." Samuel asked, "Why is this mill so important?" Thomas rested his hand upon the weathered wood. "Because one family may grow wheat. An entire village depends upon flour." Samuel understood. One person's work often supported many others. No one truly stood alone. That afternoon, Samuel helped carry small sacks of grain into the mill. The work was simple. Everyone shared the load. No one hurried. No one complained. Each person quietly did what was needed. Later, while resting beside the river, Samuel asked, "What has this mill taught you after all these years?" Thomas looked thoughtfully at the flowing water. "Wheel keeps turning because the river never stops flowing." He smiled gently, and a good life is much the same. It is not built by one great effort. It is built by faithful daily work. Samuel reflected upon those words. He remembered the shepherd, the carpenter, the gardener, the fisherman, the teacher. Every lesson pointed toward the same quiet truth. A meaningful life was created one ordinary day at a time. Before Samuel departed the following morning, the old miller handed him a tiny cloth bag containing a handful of fresh grain. Samuel looked at it curiously. "What does this represent?" Thomas answered warmly. "Potential. A single grain feeds almost no one. Many grains together can nourish an entire community." Samuel smiled. Another lesson about small things becoming great through unity. He placed the little bag safely beside his other keepsakes. That evening he climbed a nearby hill overlooking the valley. The old mill continued turning below. Smoke rose gently from village chimneys. Families gathered for supper. Children laughed as the last light of day faded across the fields. Samuel opened his journal. He wrote, "The strongest communities are like flowing rivers. Every person adds something. Every act of honest work keeps the wheel turning. No effort given with kindness is ever wasted. Together, ordinary people quietly create extraordinary lives." He closed the journal. The evening breeze carried the distant sound of the turning mill wheel. The first autumn stars appeared above the valley. Samuel smiled. He sensed that his own journey was approaching its final chapters. Yet he no longer felt eager to reach the end. He had learned that every peaceful step, every quiet conversation, every ordinary day was already part of the destination. The cool days of early autumn settled gently across the countryside. Golden leaves drifted slowly from the trees. The fields, once bright green, now shimmered with shades of amber and gold. Samuel walked at an unhurried pace, enjoying the crisp morning air. His satchel had become slightly heavier, not because it contained valuables, but because it held reminders of every lesson he had received. The river stone, the lavender, the polished driftwood, the tiny wooden peg, the shepherd's whistle, the small bag of grain. Each object carried a story, each story carried a person, and each person had quietly shaped Samuel's heart. Late one afternoon, Samuel arrived at a peaceful hill overlooking a broad valley. At the top of the hill stood a single wooden bench facing the western sky. An elderly woman sat there, knitting a warm blanket. She looked up with a gentle smile. "You have traveled far." Samuel returned the smile. "I have. My name is Samuel. I am Abigail Foster." Samuel sat beside her. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. They simply watched the valley below. The silence felt comfortable. Finally, Abigail folded her knitting into her lap. "Do you know why I come here every evening?" Samuel shook his head. "To watch the sunset," she smiled softly. "Partly, mostly to remember." Samuel looked toward the horizon. "What do you remember? My husband, my parents, my children when they were young, my friends who are no longer here." She paused for a moment. "Life moves quickly. Gratitude allows us to keep beautiful moments close." Samuel listened carefully. He realized that Thomas Ashcombe had collected stories. He himself had collected lessons, and Abigail had collected gratitude. 3 different journeys, one shared purpose. As the sun slowly descended, the valley became quiet. Birds returned to their nests. The wind whispered through the tall grass. Abigail spoke again. "When I was young, I always hoped life would become easier." Samuel nodded. "And did it?" She smiled. "No, I became better at appreciating it." Samuel thought about those words for a long time. Perhaps peace did not come because life became perfect. Perhaps it came because people learned to notice the blessings that had always been there. Before Samuel departed, Abigail handed him a single maple leaf that she had carefully pressed between 2 pieces of paper. Its golden color had been perfectly preserved. "What does this represent?" Samuel asked. She answered gently, "Gratitude. The leaf reminds us that every season has beauty, even when it is ending." Samuel thanked her sincerely. He placed the pressed leaf inside his journal. Not inside the satchel with the other keepsakes, but between the pages where he wrote his thoughts. That evening, Samuel camped beneath a sky filled with brilliant stars. A small fire warmed the cool autumn air. He opened his journal and slowly wrote, Gratitude changes the way we see the world, does not remove hardship, helps us notice the quiet gifts hidden within each day: a sunrise, shared meal, a trusted friend, peaceful evening. These moments are life's greatest treasures. He gently closed the journal. The fire settled into glowing embers. The stars stretched endlessly across the night sky. Samuel smiled as he looked toward the road ahead. He could feel that his journey was nearly complete, but instead of wondering how many miles remained, he found himself grateful for every mile that had already been walked. The final days of Samuel's journey arrived with the quiet grace of late autumn. The mornings were cool. The afternoons were bright. The evenings came wrapped in peaceful silence. As he walked along a familiar country road, Samuel realized something. For many months he had measured his journey by the places he visited. Now he measured it by the person he had become. He was more patient, more observant, more grateful. The road had changed him in ways he had never expected. One afternoon, Samuel climbed a gentle hill overlooking a wide valley. From its summit, he could see forests stretching into the distance. A winding river reflected the afternoon sun. Small villages rested quietly among the fields. Thin columns of smoke rose from warm homes preparing the evening meal. It was a simple view, yet Samuel felt that it was the most beautiful sight of his entire journey, not because it was extraordinary, but because he now understood it. Every home below held a family, every family held memories, every memory would one day become history. He quietly sat upon a large stone and removed the keepsakes from his satchel: the smooth river stone, the lavender, the polished driftwood, the tiny wooden peg, the shepherd's whistle, the small bag of grain, the pressed maple leaf. He placed them in a circle before him. Each object represented a lesson. Together they represented a life. Samuel smiled gently. He realized that none of these gifts had been expensive, yet they were more valuable than gold, because they carried wisdom. As the afternoon slowly faded, Samuel opened Thomas Ashcombe's old journal one final time. On the last page, beneath Thomas's final words, there remained a small blank space. Samuel hesitated. Then, with great care, he wrote beneath them, "Your journey taught me that the world is not changed only by great events. It is changed by ordinary people choosing kindness every day. Thank you for showing me how to see." He carefully closed the journal. For a long while, he simply watched the valley below. The wind moved gently through the golden grass. Birds crossed the evening sky. The river continued its timeless journey toward the sea. At that moment, Samuel understood the lesson that united every story he had heard: hope. The farmer planted because of hope. The carpenter built because of hope. The teacher taught because of hope. The shepherd cared because of hope. The miller worked because of hope. Every act of kindness was an investment in tomorrow. As sunset painted the sky with warm shades of gold and crimson, Samuel opened his own journal. He wrote, "Hope is the quiet thread that connects every generation. Plant for those we may never meet. Teach those who will one day teach others. Offer kindness that may continue long after we are gone. That is how the world quietly becomes better." He closed the journal with peaceful satisfaction. The first evening star appeared above the western horizon. Samuel looked toward it and smiled. His journey had almost reached its final page, but he knew something Thomas had learned long before him. Every ending quietly becomes the beginning of another story, and somewhere, beyond another hill, beyond another river, another traveler was preparing to take their very first step. The first light of dawn spread gently across the eastern sky. A cool breeze moved through the tall autumn grass. The valley rested in complete silence, as though the land itself was taking a peaceful breath before another day began. Samuel packed his journal with great care. He wrapped Thomas Ashcombe's journal in a clean piece of cloth and placed it safely inside his satchel. It no longer felt like an old book. It felt like a living companion, a quiet voice from another generation. As he descended the hill, he noticed a narrow footpath leading toward a small grove of ancient oak trees. Center of the grove stood a simple stone monument. There were no grand statues, no decorations, only a single inscription carved into the weathered stone: "May those who walk these roads leave them kinder than they found them." Samuel stood quietly before the monument. He read the words several times. No one else was there, only the whisper of leaves moving in the morning breeze. After a few moments, an elderly groundskeeper appeared carrying a wooden rake. He smiled warmly. "You found the old monument." Samuel nodded. "It is beautiful." Man introduced himself. "My name is Elias Morgan." Samuel shook his hand. "I am Samuel." Samuel asked, "Who built this place?" Elias looked around the peaceful grove. "No one knows for certain." People added something. Family planted the trees. Another laid the stones. Others cared for the paths. "Belongs to everyone." Samuel smiled. That answer felt familiar, just like the community table, just like the old mill, just like every lesson along his journey. The most meaningful things belonged not to one person, but to many. Elias gently swept away a few fallen leaves from the stone. Samuel noticed how carefully he worked. "You care for this place every day." Elias nodded. "Every morning." "No one asks me to. I simply believe beautiful places should remain beautiful." Samuel watched quietly. He realized that kindness often happened when no one was watching, not for praise, not for reward, simply because it was the right thing to do. Before Samuel continued his journey, Elias handed him a single acorn from one of the ancient oak trees. Samuel smiled. "What does this represent?" Elias answered softly. "Legacy." Inside this tiny acorn rests the possibility of another great tree. Samuel held the little acorn in his hand. It seemed almost weightless, yet it carried one of the greatest lessons of all. The future often begins with something very small. That evening, Samuel rested beneath another oak tree beside a quiet stream. He opened his journal and carefully placed the acorn between two blank pages. Then he wrote, "A legacy is not measured by monuments. It is measured by the goodness we leave behind. Every kind action, every honest word, every helping hand plants a seed whose shade we may never live to enjoy." He closed the journal gently. The stream flowed peacefully through the fading light. The oak leaves danced softly in the evening breeze. Samuel looked toward the road ahead. He knew that only a few more peaceful days remained before his own journey would reach its final page. But he no longer wondered whether the journey had been worth taking. The answer surrounded him, in every memory, every lesson, every friendship, and in every quiet act of kindness that would continue growing, long after his footsteps had faded from the road. The final morning of Samuel's journey arrived with remarkable peace. A gentle mist rested over the fields. The stream reflected the pale colors of the waking sky. Birdsong drifted softly through the ancient oak branches. Samuel remained seated for a few quiet moments before packing his belongings. He looked once more at the keepsakes he had gathered: the smooth river stone, the dried lavender, the polished driftwood, the tiny wooden peg, the shepherd's whistle, the small bag of grain, the pressed maple leaf, the little acorn. Each object had once seemed ordinary. Now each carried a lesson that had become part of his life. He carefully returned them to his satchel. Then he continued walking. By midday, Samuel reached a wide meadow unlike any he had seen before. At its center stood a single enormous oak tree. Its branches stretched across the open field like welcoming arms. People from nearby villages had gathered beneath its shade. Some shared food, others told stories. Children played together. Older neighbors rested peacefully upon wooden benches. No one seemed to own the place. Everyone simply belonged there. Samuel quietly joined them. An elderly woman offered him a slice of fresh bread. A young boy filled his cup with cool spring water. No one asked who he was. No one expected anything in return. They simply welcomed him. As the afternoon passed, people began sharing stories, not famous stories, simple ones. A father teaching his daughter to read. A family rebuilding a barn after a storm. Neighbors gathering to help an elderly couple harvest their crops. Samuel smiled. He recognized the pattern. The greatest stories were almost always about kindness. Near sunset, an old storyteller stood beneath the great oak. His voice was gentle. He spoke slowly. Many people spend their lives searching for greatness. He paused. But greatness rarely announces itself. It quietly grows wherever people choose compassion instead of selfishness, service instead of pride, hope instead of fear. Gathering became silent. Samuel felt as though every lesson from his journey had returned one final time. The farmer, the carpenter, the shepherd, the miller, the teacher, the gardener, the keeper of memories, every one of them had lived by these quiet truths. When the gathering ended, the storyteller approached Samuel. Without saying a word, he handed him a single blank piece of handmade paper. Samuel looked at it with curiosity. "What does this represent?" The old man smiled warmly. "Story you have not yet lived." Samuel understood immediately. His journey was ending, but his life was not. There would still be opportunities to practice every lesson he had learned: kindness, patience, gratitude, hope, humility, service. Samuel carefully placed the blank page inside his journal. It rested beside the pressed maple leaf and the little acorn. That evening, beneath the shelter of the great oak tree, he wrote what would become the final entry of his travel journal. A journey does not truly end when the traveler reaches the last road. It ends when the lessons are forgotten. As long as kindness continues, as long as hope is shared, long as one person chooses to help another, the journey lives on. He gently closed the journal. The stars slowly appeared above the great oak. Families quietly returned to their homes. The meadow became peaceful once again. Samuel looked toward the endless sky. He smiled. Tomorrow, he would no longer be a traveler searching for wisdom. He would become someone who shared it, and with that quiet thought, he rested beneath the ancient branches, knowing that every beautiful story continues, not only through the pages of a journal, but through the lives of those who choose to live its lessons. Epilogue. The journey continues. Morning arrived beneath the great oak with a quiet golden light. Samuel awoke to the gentle sound of birds greeting a new day. For a long moment he remained still. The cool autumn air, the rustling leaves, the peaceful silence, everything felt exactly as it should. He stood, brushed the morning dew from his cloak, and looked one last time at the meadow where so many strangers had welcomed one another as friends. Then he smiled. His journey had reached its final destination. But he understood now that destinations were never the true purpose. They were simply places where new chapters began. Samuel walked toward his home. The road felt shorter than he remembered, perhaps because his heart was no longer searching. It had already found what it needed. When he finally arrived, his family embraced him with joyful smiles. They noticed something different. He carried the same satchel, the same journal, the same quiet voice. Yet there was a deeper peace within him. His mother asked gently, "What did you bring home from your travels?" Samuel placed his satchel upon the wooden table. One by one he removed every keepsake: the smooth river stone, the lavender, the polished driftwood, the tiny wooden peg, the shepherd's whistle, the little bag of grain, the pressed maple leaf, the acorn, the blank page. His younger brother looked puzzled. "These are very simple things." Samuel smiled warmly. "They are. Every one of them carries a lesson." That evening, as the family gathered around the fire, Samuel shared every story. He spoke of patient farmers, gentle teachers, faithful shepherds, humble craftsmen, kind strangers, peaceful villages, flowing rivers, ancient trees, and ordinary people whose kindness quietly changed the world around them. The children listened with wide eyes. The adults listened with grateful hearts. When the stories ended, no one spoke for several moments. The fire crackled softly. Outside, the wind moved gently through the trees. Finally, Samuel placed Thomas Ashcombe's journal beside his own. He looked at the two books resting together. One had inspired a journey. The other had continued it. He realized that wisdom was never meant to remain on a shelf. It was meant to be shared. Years later, people would speak of both travelers, not because they had crossed great distances, but because they had shown others how to notice the quiet beauty hidden within ordinary life. And so, another journal was placed beside the first. Another generation added its voice. Another traveler became a teacher. As time passed, countless people would read those pages. Some would begin journeys of their own. Others would simply become a little kinder to their neighbors. Both were beautiful endings, because every act of kindness creates another beginning. The seasons continued changing. Autumn became winter. Winter welcomed spring. Spring blossomed into summer. Children grew into parents. Parents became grandparents. The rivers continued flowing. The forests continued growing. The roads welcomed new footsteps. And somewhere beneath another sunrise, another traveler quietly opened a blank journal, ready to write the next story, not with perfect words, not with extraordinary adventures, but with simple acts of kindness, patient hearts, grateful spirits, and the courage to leave the world just a little better than they found it. For in the end, the greatest journeys are not remembered because of where they lead, They are remembered because of the goodness they inspire in those who follow. The end.